take my time.
Okay, good morning, guys. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hope you guys had a good weekend. How's everybody doing? Hello. General Martok, Devov, ATX, Couch Potatoes, Smodge, Disdain, Urban Chameleon, The Rad, Jaji, Merkingly, Box, Drepper. Greenland has been a part of Denmark for 55 years, longer than the US has even existed. Trump needs to seriously fuck off. Shame on the USA. Can't argue with you there. Lopsided Pixel, Deceit, Enrico. Good morning, guys. Dave, Squeaky, Duck Quack, Meep, Board, The Britannic, Swanee Bird, Star Wars and Bacon, Moto, X Freak, Authentic, Tyler, Boosh, J, The Real Jodeci. Good morning, guys. Hello. How's everybody doing? The stuff in Greenland is pretty fucking insane. I don't even have the words. There's an event going on at Davos right now where the world leaders are speaking, and many of them seem to be publicly rebuking Trump. He seems dead serious. He leaked a private text message from Macron last night. I haven't even looked at that yet. Ray Micah with 5 Canadian, can't wait until this chucklefuck seizes Greenland. NATO falls apart because of it, and Canada is left alone, surrounded by a country of rapists. Listen, just so you know, I'm from America. I don't know if you realize that. This is the text message that got leaked. What does he say? It says, note from President Emmanuel Macron of France. From President Macron to President Trump, my friend, we are totally in line on Syria. We can do great things on Iran. I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland. Let's try to build great things. 1, I can set up a G7 meeting after Davos in Paris on Thursday afternoon. I can invite the Ukrainians, the Danish, the Syrians, and the Russians in the margins. Let us have a dinner together in Paris together on Thursday before you go back to the US. I really don't even know where to begin. Let's just take a look at some of the news coverage of this. There's a lot to unpack here. There's a lot going on right now. There's like foreign troops arriving in Greenland, I guess, in case America invades. This is a sentence that, I gotta be honest, I did not anticipate saying out loud. Draken with $5. Everyone needs to contact their representatives and senators and make their voices heard that this shit is not okay. At least that more is better.
On a call with the British Prime.
I don't know. I don't know if Trump is super amenable to Congress, but you know, we'll find out.
Troops arriving in Greenland. The Danish military just posting these images that we're showing you of troops arriving in Greenland. Looks like already in darkness tonight. And it comes as our Jim Sciutto is now reporting that President Trump said on a call with the British Prime Minister that he may have been given, quote, bad information on why European troops were sent to Greenland. Now, Jim's reporting is according to a senior British official. The deployments of troops, though, we just showed you those latest images, but they also come from Germany, Sweden, France, Norway, the Netherlands, and Finland, a massive NATO statement, all on the heels of Trump's threats to, quote, have Greenland one way or the other. Trump threatening those countries militarily. They're, of course, all America's strongest allies, and also specifically threatening them in addition to military with hefty tariffs.
Really can't be overstated just how unpopular this proposal is for us to go into Greenland and just take it, I suppose. Snorlax with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much, buddy.
Tariffs for their military show of force against his taking over Greenland. So if Trump was confused as to their motive or what they were saying, he certainly didn't wait to clarify the confusion. He immediately, had said he was going to impose 10% tariffs on those NATO allies, ramping it up to 25%. Now, based on what may be bad information, Or is it a convenient excuse for an off-ramp to a situation that is troubling, terrifying, and spiraling?
Trump's been a busy boy with posts this morning. No single person or president has done more for NATO than President Donald J. Trump. If I didn't come along, there would be no NATO right now. It would have been in the ash heap of history. Sad but true. It's a bold thing to claim.
Escalating because the text messages between the President of the United States and the Norwegian Prime Minister are unlike anything we've ever seen, frankly, from a president of the United States in any capacity, never mind between him and an ally. The Prime Minister of Norway, Jonas Gahr Støre, texting Trump yesterday afternoon, "Dear Mr. President, dear Donald, on the contact across the Atlantic, on Greenland, Gaza, Ukraine, and your tariff announcement yesterday, you know our position on these issues, but we believe we should all work to take this down and de-escalate. So much is happening around us where we need to stand together. We are proposing a call with you later today, with both of us or separately. Give us a hint of what you prefer. Best, Alex S." Personal, a text, obviously an attempt at de-escalation, a handshaking, trying to move past this. We should all work together. Give us a hint of what you prefer.
I did see that, Sobek Senpai. So Nick, I guess he thinks that did not go well for him. What's his name? Sortor? Nick Sortor? And he did the whole, it was edited to make me look bad thing. There's a lot going on today. Bearded Pinecone, you should tune into Caleb Hammer's stream right now. He has some of the worst takes on the Minnesota situation. You know, I honestly think that, do I have ADD or do you guys interrupt my brainwaves? Because you guys are the ones that are pushing me in 17 different directions, and then it just looks like I have massive ADD. I don't see Caleb live. Where are you seeing this live? Not seeing it. It's easier if you link something. J15, what's up, buddy?
Get up to $350 for signing up. It's a win-win-win. And I am that passionate about money. I literally am. But I wouldn't go somewhere and beat up someone's ass for money. He talked about it. Just seems so performative to me. It's just like,
let's save that for later. Let's save that for later. We'll do one thing at a time. It's in my watch history now, so we'll cue that up a little bit later.
All right, this is super important, and I also learned a great lesson here. So the other week, I sat down with Andrew Callahan in Channel 5 to do a sit-down podcast-style interview for his channel. And when he goes and posts the video, I see he just posted an hour-long interview. I said, well, that's weird, because we actually spoke for around 2.5 hours. And then I go and watch the interview. I'm saying, well, what is this? This is not what happened. For instance, this clip right here.
What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin. Name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering.
Yeah. Nashville's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of.
In any place that's not Democrat.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean,
Name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
Denver.
Houston.
Why are you smirking? It's not prospering.
All right, so that's the clip Andrew posted, but this is the actual interaction of how it went.
Denver.
Why are you smirking?
Because I don't know if it's prospering.
It's not. See, you can't even answer the question. It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either.
I agree that Democrat-run states are doing badly.
Kind of weird that Andrew didn't put that in, right? Maybe.
You know what? Do you know what? I'm going to kind of agree with Nick on this one a little bit. Not that I agree with Nick's points, but that is kind of misleading. I got to say, that's kind of misleading. Andrew did cut that in a way that it seemed to make him look like a lot better, a lot more sharp, you know? I actually think that was a little deceptive. Ace with $5. Trump is negotiating, guys. He isn't going to attack Greenland. You just have TDS. Well, possible. I do have TDS. That's true. I do have that. I have a bad case of that. Snorlax in spirit with the tier 1 membership. Headless Chicken with 7 months. Keep up the good work, Hutch. I'm a bit of a dick, I know, but I do appreciate what you do. Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate that, buddy. Have you watched Taylor Lorenz's latest video? It's super triggering. No, I have not. There's so much to get to today, and if you guys keep fucking distracting me, we're not even gonna get through like 2 videos. Is it called The End Goal? Tech billionaires want us dead? That one?
Maybe his like base or something would not be happy with that response because he obviously got caught lying. And anyways, let's move over to the next topic when we're talking about Somalians being known for pirating, as 89% of the fraud that has been charged inside of Minnesota is by Somalians. This is the interaction that
I still don't know where he got that figure. I think he got it from Trump, but I don't know what that number is, where it came from.
Andrew posted.
Somali community, or do you see it as both?
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians.
Where exactly is that statistic from?
You can pull it up on the screen. You'll find it.
I just want to know where it's from.
You want me to find it right now?
For sure, just so I can, I don't know, I believe you. I just want to make sure we have the exact.
Here, right here. Yeah, and it's not racist to say it. Probably. And when I go.
This is what happens when I show him the fact that 89% of the people who have been charged for fraud in Minnesota are Somalians. This is what Andrew had to say. But remember, he conveniently left this out of the interview.
89% of those charged in connection with a major. Why don't identify as Somali Americans? Well, looks like we do there. I'm interested to see what you put in this interview because it looks like there's a problem with fraud.
Now, it could be that this Nick's source on this was like Trump or some right-wing source. So this one doesn't seem as bad.
So there you go. That's just 2 examples from the interview with Andrew Callahan where he literally went out
The first one was kind of bad. I think it was kind of
of
bad.
his way to try and make me look bad, which is not cool. And I wouldn't say that's like very, but
Okay, let's see where he's going with that. Andrew is supposedly going to upload a response today, but yeah. All right, back to the Greenland situation.
Best? Well, a little less than an hour later, Trump responded. And as unfortunately the whole world is now well aware, it was not in
You would prefer
Dear
the
Jonas, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace. He continues to say, although it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. Denmark cannot protect that land from Russia or China. And why do they have a right of ownership anyway? There are no written documents. It's only that a boat landed there hundreds of years ago. But we had boats landing there also. I have done more for NATO than any other person since its founding. And now NATO should do something for the United States. The world is not secure unless we have complete and total control of Greenland. Thank you, President DJT. And as you could see there, all of the random capitalizations are as he wrote it. We are now learning that that message was then forwarded by the President's National Security Council. So people went and did this for him to multiple European ambassadors.
I assume Trump wants to seize Greenland as an American territory and not make it a state, because that shit would be fucking dark blue. That would not be a light bluish hue. That would be dark blue. That would be 2 Democratic senators, 1 Democratic House member, like a population of 50,000 people, right? Yeah, what happens to their health care after that? I have no idea. If they're in American territory, do they just maintain their system? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on right now. Like, I can't believe he's serious. Like, this is a serious thing. At first it was like, oh, maybe he's like the negotiation tactic. He's done this kind of thing before. And it's like every day that passes, it's like, no, I think he's fucking dead serious. I actually don't think he's kidding.
So they could understand this. Official screed from the President of the United States. Now, officials telling CNN that European diplomats are comparing Trump to Putin. And as for Putin, perhaps he never even dreamed of such an incredible moment. Just look at how Russia's state television is reacting to Trump pushing the NATO alliance to the brink over
Oh, God.
Greenland. This was uncovered by journalist Julia Davis.
Americans are delivering a catastrophic blow to NATO, because one country that is a member of NATO is taking away the territory that rightfully belongs to a country that is also a member of NATO.
I think this benefits us.
Well, I mean, I guess he's stating a fact. Yet Trump does seem intent on getting Greenland. He is now tying that to not winning the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, the entire beginning of that text, right, was because I didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize. And that prize, as bizarre as this is now something we have to keep talking about because Trump has been obsessed with it. In fact, if you go all the way back to when former President Obama won it back in 2009, we can find this trail.
This guy got the Nobel Peace Prize, and every time I look, he's going into another country. He got the Nobel Peace Prize. Okay, think of it. He got the Nobel Peace Prize. But Norman got the Nobel Peace Prize. He said, I have nominated you.
Norman? Is that what he just said?
Or, respectfully, on behalf of Japan, I am asking them to give you the
Greenland, yes, my bad. Greenland, yes.
Nobel Peace Prize. I said, thank you. I'm going to tell you about the Nobel Peace Prize.
All right, Jim Sciutto begins our coverage out front because, Jim, I know you have some brand new reporting here. What are you learning from your sources?
I'm told by a senior UK official that during their phone call on Sunday between Trump and the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, that President Trump conceded to Starmer that he may have been given bad information about that increased deployment of European troops to Greenland. What could that bad information be? Well, the intention of that deployment is to explore security needs for Greenland and perhaps
I agree, Boxtrapper, and I'll just never understand. I'll just never understand it. Like, we all went to school. We all went to grade school. We all went to high school. We all know what bullies look like insecure bullies. We've all seen it with our own two eyes. Maybe they're distant memories, and so they're difficult to access in the present, but I'll never for the life of me understand anyone that looks at this man and thinks, oh yeah, that's strength. Like, I feel reasonably confident that 90 to 95% of parents in this country try to teach their kids the opposite of what Trump does on a daily basis. But for some reason, when it comes from him specifically, they can't connect the dots. We would never teach, I would assume, that most parents would never teach their kids to make every conversation about yourself, for example. You would never want to teach your kids to constantly demand praise and adoration, to be self-aggrandizing, like 24/7. If these MAGA people went to like a work party and met somebody that they didn't know, and then that person behaved exactly like Donald Trump, you would walk away after like a minute or two. You would just never choose to be around that person. You know, like if it's like a Amazon driver, you know, like, I drive the best routes. Nobody drives the routes like me. I don't stop. I don't take bathroom breaks. Everybody says that I'm the best Amazon driver. You could just apply that same kind of framework within any kind of job setting. People would be like, who the fuck is this guy? I do the best construction. Everybody knows it. They call me a genius. I like to use the word genius. I just thought of that word. Genius. Genius. Is it 2 syllables or 3? I don't know. But I just thought of it now. Many people are saying I do the best construction. Like, nobody would want to be around that. Nobody would be like, wow, this person's interesting. They'd be like, who the fuck is this guy? You know? That's the reality. And for some reason, though, like when he demonstrates these qualities that everybody intuitively understands, I think, is a turnoff. Most people understand that this is just like not a way to behave for an adult. Even people we don't like, even Republicans, right? Like, especially Republicans. Republicans are the ones that'll tell you, like, no one's going to give you a pat on the back, motherfucker. You're in this world alone. Okay? No one's going to show you how to do it. What do you want, a fucking ribbon for that? You know? Like, that's their whole thing. And then this guy Trump comes along and he so needs constant praise like a fucking 40-year-old. And they just can't see that it's kind of nuts, you know? I don't know how to make sense of it personally. I really don't know how to make sense of it. It's just the most bizarre thing. Dimmy Fiend with $5. What do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear. Oh, that's pretty good. I like that one. Hope you're having a great day. I'm having a day so far. I don't know about a great day. Seems like a regular day to me. Nothing too remarkable yet. Well, I guess. I mean, the Greenland stuff is pretty fucking bizarre.
Perhaps to boost security for Greenland, in part to meet President Trump's demands. Did Trump interpret that deployment as instead a European defense against any U.S. involvement in Greenland? It's
like just somebody speaking or referring to themselves in the third person would be enough to turn off like 95% of people. If you worked at a bank, you know, and you had a coworker named Steve, and your coworker named Steve walks up during a lunch break and he goes, everyone's saying Steve is the best bank teller. Everyone's thinking it. They call Steve the greatest bank teller in Bank of America, just the best. No one compares. Not just referring to yourself in the third person, that alone is enough for most people to be like, who the fuck does that? Who the fuck talks like that?
It's hard to know exactly what he misinterpreted there. I will say this, UK officials say that our Danish counterparts briefed the U.S. prior to that European deployment, and not only briefed them, because I'm told by a senior Danish official that those deployments were coordinated between Europe and the U.S. through their existing military channels. That said, the UK is seeing that small concession from President Trump to Starmer as at least a potential path to de-escalation. They're looking for hope here, Aaron. But one thing that has not changed, I'm told, by UK officials, Danish officials, and others, is that President Trump has indicated no desire or willingness to move off his demand that the U.S. take Greenland somehow, some way, and that remains a red line for European leaders.
Like, and this is going to sound fucked up, but like, it's almost funny. Like if you totally divorce yourself from the reality of what's happening here, it's so absurd that you almost want to laugh. And then you realize that it's real. Like this is a real thing. And you're like, oh, what the fuck? Like we don't have any kind of claim to Greenland. Like nothing. There's not even some old treaty you could point to. There's none of that. It's just, I want it. I'm just going to fucking take it. Who's going to stop me? This is what the vibes are right now. I actually think that him doing this would be even more catastrophic for his polling, which is not good at the moment. I actually think this would be pretty significant. It's extremely unpopular in America. Extremely unpopular. Unsurprisingly, Republican voters seem to be warming up to the idea. Support for annexing Greenland or taking Greenland has gone up with Republican voters lately. Unsurprisingly. But it is astonishingly unpopular. I'll make it up. It's like 15% of the country thinks this is a good idea. Like 60% think it's a bad idea, something like that. Does this not worry you as the actions of a government with a plan for not answering for their crimes? I just take one day at a time. You know, we just do one day at a time here, guys. We're going to have elections in November. He can, you know, be upset about that all he wants. He can say stuff like, well, we really shouldn't have any midterms, but we're going to have midterms in November, and it is not going to go well for him. A new Congress will be sworn in early January 2027, and that'll be that. So we just take things one day at a time. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if that's what he's saying and that's what they're saying, then where we are, still bumping up against a wall. All right, Jim, thank you very much with all that new reporting. And Jim has more reporting coming up at 9 p.m. on The Source. Don't miss that with Jim. And a lot to get to with our experts here. Okay, Seth Jones, let me just start with you, because I know you've had a lot of conversations with European officials here in these past hours. What are they feeling about this?
Aaron, they're feeling exasperated. I had one senior official who advises a head of state in Europe say that they just cannot understand that the biggest threat from NATO is not coming now from the Russians, although that is serious, but now from the Americans within NATO. That NATO, which has a 1951 pact in place.
There is a press briefing, White House press briefing, that looks to be starting soon. So I think we'll probably tune into that just to see how she navigates those questions about Greenland. Today I was 65 months. My question unanswered still is, how do we reconcile with the Republicans after all this? Seems impossible. I know I'm struggling with this in my personal life. If you're talking about like the people in your life, I mean, are you talking about your family? I think it's about just like making a choice. You know, if you decide that their political beliefs are so odious or contemptible or hateful, and if you decide for yourself that that means that you don't want a relationship with that person, then that is your right to do that. And I'm not going to say that that's like necessarily right or wrong, but I think it's just about making a conscious decision to, you know what? Esme and I were having a conversation on Friday, and her and I have argued in the past about cult stuff. She likes to watch a lot of documentaries, and so we've watched a number of documentaries on various cults. And whenever we watch the documentaries, I always tell Esme I would never, ever join a cult. It's so difficult for me to understand being manipulated in that kind of way. And she'll push back, and she'll say, you know, you never really know. And if you're at a really vulnerable place in your life, let's say like my whole family died tomorrow and I was just an emotional wreck, and then somebody came along and told me exactly what I wanted to hear, or, you know, like you're like 1 or 2 bad days away from being susceptible to a cult leader is basically the point that she was making it. I think she's right. I think she's correct. Like, I think I'm a little overconfident. But it's also the fact that like I don't really like being around a lot of people, so it's difficult to imagine. I mean, I don't hate it, but I don't seek it out every day. So like living on some hippie commune cult type situation is not something that appeals to me because I just want space from people. Anyways, I'm getting a little sidetracked. I have been able to kind of shift my attitude about that over the years. And now I was a little bit more judgy of cult people before, and now I'm a bit more sympathetic. And so is Esme. She's like very sympathetic to people who join cults. And here's the thing, like, if you can be sympathetic to people who join cults, then theoretically you should be sympathetic to people who somehow got sucked into the cult of MAGA. I think the difference is that with politics, it actually impacts people in really direct ways. It really negatively impacts people. It harms people. It does real harm. And so then at that point, I think it's a little bit more difficult to cultivate sympathy for people who have a kind of political perspective. But theoretically, people are largely products of their environments and genetics. They don't really have a lot of control over that. If you guys were born as like a white guy living in a really rural area of this country, and maybe you really didn't spend very much time at all outside of a 20-mile radius your whole life, then you would probably have a completely different perspective. The odds are very good that you guys would be MAGA. So that's something that like helps me. I mean, I get mad. I'm not talking like I'm a fucking monk, but I find MAGA infuriating. Makes me literally furious. Obviously, like, extreme lefties make me fucking furious. I get so angry with these people. Dimmy with $10. I sometimes ask myself if I'm in a cult because my family says I have gone further left in the past few years. Well, I think like as long as you can articulate your kind of like axiomatic beliefs, as long as you can articulate like a foundational sort of philosophy when it comes to politics, and you feel comfortable defending those things, and you really resonate with those things, I think what makes political stuff cult-like is the tribalism. So if you're so partisan that you're not willing to engage in good faith at all with certain types, you're so hyper partisan that you just cannot seem to understand the actual argument that someone is making in the moment, and you're kind of adding your own narrative to whatever that person is saying, then I think that's what makes it a cult in the context of politics, I think. Like extreme MAGA, they are so hyper partisan, they are so conditioned by their media diet that they literally think that the median Democrat wants to mutilate children. They genuinely believe that insane shit, which is just a crazy thing to believe. And if they were curious and open-minded and they asked someone, like, what do you actually think? Like, why do you believe this? What is your position on this? If they were actually curious, they would ask those questions. They would take in new information. They'd be like, oh, maybe I had the wrong idea about these people. But for a lot of people that are hyper partisan, they'll never take that step, and so they just stick to that narrative, and there's nothing you can say that can change their minds. Like data. If you go at MAGA with data, scientific data or polling data, or if you reference historical events that just utterly annihilates some claim that they're making, it doesn't matter to them because of that partisanship. They're just locked in. That's when it becomes a cult. And so for the Trump stuff, they very genuinely believe that Trump is a persecuted guy. Like Trump is this persecuted guy. The media is out to get him. Academia is out to get him. Corporations are out to get him. Foreign leaders are out to get him. Liberal media is out to get him. The courts are out to get him. The Congress is out to get him. You know, like they believe that he is this kind of Jesus Christ type figure. And that's the way that they avoid actually reckoning with very real complaints about Trump. None of the, like, it's all bullshit because he's this persecuted guy. Oh, where'd you get that? CNN, you know, stuff like that. And so they'll just psychologically, they find a way to kind of reinforce this image of him as a martyr, persecuted martyr, and in doing so, thusly dismiss all of the criticism that people have. Fame Dill with the primer. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will say that for me, that is how I have kind of gotten to a place of acceptance when it comes to political differences. I kind of go through like a process in my head where I used to maybe just like get so angry at people for believing the things that they believe. How the fuck could they believe that? It's fucking crazy. And nowadays I think of it kind of like a cult, and I just tell myself something that I think is true, which is like, okay, this person that I'm really upset with, if I had been born them and was raised by their parents in the area that they lived in, and I had their lived experience, I'd probably believe the same thing. It's just luck of the draw, I guess, for me, in the circumstances that I grew up in and kind of formed as an adult in. Like, those circumstances afforded me the ability to come down where I've come down. So, SCOTUS has taken another 4 weeks without ruling on tariffs. Fucking cowards twisting themselves into knots to avoid issuing a full refund. Would that be like really good for the markets or really bad for the markets if the tariffs get reversed and we have to do a refund? That's a fucking stupid way to look at things. People have agency with what they believe, Hutch. You can't just hand wave it as, oh, they were raised in a cult, so it makes sense. Well, I mean, I kind of do that, you know, like, the older I get, the less I believe that we have free will. But I don't want to listen. We don't need to go down that road. Just watch the Matrix trilogy instead and have that conversation with yourself. But I don't think really any of us are actually make the decision to do the things that we do and believe the things that we believe in. It's just fucking luck of the draw, bro. That's how I look at it. And to a certain degree, I view it as a conscious decision. If you have somebody in your life and that person is really important to you, and maybe they're a close friend and you guys are bonded by like really formational experiences that you guys had together. Maybe it's a family member, maybe it's a a colleague or someone you have history with, I think to a certain extent or to a great extent, it's just making a conscious decision where it's like, okay, I find this person's politics to be odious. And I think that what Donald Trump and MAGA are doing are literally kind of like destroying the country. But I don't want to sacrifice this relationship with that person. And so it's just, at that point, it's just about making a conscious decision. And it's also kind of depressing, the idea that someone like Donald Trump can cause a rift between like family members, for example, that would be so intense that they'd stop talking. That I find that to be so depressing. That thought to be so fucking depressing. 2-ounce whiskey with $2. It's short. React to this, please.
A woman's right to choose is so important, and we're trying to legislate that. But it's a tough and difficult process. I just passed the Fuck You Die Act. It's an act where you get fucked and die. So there's a new tax on everything.
Can't afford a single-payer system. We just can't. It's just too much money, and we have...
There, if you join my new personal army, you get paid $100,000 each and $50,000 sign-on bonus, and you get to kidnap people, and you can kill people, and you get absolute resources and immunity, and also here's $20 billion to Argentina.
Guys, I know there's literal children at the southern border that are in cages right now, and I know I promised to free them, but it's a long and complicated process. I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay, you know what? Just, if you get rid of all this stuff here and then you just watch the Republican parts, like, that's funny. But this is just, you know, he's probably like, what does he look, 23 years old? And fucking has no idea what he's talking about. Oh shit, I didn't even have it on the screen.
And I don't have as much power as you think.
I just pardoned every person that tried to overthrow the government on January.
Like, this is kind of dumb. Like, this is kind of dumb. Draken with 10 gifted memberships. My God, Draken, thank you so much, buddy. When you're young, you think like, it's almost like when you're young, the political institutions that you talk about or you think about, it's almost like they're formless, you know? I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's just like in your mind, it's like there's the Congress, and then the Congress they can just do stuff, and then there's the president, and the president can just like do stuff. And it's like, if this person wanted to, they could sit down and be like, okay, what gives Trump the ability to pardon people? Like, where does that come from? And then you find out it's in the fucking Constitution. Okay, oh, okay, well, he can just do that by himself. Doesn't need it, you know, like. And then he could Google, like, what would it actually take to change America to a single payer system? And then he would look that up and he'd be like, oh, well, shit, that's actually kind of tricky because you have to forge enough consensus to get 60 votes in the Senate, or you need a simple majority of senators that want to get rid of the filibuster. And it doesn't really seem to be anywhere close to that in the Senate right now. So that seems unlikely. So the best thing that we can do would be to get 60 votes, but that's really hard. And what would it take to do that? And then it's like, and then you often find that with these questions, they oftentimes lead to like 5 other questions in 5 other branches, you know? And so then you have to actually, but then that would actually require that people do the work to actually look into how the sausage is made. And unfortunately, in today's attention economy, it pays off way more to just give like a reflexive kind of take on something without giving it really any thought, and then just like rage baiting people. That is just very much rewarded. I hate this person. I'll just say it. I hate him. I hate this guy. He is hurting us. He and all of his Green Lantern buddies are hurting America. I hate him just as much as MAGA. I hate him for different reasons, you know. I hate MAGA because it's like they do stuff like I'll just pick the most random thing possible. You know, I hate MAGA because they passed laws in Florida governing to regulate chemtrails. I hate MAGA because they don't get their fucking kids vaccinated because they're crazy people. I hate this guy because it's like, come on, man. You can do better than this. You can be better than this. You can choose to be better than this. Hutch, you are now primed for Lorenz's video. I don't understand. Taylor Lorenz's video is called like Billionaires Want to Kill Us. Is it just nothing but Green Lantern shit the whole time? It's like an hour-long video. Hour-long video. Tech billionaires want us dead. What it says. You know what I want the next Democratic president to commit to? I want legislation to ban. I don't think, frankly, I don't think Australia went far enough with their social media ban. I want the next Democratic president to commit to legislation codifying a blanket ban on social media for anybody under the age of whatever age I am when that president signs that bill. We'll say 45. No social media for anyone under 45 and also over 65. Now that I think about it, you get one 20-year stretch of your life where you can be on social media. The first 45 years, you need to be focused on your own identity, coming into the world, your kind of formational experiences. You need to be focusing on your school. You need to focus on maybe finding a partner, you know, pursuing a career. You got better shit to do, and I don't think that you're gonna have many valuable things to say. Then after 65, you should be like, you know, hanging out in the mountains and reconnecting with nature and really enjoying your rest that you've earned. And then for the 45 to 65, those people, they can be the ones that are on social. You know what? We should just, fuck it, just ban social media. How about that? It's not very liberal of me, but I'm willing to bend on this particular thing. We just do a blanket ban on social media. So we don't have to. This shit.
And like that. I just did that.
Guys, I'm just a little baby. I can't do anything. I can't pass anything. I can't.
Who is this person? Who is this? Sends rules? Joe Biden didn't pass anything? Or the Democrats in Congress didn't pass anything when we gave them control of Congress? Joe Biden didn't sign many bills into law when we gave him the power to do that? Barack Obama? And the Democrats from 2009 to 2011, they didn't pass things? They didn't pass new laws? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Why are they like this? Why are people like this? What is happening? This was supposed to be the generation that was going to save us all. These fucking little Gen Z, Gen Alpha morons. This was supposed to be the generation that was like equipped with the knowledge of the universe or the world over the past like thousands of years of collective recorded history at our fingertips, high-speed internet and fucking 4K. They were supposed to be the generation that was gonna like make things better. And they're all just so fucking lazy and intellectually incurious and just lazy. God damn it! Why? They were the chosen ones. They were the ones that were gonna like make everything better. And they're just like our parents. I think they're even worse. God help us when this generation are the fucking 65-year-olds. God help us then, my friends, because we are fucked. All right, I'm taking the black pill. Fuck it. Be gay, do crimes, you know, nothing matters. Who cares? Who the fuck cares? Here's another video. Look at my opposition party. I'm sure this one's not going to raise my blood pressure.
I'm deeply troubled by what's happening. That's why I just introduced a bill to the House that just says, no. Keep on fighting. I'm deeply troubled by the actions of evil kidnapping racism agency. If elected, I vow to only fund them $90 billion. I don't want to say this, but fuck the bad guys. You wanted more? Ooh, somebody should do something about this. It's getting pretty bad. Somebody, not me, not me. You guys should do something about this. You guys. Wow. This just shows you need to give me some money. But it's necessary. The rise of evil baby-eating goblins in this country has been awful. We need a strong, good, evil baby-eating goblin party in this country. Well, the murderers just needed more training. Then they maybe wouldn't have murdered more. We need.
You know what they never do? They never get into specifics. And when they do, it's really bad. When you press them on specifics, it gets really bad. Then you get situations like me having a conversation with Cinemarxism like 4 months ago. Do you guys remember this? Do you guys remember that conversation? How many of you guys were around for that conversation? I think about that conversation a lot. I'm actually not kidding. I think about that specific conversation more than any other conversation I've had in years. That one really sticks out to me. Because it was in that conversation, you guys, when I asked him to get into specifics. Watch live. Trump joins press briefing. All right, I got that queued up. He's going to join the press briefing. Excuse me? I think about that conversation a lot because which combo? He's a leftist Twitch streamer named Cinemarxism, which is, I gotta hand it to him, clever name. He's like a filmmaker guy, you know, clever name. And we were having a conversation at the border, and at the time I was pressing him a bit because the Democratic Party, our candidates are going to get pressed on border issues going into the midterms and definitely going into the next presidential cycle. The media, town hall people, they're going to press Democrats on, hey, the last time you guys had the presidency, the border got really out of control. You know, border encounters went up like 500 or 600%. Our facilities became overcrowded. Our system was kind of stretched beyond capacity, and it caused a lot of chaos, and we don't like that. What is the Democratic Party plan to address that? I think I was pressing him a bit on that. He's also like super ACAB, and when I say ACAB, I mean he wants to abolish police, like literally abolish them. And so I said, well, how are you going to do like border security? Like, how are you going to do that? And specifically, I asked him, okay, so what happens a lot at the border is kids will show up with a with an adult, and then the adult tells the Border Patrol people or DHS people who are processing them that that's their son, but surely you have to verify that that's actually their son, right? Surely you can't just take them at their word and just let them in, because that policy would result in probably 100,000% increase in child trafficking, right? Can you imagine if that was our policy? We're not going to check. We're just going to trust that that's your kid. That's going to be our policy. Hey, who are you screaming at? Who are you screaming at? She's not here. She went to work today. She's not here. I know, I miss her too. We're just going to have to learn to live without her for approximately 10 hours. You're going to be okay. Her routine's thrown off when Esme has to go in for work. Where the fuck is Esme? Why isn't she here? I asked Cinemarxism, I want you to give me a specific border policy for how to process people into the country without detaining them first. Like, how would you do that? And Cinemarxism told me, essentially, well, here's what you do. You don't get any, there's no agents, there's no Border Patrol agents, nobody with firearms and handcuffs, all that gone. Boom, gone, okay? Instead, we're going to have a bunch of lawyers line up horizontally in columns, and then everyone's going to line up in single file in these columned lines, and then the lawyer is just going to they're just going to like hand them documents one by one. So you don't even need to do the detention facilities. You just like, they just line up and and then you're in the country and that's it. When I say that that's what he said, I'm not kidding. It's not a joke. I'm not making that up. He said that. He said that shit. These people live in the abstract. Their minds just permanently live in the abstract. Because once they start getting into details, they say the most insane shit, man. And it's the same with these kinds of like TikTok people. Like these fucking online lefties say the dumbest shit, man. They just crumble when you demand specifics, and you should. That's my approach with them. You should demand specifics. Man, that is such a great way to put it. That's 100% accurate. Rain Wizard said they don't craft policy, they direct movies in their head. Unbelievably accurate. All right, so Trump. Okay, this looks like it's starting soon, guys. Apparently, Trump is going to be at this press briefing. Driznar, thank you so much for the gifted sub, buddy. Love you. Appreciate it. Guys, he said instead of CBP agents, send lawyers to the border, and then you just hand them documents. No thought whatsoever, none, to child trafficking. That's just fear mongering. Oh, are you demonizing immigrants? What do you think? Every immigrant that comes over is child trafficking? And then they do that shit. Oh, so do you agree with Trump that they're rapists and criminals? It's like, well, hang on a minute. Didn't say that. Didn't say that. Calcio reports just in. Greenland tells population to prepare for possible U.S. invasion. Well, that's kind of expected, right? What do you demand about ICE? That's a broad question. What do you mean? Like, what should Democrats in Congress demand? What do you mean? Guys, I purchased a second firearm. I decided on the small compact pistol that I wanted to purchase. Guess which one I went with. Just to be clear, this was always the plan. The hand cannon revolver that my dad got me, that's like hobby shooting. No one has guessed it yet. I did look at the Glocks. But this one, here, I'll give you a hint. This one was on $250 sale because the gun shops are clearing their inventory because there's a newer, better model coming out, slightly better model. No one's guessed it yet. Ooh, someone got close. Someone got close. You're close. You're close, ATX. You're close. So Smith & Wesson actually came out with a gun to directly compete with Glock, which is their M&P 2.0 compact, which got reviewed really well. People seem to really like this gun. And they're coming out with a newer model that's like optic ready, like attachment ready, right out the box, which is replacing this model. So this normally sold for, I think, like $550 or $600. And I got it for $400. So it was like a really good deal. So I'm excited. That's a different gun. It's a different kind of gun, obviously. So I'm gonna have to learn like a new kind of grip for that gun. But I'm getting better. I'm getting better, guys. I went to the range again this weekend, and like I'm just way more comfortable with this gun. It's gonna look kind of goofy, but listen, trust me, okay? Like compared to the first day at the range, like this is like the 6th or 7th time at the range. This was over the weekend. And I'm so much more comfortable. And before anybody says anything, wrapping your thumb so that it's actually on top of your dominant hand and kind of pressing into the webbing between your index finger and thumb, that is actually a thing for big bore revolvers. And the range master suggested that I try that grip with this gun, and son of a bitch, it kind of worked. But I'm getting way more comfortable with this gun. Look at it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Taming that anaconda. Aim's getting a little bit better too. Aim's getting a little bit better, which is exciting. Aim's getting a little bit better. No, you know what? I kept shooting just like slightly left of the target, slightly down, and I'm like, I just started to, it's kind of hard, man. Aiming a gun is kind of fucking hard, you guys. It's way, way harder than it looks. The trigger pull, it's so, you have to focus so much, at least when you're learning, on pulling the trigger without jerking the gun one way or another. That is the hardest part for me, is pulling the trigger while keeping the barrel completely straight and focused on the target. Because even just a slight deviation, and you're going to be off the mark, even like 10 yards away. That is like the hardest part for sure. What's the stuff they're handing out? I don't know. We'll find out. Find out. We'll find out. But when I went to the range yesterday, my shots were way better than day one. Way fucking better than day one. Way better, you guys. Which was like, That felt good. That shit was rewarding. I had like one, what do you call like round of shooting? Like, let's say your gun has 6 bullets in the cylinder and you fire 6 bullets. Like, what do you call that? Like one rotation or one round? Like one, I don't know what you call that. One cylinder, I guess, one single cylinder. I had one where the first shot I fired was fucking dead center, like right exactly where I wanted it to be. And then my next shot was like basically through that hole. I was like, oh, fuck. Oh my God, that felt good. And then the other 4 were like kind of all over the place, but I was like, oh. I uninstalled the old rear sight or the stock rear sight, and I installed my own like Wilson Combat rear sight. And that was like I felt like a fucking man, you know. I've got like a rubber hammer, and I didn't even know like there are these things called punches, and they're just like these things, and you use it to like punch out the little firing pin that's in there. I was like, this is the manliest I've ever felt in my life. I'm not gonna get I mean, I say that now, but I don't currently have plans to get an AR. But yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough. It's tough because the Anaconda is just like so fucking, it's just like, oh, you shoot that thing and it's like, you shoot a 9mm and it's like, oh yeah, okay. And you shoot a 44 fucking Magnum, you know, 240 grain. That shit is like really intense. And so what ends up happening is maybe, you know, you load up 6 bullets into this 6 rounds in the cylinder, and then you take the first 2 shots and you're relaxed and you're kind of doing all the fundamentals correctly. And then for the next like 4 shots, because you've now fired those 2 shots and it's really intense, your body kind of subconsciously starts to brace for the recoil, which is bad because you tense up and you're doing these kind of jerky movements instead of staying kind of like firm but also kind of relaxed is kind of ideal. But after a couple shots, your body just fucking tenses up. And also great news, 9mm ammo, as it turns out, way cheaper than 44 Magnum. Like 3 times cheaper. It's like $17 for a pack of 50 bullets. Meanwhile, 44 of the big boys are like $50 or $60. We're just waiting on Trump to arrive at this press conference, guys. I'm just talking shit until he gets here. Doing a little rant about guns. Some of you guys were like, just reload your own bullets. It's way cheaper. I was like, yeah, okay, I like that. And then I looked it up online. I looked up like YouTube videos of people reloading. You guys are out of your fucking minds if you think that would be a good idea for me to do that. You gotta buy there's like a whole fucking machine that you buy. And it's like a 7-step process. And you got to be so careful. Because if you do that shit poorly, fucking gun blows up in your hands. Only cheaper if you put up the massive cost to get the tools to reload. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. And apparently you can buy reloaded bullets from private vendors, but that seems kind of sketchy because you're sort of putting your life in their hands. And I mean, I guess if it's a vendor that has like a really good reputation, you know. Yeah, I don't know if I would just buy it from just a random vendor that didn't have like user reviews, or I'm sure there's some rules against it in Cali too. Nah, I mean, California regulates guns pretty heavily, but you can buy the materials to reload the bullets yourself at the gun store. You know, you can buy like the powder and the actual bullets, and yeah. There's also, I'm learning, it's useful to sign up to like gun clubs and stuff like that, or join the mailing list for local vendors. So apparently with ammo, like a big, and you guys that already have guns, tell me if this is what you do. But apparently what you do is you wait for like deals, and so like different stores will have like, for 1 week only, you know, 44 Magnum is 50% off or something like that. Apparently that's the move for the big bore ammunition. What is this press briefing about? Do we take Greenland? I don't know, but apparently Trump is going to show up at this press briefing. Which, that's a little scary. That's a little scary. Is the big bore enough for you to stick your thumb in? Not even close. You can't even stick your pinky. It's a big barrel, but not that big. Come on, be reasonable. I just buy in bulk online. You can do that in California as well, but I don't think buying in bulk for like 44 Magnum, honestly, I don't think it helps all that much. Bulk ammo purchases, 44 Magnum. Bulkammo.com. 44 Magnum. 500 rounds of 44 mag, 240 grain. 309. That's actually a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal. Fuck. Wait. How does this work for California? Because in California, you have to do a background check whenever you buy ammo too, which adds additional cost. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I'll make it up like a $15 fee. And then there's extra taxes in California. That's crazy. 500 rounds of 44 mag, 240 grain for 309. How do I buy this? Go out of state for your ammo. Easy. That's what I'm doing this weekend. I'm driving up to Nevada to visit my dad, and we're going to shoot this gun together and bond. We're going to bond as men bond. Firing giant revolvers together. What are the laws in terms of purchasing ammo in Nevada? What are those laws? Are you going to see the Melania movie? LOL. Maybe. I might watch it when it's on like Prime, just out of curiosity, but it's directed by Brett fucking Ratner. who there was a whole Me Too situation with him. Let's just say that. And then there was a whole Me Too situation with him, and then what's her name who played Wonder Woman in the DC, Gal Gadot? Brett Ratner, I think, was originally one of the producers on the second Wonder Woman film, and Gal Gadot was like, I am not doing the film if he is a producer. Kal-El, no. Kal-El, no. I think it's Gadot. I think it's Gadot. I don't think it's Godot. Did you watch Bone Temple? If you did, what did you think? I saw it Saturday. I gave it an 8. I would rank that movie a little bit higher. I would give that movie like a 9 or a 9.5. I really, really love that movie. I think I would put 28 Years Later, the first one, just slightly ahead of the Bone Temple, but not, it's close. Close. The 28 Years Later movies are good. Why are people hating? I don't know, but it's Alex Garland, right? That's what got me excited. When they announced 28 Years Later, Danny Boyle was announced to come back to direct, and Alex Garland was coming back to write the film, which 28 Days Later, I think might have been the first Alex Garland script that got adapted. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure. Or maybe it was The Beach. Might have been The Beach. But Alex Garland is one of my favorite writers. Just love his stuff. You guys should check out Devs. DEVS, Devs on Hulu, which was a limited series on FX that he wrote with Nick Offerman, and love Devs. Love Devs. Speaking about determinism versus what's the opposite of determinism? Speaking of, do we have free will? Such a fascinating show. That was such a like, imagine if the tech companies could build quantum computers that were capable of like predicting the future. What would that process look like? Like, what would the technology actually look like in the infant stages? Like, what would it actually like look like if a Zuckerberg, for example, explain quantum computing. Okay, so with traditional computing, there's binary code of ones and zeros. Okay, and with quantum computing, I have no idea. I actually have no idea. I've heard it explained like dozens of times, and I still don't really quite understand. And to be honest, I still don't really quite understand the entire concept of quantum mechanics. That shit is crazy to me. Qubits in a superposition. Okay, I can kind of understand what you mean when you say that. Kinda, but anyways, so like imagine if there was a tech company who pursued this technology and came up with a quantum computer, and they were able to not only predict, like, so there's like early stages of the technology, like they're able to predict like maybe 5 or 6 seconds into the future. And then like, what does that look like? When they put it on a screen, like, what does it look like? And you're like, whoa. But it's also the algorithm in this show is also able to recreate history. So like what would it look like if a quantum computer was showing you some kind of video of Jesus Christ on the crucifix and with audio. Such a good show, Devs, man. It's so good, and I just feel like no one talks about that show. I feel like no one talks about it, and it was like really well reviewed, and Devs on Rotten Tomatoes, 82% thermometer, 78% audience score. I would rate it higher. Personally, I would rate it higher. Personally, I would rate that higher. Imagine a qubit as a wild card in Uno, but as a bit, the qubit can be anything within the constraints of the bit, a 1, a 0, or both. How that works in practice, I have no idea. Okay. Slowly putting the pieces together. Hassan didn't say that he wanted to fight me, but he talked some shit about me on Friday. I wasn't going to break my weekend of rest to respond to him. He's just fucking so frustrating, this Hassan Piker guy. It's so fucking frustrating because he is so lazy. He's so lazy. And it's actually worse than that. It's not even that he's just lazy. It's like I'm starting to understand that what I'm calling laziness is actually malice. Like he's just so bad faith. It's just dishonesty. So he's lazy and dishonest. He will go out of his way to avoid understanding context in some kind of attack that he's doing against someone. If he thinks he can damage someone's credibility to his audience or whatever, he will go along with things without making any kind of effort. So anyways, Basket Case, who I think hangs out in my YouTube chat, this tweet caused a little bit of a ruckus last week. And then I jumped in that thread and called Hassan a dumb bitch. Not my best moment. I need to curse less, I think. I did not watch Carney's speech at Davos yet, but I do have it queued up, guys. We will get to that. But we're just waiting on Trump to arrive. Let me change the title here. Hold on. Trump does press briefing as Greenland looms large. I think that's a good way to put that. Okay. Basket Case, in response to this clip, which we will watch, says, Hassan also refused to endorse the candidate that would have prevented all of this. So I'm not sure why he thinks he has much of a moral high ground here. And this was the original clip.
You don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to?
Yes. The answer is yes, dumbass. And a big part of the yes is because you knew that was going to happen. Donald Trump campaigned on this and you endorsed him.
I actually think, there's some movement. Hold on. Press briefing might be starting soon.
So yeah, that is where we're at, and you endorsed them.
Okay, but did you do everything in your power? Did you use every bit of influence you have? And he's in terms of the people that have like an online presence, he's in the top 0.001% of people in terms of the kind of reach that he has. Did you do everything that you could possibly have done to prevent Donald Trump from winning? So I believe that this is a good criticism to levy at Rogan. I said the same thing. Fuck you, Rogan. The fuck did you think was going to happen? They handed out mass deportations now signs at the RNC. And you're surprised that they're stopping people that have brown or brown skin and are suspicious of people that speak with accents, and this surprises you? It took you off guard? Why? Were you paying attention? It's not like Trump. Listen, Trump is a big, all politicians do it to a certain degree or another, but Trump, especially so, is really big on repeating himself. He will repeat himself hundreds of times within a short span of time. And every time he spoke on the campaign trail in 2024, every time he said, we are going to deport everyone that is here illegally. Every time he spoke. What did you think that was going to look like, Rogan? What did you think this mass deportation was going to look like? Did you even pay attention to his words? So like Hassan's criticism in a vacuum is correct, I think. But if you're going to, he's kind of in the same camp. Obviously not as bad as Rogan, but like, I don't think you get to make this criticism of Rogan unless you yourself did everything in your power to stop Trump from winning. So I don't think he is positioned well at all to be the guy going after Rogan here.
It's not like he was hiding this. He kept saying it.
When I'm back in the White House, the very first reconciliation bill I will sign will be for a massive increase in Border Patrol and a colossal increase in the number of ICE deportation officers.
He kept saying
promises made, promises kept.
it over and over again. He kept saying, oh, we're going to do the Bracero program reversal, just like old administrations did. We're going to deport every Mexican. How the f do you pull that off logistically? Of course you're going to do papers, please, over and over again in American streets. You wanted it, Joe. Now that it's happening, it seems like you don't like it. But instead of recognizing that you have buyer's remorse, you still try to find like a wishy-washy both sides attitude here, somehow finding a way to blame this on the left. God damn, dude.
That's a problem on our city streets, right? Because you could also pretend to be an ICE agent. Right. So I saw this terrible.
Guys, we are still waiting for this press briefing to begin. Are we sure Donald Trump is showing up here? Because the Forbes headline or title of the stream doesn't say anything about Trump showing up. Who told you that? I saw a tweet about it. Someone tweeted about it. That Trump was going to be here. No, wait, hang on. Didn't somebody in chat say that? I don't think it was just like some person on the internet. I guess, well, maybe. Press secretary said there's a special guest coming to the podium with her. CNBC article says it. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't just like some guy. There was like a tweet from an official source that said Trump was showing up. The camera operators. Wait, never mind. Yeah, I don't know. It's taken a long time to start this press briefing for some reason.
Story about this family that was killed where these guys pretended to be a UPS driver and they showed up and they made their way into the house and killed people because they were dressed up as a UPS driver. If you could pretend to be a UPS driver, for sure you could pretend to be an ICE agent.
We already had somebody who pretended to be law enforcement. When was it? A year ago? A year and a half ago? Murdered lawmakers in Minnesota. Or a lawmaker and her wife shot another lawmaker.
Especially since they're completely anonymous. So think about how many people can get arrested or robbed or by criminals.
Wow. What? Wow, Joe, he's figuring it out. Now he's realizing why it's bad to have public servants that are in plain clothes.
What gives Hassan the right to be this smug? Sometimes it's okay to be smug. Sometimes the situation calls for it. What gives Hassan specifically the right to be so smug about this? Drives me insane. Drives me insane. You're personally so much better than, or your personality is so much better than his. You should have way more regular viewers. Well, wait a second. I mean, thank you. Thank you. I have to say, I do get a little bit defensive when I hear that. Between Twitch and YouTube right now, there's 1,041 people watching the stream. Normally, there are anywhere between like 800 and 1,300 people watching the stream. I don't know. Listen, I'm just saying, and I don't like to toot my own horn that much. I do. Just kidding, I do. But for somebody that's been doing this for 17 years, which is pretty insane to stay out loud, that's kind of hard. That's kind of hard. And especially for someone who started in one niche and then switched to an entirely different niche, that's like even harder. So I think I'm fucking crushing it right now, personally. That's how I feel about it. First of all, I feel really good about the work that I'm doing. I like this job. I fucking like it, man. I fucking like this job. Chilled. What's up, buddy? How you doing? And there's times where you don't love the job. Not to sound ungrateful, but there's times that I have not loved the job. There's times where I've woken up where I'm like, I can't do this today. I'm just not in the right headspace. There's times you wake up, you don't want to go live. But these days, I fucking like this job. That's the other thing too. I'm so glad you said that basket case. Because with Hassan fans, you kind of get used to a regular rotation of like I can already tell them exactly the criticisms that they're gonna throw my way every time I criticize Hassan. You know what, guys? What he's actually done is kind of brilliant. I have to hand it to him. I'm not even joking. It's kind of brilliant what he did with his audience, because he has trained them, and I think consciously so. He has trained them. I think that Hassan has crippling insecurity. I think that Hassan desperately wants to be seen as intellectual / political peers with people in positions of prominence. And I think that he trains his audience to try to discredit the people that criticize him. One might compare it to shot caller training on a dog, for example. He has trained his audience. And so if he feels like people have made him vulnerable in some kind of way, he will, that's his whole thing, is like he kind of rarely engages in the substance of what you're actually talking about, and then instead he deflects to things that have nothing to do with the argument. So a typical thing that you'll hear from Hassan fans is like bald jokes, for example. That's one. And it's like, dude, there are like a dozen videos of him talking about being really insecure about his own male pattern baldness. There's like a dozen videos of him talking about it. And, you know, I did something about it. I took action. I intervened. I do treatments. Like he's very openly insecure about balding. And so that's kind of funny for him to be like, this bald motherfucker. It's like, bro, this is just very textbook projection. That's like the definition of projection here. But then there's other stuff too, like Destiny Orbiter. Like he'll do like guilt by association thing. It's the Destiny Orbiter. He'll also do the whole, he does, there's got to be a is it the Hitler fallacy? Hitler drank water, therefore water is bad. I think it's literally called the Hitler fallacy. He'll do that with Asmongold. Oh, I guess, you know, I guess Hutch agree. I mean, he doesn't talk about me very often, to be clear, but like, oh, isn't it kind of funny that you seem to be agreeing with Asmongold? What does that say about you, that you side with the fascists? It's like, well, what did Asmongold say? What if Asmongold said something that was correct? Like, does that mean I reject that because it's Asmongold? And then there's also like the grievance Olympics. He'll kind of weaponize his own Muslim upbringing when he feels like it's valuable. You know, so it'll be like Islamophobia, even though he's not. I think there's also clips of him talking about not being a practicing Muslim, and he'll be white when it, you know, he'll refer to himself as white in some situations when that benefits him, and he'll refer to himself as brown in other situations when he thinks that would help to deflect some criticism. Or it's like you're jealous. That's another big one. You're just jealous because he has a bigger audience than you. And you're still trying to cling to relevance because your career is over. And you're just jealous that he's bigger than you. If you were so correct with your opinions, why isn't your audience as big as Hassan's? And it's like, okay, I guess that means Asmongold is more correct than Hassan, right? That's what that means, right? Right? If you're going to say, well, you know, these takes, these are the reasons that he pulls 30K when you're pulling whatever you're pulling. It's like, okay, well, I guess Asmongold is more correct than Hassan, right? That's what that means, right? Or they'll do the if it's not jealousy for like audience size, it's like you're jealous because of his good looks. Or what are some of the other ones? Oh, well, the only reason you're attacking him is because you stan Israel. Oh, isn't it kind of interesting that you're attacking a lot of pro-Palestine content creators? There's like 10 deflections that Hassan fans do, and he has literally trained them to do it. And at this point, I am so convinced that it was conscious. He consciously trained them to do this. And then he knows that he has his army of idiots that will flood social media with these completely irrelevant deflections that are totally meaningless. They don't, and they never, ever, ever like engaging in the substance of what you say, because when they do, it just becomes so clear that they're so out of their depth. And they have no fucking idea what they're even talking about. Apparently it's starting soon. Here.
Wow, that's a big crowd. It's a lot of people. I think it's like a record. So these are accomplishments. We have a lot of accomplishments. And as you know, this is the anniversary, first anniversary, January 20th. And it's been an amazing period of time. We have a book that I'm not going to read to you, but these are the accomplishments of what we've produced. All page after page after page, individual things. I could stand here and read it for a week and we wouldn't be finished.
Oh my God.
But we've done more than any other administration has done by far in terms of military, in terms of ending wars, in terms of completing wars. Nobody's really seen very much like it. I think it's appropriate that because Minnesota is so much in the fray, and I say to my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people. And these are just some of the more recent ones that we have. And I can show you some of the people, vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people?
So it has been reported that Trump, and this is so fucking predictable, by the way, that Trump is frustrated because he feels like his administration are not, and Republicans are not doing a good enough job, like talking about his accomplishments. And so, you know, this is like a Thanos in the post-credit scene of Avengers 1. He's like, I guess I'll just have to do it myself.
Biden wouldn't do this.
Devoff, relax. I could mute for 2 minutes and you wouldn't miss a thing.
All of the things that all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this.
Man, he has slowed down, you guys. Wow.
Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that
he has
in many
really
cases, they're murderers, they're drug
slowed
lords,
the fuck down.
Drug dealers, they're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers, they're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane.
Mentally insane.
These are just in Minnesota.
I thought
California,
maybe they were physically
it's worse.
insane.
In other states, it's worse. No, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible.
This backs up
And
your
the problem
claim
is
about them
because
not
of
talking about their work.
The agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that
He posted, the Department of Homeland Security and ICE must start talking about the murderers and other criminals that they are capturing and taking out of the system. They are saving innocent lives. There are thousands of vicious animals in Minnesota alone, which is why the crime stats are nationwide, the best ever recorded. Show the numbers, names, and faces of the yada yada. Yeah, so that's where he's at. He obviously knows that he's in trouble.
And they get them money
with the midterms.
And they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes, and they come from here.
It's nonsense. He obviously knows that he's in trouble with the midterms. He's talked about it very openly that he's in trouble with the midterms, and he thinks that he feels confident that if he gets up there and if he talks about it, then people will start to see. And the truth is that this oftentimes for him just ends up backfiring. Like the more people see of him, the less they like him. That's what happened during COVID. He decided he was going to fucking stand up there and be in every single press briefing during the COVID stuff.
We just took out, that's what, these are all what ICE is doing.
It's guys, who cares if I fucking mute while he's doing this stuff? And so I think that's what his instinct is going to be now, is to like, well, I just got to do it myself. And he's just going to end up fucking himself in the ass.
I'm going through this because I think we have
Wait a minute,
plenty
I'm
of time.
talking now.
I'm going to.
He sounds He sounds.
Does that sound familiar?
So sleepy. He sounds so sleepy. What is going on?
In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems, but they don't have this problem. Look. Kill somebody. Look, and these are rough people. These are not. This was all allowed into our country.
He is slowing down. Base with the primer. Wanderberg with $5. I give him a year before he starts McConnell staring. Trump?
The world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners.
Swanee with $5. I was going to make a joke about Hassan shot caller training his dog, but you beat me to it. Take the $5 anyways. Cheers. Thank you so much. Panic. Don't panic.
I'm loving Venezuela.
He's still doing the whole thing. Panic, don't panic with $5. I gotta say, I can't really understand your Republican apologia. They invited multiple fascists into their bar, and now it's on us to forgive them because they just served the drinks or like the way they dress. Nah, man, they need to be accountable. Republican voters? We can dive into that discussion. I mean,
president and all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been.
He's still on the immigration stuff. Tim the Blair with Tier 1, I don't want to fight you. Cheers. Mets with 3 months. Is it Insurrection Act announcement time or invasion of Greenland time? It looks like it's just him talking about their accomplishments on a year on the year anniversary. I doubt this is heading to like we're gonna invade Greenland or I'm invoking the Insurrection Act. I think this would have a very different tone if that's what this was about, but I could be wrong. Occasional Doomer with $2. Supreme Court refused to rule on Trump tariffs. We saw that, yeah. And then Driznar with the gifted sub. Appreciate it, buddy.
And we've had some bad ones too. I can tell you what you have to do.
Like he's just this meandering old man. Like the optics of him one by one holding up like 3 dozen pictures just makes him look like a doddering old man. Maybe show, you got to keep it lean. You got to keep it lean and tight, you know? Pick the 3 like worst of the worst and then spend all the time on that. Just doing one by one for like 3 dozen pictures. It's giving the kind of vibes where it's like, okay, grandpa, let's get you off to time to go take a nap. Look
so
at this.
This is what the people are trying to protect.
Hey, what are you doing over there?
Because all ICE wants to do is get them out of our country, bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots, and they have to be abused by guys like Don Lemon, who's a loser, lightweight. I saw him the way he walked in that church. It was terrible. I have such respect for that pastor. He was so calm.
I don't even know anything about that Don Lemon thing. Apparently, he walked into a church, which.
Look at it, 24 convictions.
The optics of that are not great. Like maybe don't go into the church, right?
They're not charges. These are convictions. So he comes from outside the country. Do you think he's going to be good here? He's convicted 24 times. He's going to be good here, right? It doesn't work that way. He's a man murderer. One of many. One of many. All they want to do is get him out. They want to take him out of our country.
Is there video of the church storming?
Met with
Does anyone have that video?
Agitators and insurrectionists, troublemakers. They're paid. You know, when the woman was shot, I felt terribly about that. And I understand both sides of it. But when she was shot, there was another woman that was screaming shame, 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 right? You saw it. So loud. She was like a professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional. She wasn't a woman that was hurt, like, oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's shame, shame. She's screaming shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional. These are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly.
Dare I say, guys, he sounds like Biden. He sounds like Biden. He sounds old. Obviously not in the substance of what he's saying, but in terms of the delivery, this is like Biden, right? Listen to him.
We had over 3,000 in the last fairly short while. Just in Minnesota. What's the number, Carol? 10,000.
10,000 criminals arrested in Minnesota alone.
10,000 criminals. And these are serious criminals. Now, how can a place with 10,000 criminals, how can you have a state? And yet they're fighting us. Yeah, I like that guy. He keeps nodding to me. You agree with me, I guess. I like him. I don't know who he is, but I like him. He keeps nodding. He says, you're right. He's obviously a little on the right side.
There you go. This guy on Twitter agrees with me.
Look. These are rough ones. So this, we just took this off a stack. We have many stacks like this.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
I could go 30 times.
Boy, is he...
what I'm showing you now.
Boy, oh boy, is he slipping.
Relations with Hezbollah, that's nice. Why do we allow them in our country? I'm just looking at these.
I am physically uncomfortable. I am physically uncomfortable listening to this man right now.
Murdered. So what ICE does, and Border Patrol is incredible too. I mean, Paul Perez and that group is incredible. Mostly Hispanic, by the way. They're like 60% Hispanic. You know,
Guys.
we talk about Hispanic. They're mostly Hispanic, right? And they're unbelievable people. And then they say, oh, we discriminate against. I love Hispanic. They are unbelievable. Entrepreneurial. They have everything. I did great. I did the highest. Nobody ever got numbers like I got from the standpoint of being a Republican. But even if you look at Texas, I won the entire border along Texas, between Texas and Mexico. It never happened before. Nobody's ever done that before. I did it. As a Republican, I did it. I love the Hispanic. And they accuse us of all sorts of things.
I love the
60% of the
Hispanics.
people we're talking about, they're the best people we have, and they're Hispanic. The Border Patrol is largely Hispanic. ICE is largely Hispanic. They're unbelievable people. I don't know how they can take the abuse. They're taking rough people like this, like all.
There's like a meme in my mind where it's like me after having interracial sex with my wife, and then the meme's like, I love the Hispanics.
100. And this is just.
There's like a joke.
They have
There's like a jokey thing that I could send as me. There's like a template for that in here.
And we jeopardize their case. When we send them back, and we coordinate.
Me when we were in that bathtub together at that one Airbnb, and the caption is, I love Hispanics. That's funny. I gotta do that. Hold on. I gotta do that.
It's a rigged election.
gonna do that.
Everybody knows that now. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught them. So I just want you to know that it's.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that.
It's a terrible thing. Here's the book on accomplishments, and this is something. Ooh, I'm glad my finger wasn't in.
Oh God, guys, there's no way he's gonna read that entire big binder, is there? There's no way, right?
Nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was a nasty. I think somebody did that.
I can't. Joe with 15 shekels. Even though I don't necessarily agree with you, you are a rare, hopeful voice in the sane left. Too much destiny is blackpilling. Anti-Trump Israeli, by the way. Gotcha. Thank you, buddy.
These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all. Each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before.
Oh my God.
And it's big stuff too. Look, we have the hottest country in the world. So, I will read you a few.
I genuinely think that he is not well. I am biased, so I'm compromised. I don't think he's like well today. I don't think he's sleeping a lot. I don't think he's getting enough sleep. is where my mind goes to right away. Is I don't think maybe he could get away with getting like 3 or 4 hours of sleep, and that's just the way he operated. But once you fucking turn north of 80, I don't think you can get away with doing that anymore.
Thousands of businesses right now that are being built. Many of the biggest factories in the world are being built right in our country. They're not going to other countries. They're leaving other countries. Fourth quarter GDP is on track to pass perhaps much more than 5% growth, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown. They shut down our country, and we had 5%. Nobody in this room has ever heard about 5%. I think it could be 20% if we do it right. If we don't, every time we have good numbers, they raise interest rates.
Did he say he thinks they can get a 20% GDP? Is that what he said?
Interest rates, so they wouldn't do anything. Here they try and kill it. They always try and kill success. Over the last 20, 25 years, that's the way. In the old days, if you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. Today, if you have good numbers, the market goes down. But by the way, we've had the best stock market in history, the best 401ks in history, and we inherited a mess. The numbers that we inherited were way up, and now we brought them, almost all of them, way down. We brought them way down. I mean, I'm not getting, maybe I have the bad public relations people, but we're not getting it across. We inherited high numbers, and we brought them way down. And look at gasoline. They have places in the country now, $1.99 a gallon. $1.99, $2.30, $2.50. I guess the average now they're saying is $2.31. I mean, he was at $4.50 and $5 for periods of time. And he went back to the Trump formula, but he didn't do it properly, and he really went back to parts of it because you would have had $8 gasoline if they didn't. But he didn't do it properly. He had people that didn't know what they were doing. Core inflation for the last 3 months is 1.6%. 1.6. Their core inflation was so.
Our average cost of gas right now is about $278.5.
$3,000. Think of that, $3,000. That's a year. In 12 months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000 and $3,000 and even.
Did he just say Trump real incomes? Did he just say that?
Market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of
Trump incomes?
Actually, the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52.
Did he just fucking say that?
That means 401k, the 11 months. It's a tremendous difference. Stock market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52 all-time record high. He didn't do it properly. He had people that didn't know what they were doing. Core inflation for the last 3 months is 1.6%. 1.6. Their core inflation was so high that nobody could even calculate it. Under Biden, real incomes declined $3,000. Think of that, $3,000. That's a year. In 12 months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000.
He did.
During the course of 12 months, and I think it's probably.
He meant to say under Trump, but he said Trump real incomes. West Elm Caleb with 7 months. What's up, buddy? Thank you.
Lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. They would have had another 1.2 million. We would have had, welfare would have gone up, and instead of investing 18 trillion.
Imagine bragging about kicking people off of food stamps.
Trillion and having thousands of plants being built all over the country. You would have had thousands of plants closing all over the country. And you would have had disinvestment, and you would have had welfare going way up. You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? It was at $7 billion, and it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration, they had no clue. Or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue.
To me, this appearance is maybe not quite as jarring or I don't know what the word is, concerning as Biden's debate appearance, because that was pretty uniquely extreme. But it's kind of getting there. Like, this is in the neighborhood of that. He's obviously very tired. This press briefing started like an hour late, and he comes in sounding
many others,
half asleep, kind of mumbling, these long kind of pauses, like a low volume to his voice.
Said they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars. Tariffs did it. I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than what a license could be. But think of it. You're allowed to do a license, and then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary was tariffs. I don't know where there's a case even there, but we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, and if we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back. I don't know how that's going to be done very easily without hurting a lot of people. But we're waiting for that case anxiously, and we have tremendous national security because of tariffs and tremendous income. You know, we have, and by the way, no inflation. So everyone said, oh, tariffs will cause inflation. We have no inflation. We have very little inflation. Biden had inflation, and he didn't do tariffs. We had a huge problem. We have a 62% reduction in our trade deficit. So if you had a 1% reduction, a normal president would have a 1%, 2% reduction. Everybody would be high-fiving. At a 62% reduction, next year we won't have a trade deficit. We secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much. To me, I think this might be the biggest thing of all. We get zero talk about it. The New York Times had a story way in the back of the paper, a little story about it. I think it's the biggest thing there is when you talk about health care. Drug prices will go down more than ever before for any country, because we were priced at such a level that we were subsidizing the entire world, big place the world. We were paying 10, 12, 13 times more than other countries. 13 times more, not 13%, 13 times more. A pill that was selling in London for $10 would sell in New York for $130. That's 13 times. More than that even. But we secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much as 300, 400, 500, and even 600%, including with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, Gilead Sciences, EMD, Serenio, and many others. If you look at some of the prices that are coming down, where a price would come down $1,300 coming down to $87. Think of it. So something that was costing $1,300 is now costing $87. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it. That's why I do this. I don't like to do this, to be honest with you. But I do it because got to get the word out. We signed one big, beautiful bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill, delivering the largest tax cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on social.
When did he do the change up? When did it become the Great Beautiful Bill? That's new.
Deductible for U.S.-built automobiles only. So if
is he trying to do some rebranding or something? Like, what are you?
United States. We're not doing it for Germany and Canada and different places. We're doing it only if it's built here. We want them to be built here. A lot of the Canadian auto plants are closing and they're moving into the United States.
The GBBB?
Same thing with Mexico, same thing with Germany, and same thing with Japan and other countries. They're moving into the United States because of tariffs. Because they don't want to pay the tariffs. It's too much. They can't pay the tariffs. So they're coming here. Nothing different than what other smart countries did. But it works better for us under my leadership. It's not done properly, but it's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built.
It's not being done properly, but it's being done properly.
That's in America. It's nothing different than what other smart countries did, but it works better for us under my leadership. It's not done properly, but it's done properly. We have men up. You're not going to see anything like it probably ever again.
What is happening right now?
We slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in a single year. Think of that, 27. You know, you could do it 2%, 1%, 0.5%, 27%. And that's with all of the things we have to do, all of the people we have to put on the payroll to get rid of people that are murderers. Again, when you see people in Minnesota that are murderers, these people are fighting to keep them there. And I say to Christie and to Tom Homan, the great people, they're working so hard. Look at the border. The border is now secure. First time, you know, Biden said you couldn't do it. You need legislation. I had no legislation. I said close the border. Within 1 month, we had almost nobody coming in. Now for the last 8 months, nobody came into our country illegally. And I find that hard to believe because you'd think somebody, because it used to be millions of people just poured into our country. And the people that do that are Democrat sort of aligned. So, I mean, they're not doing me any favors. We had nobody come in. We have a very strong border. We have very few people coming up. They're not going to make the trek because they know they probably won't be coming in. So it's not as hard as you think. But I didn't have to go back. Remember, they said, we need legislation to close the border. They had millions of people coming in a month. We have nobody coming in, and we're getting the murderers out. Murderers, people from prisons and jails. Many countries opened up their prisons and dropped them into the United States. Those are the people we're getting out. And we have a lot of heart. And I said, you got to lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms, and they're working in luncheonettes and hotels.
The farmer's exception.
And we're not looking, we're looking to get the criminals out right now, the criminals. And I think it's very important. I mean, every once in a while you see a story, we take somebody. He should be out because they came in illegally. So in theory, they should be, but we're focused on the murder.
I don't know. He gets graded on the bell curve a lot, but it wouldn't shock me if the next 24 hours we saw a lot of media coverage about how kind of sleepy and slow he sounds in this press conference. Like I think this is probably the worst that I've ever heard him sound.
They're empty now, but they're filling up because we're bringing them all back. We know where they came from.
Is this the thing about the church? What happened in the church?
Under Biden, they wouldn't say. They had so little respect that they'd bring them there. They wouldn't take them. They said, get the hell out of here. They would be bringing a plane in to land in the country, and they'd put 5 planes.
Renee Good! Renee Good! Renee Good! Renee Good! Renee Good! Latino community.
What is the context of this church?
I'm not going to comment. You have no come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit?
I don't understand. What is the guy? How is the priest connected politically? Oh, the pastor is an ICE agent? Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
So
I don't know. Personally, for me, optically, I don't think that's smart. I don't think that's smart. Even if he's an ICE agent, I don't think going into a church, like, I don't know. He's the regional director for ICE. I understand that. Actually, I mean, I don't. You guys are just telling me now, but the optics of going into a church are not great at all. At all.
And that doesn't include the last month where we had our best month.
Was that during? Well, I guess it depends. Was that during a mass? Was it during a mass?
And so we had essentially no inflation.
Again, it's my own experience. I was raised in a church, and a church was always like a fucking like sacred space, even if you don't believe in religion, you know, or God or any of that.
Did that with November 5th, great election. We secured historic trade deals to reduce barriers on U.S. exports with countries covering 40%.
Maybe Tallarico. Maybe that's what he meant when he said we need to start flipping some tables. I love that religious little twink. A beautiful man.
Said, oh, we're not an exporting. All we do is buy. If you keep buying, you're not going to have a country for very long. So we increased exports by more than $150 billion. Investment in American factories is up 41%. That's
just ask yourself, how would you feel if you saw footage of people storming a mosque, a Jewish mosque, or a Muslim mosque? Like, how would that land for you? I don't know. I think that like optically, it's bad. It's not good. It's not a good look. You're going to look like fucking lunatics for going into a church. I just don't think that that's smart.
tremendous numbers of people off the federal payroll.
Or synagogue. Whoops. Jesus Christ. Maybe I'm sleepy. I think I'm sleepy.
So we cut. Now, if you want to see some good numbers, I'll hire 1 million people. We cut millions of people off the federal payroll.
No one is protesting in a mosque or synagogue because of religious reasons. No, I understand that. I understand that they're not going there to like protest Christianity. But I just think that inside of religious buildings, I don't know. This is just that's just like my instinctual reaction. I could change my mind.
Another million. They load it up and it says
this ranting. I could change my mind. I'm not like married to that. I'm just saying just seeing the image of that immediately, I was like, oh, I don't know. I don't know about that.
And sometimes they have to be forced to do that because, you know, it's like they want to stay where they are. They don't know. And then all of a sudden they end up, we have many cases, Caroline, where people were devastated. They hated Trump. I got caught from my very boring federal job where they had, again, sometimes 10 people to do one job. And they were very upset. And now they ended up with a job where they get paid 3 times more money. They're ending up buying houses. It's like crazy. So they went from not liking me to liking me a lot because it's hard to get. We need people.
Oh,
it's
man,
one of the reasons.
I want to.
When you have good people on the farm or good people.
I fucking called this, by the way. I just want to say, I called this, not exactly a terribly difficult thing to predict, but as Trump ages, it will become more and more clear that he's aging. And he is so like the opposite of Biden in this respect, in that he cannot resist the lure of the camera. He craves attention so much that as he is diminishing, it's going to be impossible to persuade him to step the fuck away from the cameras. And so I think he might even be inclined to do even more pressers because he won't psychologically be able to accept that he is diminishing. And so he'll be pissed that maybe he has advisors that are like, sir, I don't think this is a good idea. Maybe you should get more sleep. I think those kinds of things are more likely to like motivate him to speak instead of taking their advice. And so we're all going to get this like ticket to the show of him very obviously diminishing, like day by day.
The worst border in history and turned it into the strongest border in history.
He just sounds like rough.
To the lowest level ever recorded, down 99.999%. That means down 100%.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. They're going to martyr him. That's how they're going to cope with it. They're going to martyr him. Well, if the left wasn't trying to destroy him every day, maybe he would have more energy to fight. They did this to him. They're wearing him down. Like, I guarantee you that's what they're going to say. Yes, you're right. 100%.
Unless they came in legally. We have a big process for having people come in legally, by the way. A lot of people are coming in legally.
Yes, it's brilliant.
They love our country.
You're right.
They have to prove that they're not going to need welfare. A lot of things they have to prove. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration. because we're getting all of these illegal people out. People that came in illegally, in many cases they're criminals in many, many cases. Remember when they used to say that
is remigration and reverse migration the same thing? Remigration is like explicit Nazi shit, by the way.
they make our Hell's Angels.
It's white nationalists talk about remigration in the sense of, you know, sending people back to the country of their grandparents, you know. I don't know if that's what he's talking about specifically here, but
Believe it or not. But they make our criminals look like babies. These are some of the most vicious people anywhere in the world. They came from the Congo. The prisons, I know the Congo because I ended the war with the Congo and Rwanda. Tough group, very tough group. They came from prisons in the Congo. Some of the toughest, meanest people you'll ever meet. Thank you very much. They allowed them to come into America. These are tough people. Before my election, 100% of net job creation was going to foreign migrants. Since my inauguration, 100%.
Swanee Bear with $10. Optically, it's not smart, and I don't agree with it. McMahon, if I don't understand the temptation, Khan's been bringing the church into politics. Almost seems fair game to bring politics into the church. No, I agree. I agree. On paper, it is fair game, in my opinion. I agree. But someone in chat pointed it out, and it's what I was thinking. How many people, how many normies do you think are going to make the effort to understand the context of why people were protesting the fact that this priest was a ICE director? I'm going to say very low. Like that number is going to be very low. And so they're not going to have that context. And so all they're going to see is a bunch of screaming left-wing people going into a church, which looks unhinged and deranged. That's why I said optically, don't. Yeah. How is that believable? 100% of job creation went to migrants. I don't know. They've been saying that for months. I don't know where they get these numbers.
Easy. But we've taken out almost 100% of the drugs coming in by water. Now we're going to be very shortly starting drugs coming in by land. We know exactly where they're coming from. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, savage criminals, and others. We removed them from our country. They're out. They're gone. In some cases, they're so dangerous that we put them in jail because we don't want to give them to their country. Their country doesn't do anything, and they end up coming back. We have some that they're so bad that we don't want to really release them. We want to put them in a jail where we know they're proper.
Chilled, I got a new pistol. You're strapped, aren't you? What kind of gun you got, Chilled? What kind of gun you got? What kind of model? What kind of internal spring system you got in the large bore caliber barrel hammer lock? What kind of...
Why wouldn't you want them removed?
What are the specs on that? How do you talk gun? I'm going to learn the language, okay?
This work.
I'm going to learn. You just watch.
They're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, you know, they're dealing with rough people.
What kind of grain caliber you working with over there with your model? What kind
Terribly. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who was had the tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents and her father in particular I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump. And, you know, it's terrible. I was told that.
Not important.
By a lot of people. They said, oh, he loves you. He was I hope.
Not important.
He still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation.
Not
but
relevant.
Her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans. It's so sad. It just happens. It's terrible.
Smith & Wesson 357.
Refugee admissions
and
to
a
the
Sig
United
Sauer,
States,
9mm.
from Somalia, which is a terrible, terrible.
Do you have the SIGs that were like firing bullets if you tap the top of the gun?
Because they get the same treatment as the drug boats. So when Somalia,
okay, that's
Somalians,
good.
you know
Well, that's
what they're
good.
good at. That's about the only thing they're good at.
That seems like a little bit of a flaw in design.
pirating ships at sea, big ships. So you have a huge oil tanker with millions of gallons, millions of barrels of oil. And if it gets hit by a big weapon, the whole thing blows up. And they don't want to fight, because if they do, they're told by their insurance.
When you rack a semi-auto pistol, when you pull the fucking, what's it called? When you pull that back, is it bad for the gun to just go like and have it go whoo, slide? Or is it better to like gently? Because I was watching some old school gun YouTuber guy last. Are you guys familiar with the Hickok? He's like this fucking 6'8" retired cop, 75-year-old guy that just shoots a bunch of shit with guns, and I just fucking really like his videos.
We hit them the same way we hit the people with the drugs in their boat.
He was saying don't. He's saying he didn't like to. He didn't like to do that, but maybe that's because he's old as fuck, and the older models, it would break them if they did that, and they're sturdier now. Is that what's going on? But yeah, is it bad to just like let it just boom, bing, bong, boom?
Omar, she comes from Somalia.
I just can't with this guy.
Country, probably the worst country. They say it's the worst country in the world. If it's a country, I don't even think it's a country. There's no organization, no anything. They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. They just have people running around killing each other and trying to pirate ships.
I don't even think Somalia is even a country. Like, I don't even.
Then she wants to tell us how to run our country. The Constitution
Our
says
country.
that I am
She's a
entitled to
citizen.
this. I can't
She's
stand
a United States citizen.
Terminated all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens and kicked.
Even more than 2016, it seems like the Republicans got together in some secret meeting where they were deciding their strategy moving forward. And it seems like somebody stood up and was just like, what if we brought back like explicit racism? Not even dog whistles. Not even like crime statistics and, you know, using words like culture. What if we just brought back just explicit racism, just unambiguous racism? And then one person started clapping slowly. And then everyone starts looking around at each other. And they all just get all fired up and it's like, let's do that. Let's just do like explicit racism.
Let's take this guy out. Let's put a new fighter in the ring with him. That's what happened to me. I was doing great with Biden. The whole campaign was against Biden. All the money was spent against Biden. And all of a sudden I got Kamala. Everyone said, who the hell is she? But that didn't work out too well for them. But never happened before. We are about lots of firsts. Designated English as the official language of the United States of America. We did that very powerfully. And while we're at it, we also took the Gulf of Mexico, and now it's the Gulf of America. Because we have 92% of the shoreline.
The Gulf of Mexico? Is that what he just said?
Gulf of Mexico is the official language of the United States of America. We did that very powerfully. And while we're at it, we also took the Gulf of Mexico, and now it's the Gulf of America. Because we'd always Gulf of Mexico, but I thought that I would be. My people work so hard. Sir, I don't think it'll look too good.
What?
I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it'll be hotter than ever, I said. No, but I decided not to do that. I'm joking, you know, when I say that. I was not going to call it the Gulf of Trump. Because tomorrow it'll be, Trump wanted to call it the Gulf of Trump, but he was rebuffed by his people. My people don't rebuff me too much. The Gulf of Trump, that does have a good ring, though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late.
We haven't even gotten to the questions yet, guys. We're like 45 minutes into this thing.
On Venezuela, the attack on the Iran nuclear capability wiped it out. I mean, first administration.
Just to be clear, I 100%, if he wants to do this every day, going into the midterms, by all means, 1,000% support. Do it. Yes. No way he takes questions? No, he will. 100%.
It was meant for the children of...
He's arrogant. Don't you understand? He's arrogant. He thinks he's fucking crushing it up there. In his mind, he's fucking crushing it up there. And he thinks that he's gonna, like, you know, make the journalists look like idiots or whatever.
They have a child, the American citizen, they get all the benefits. It had nothing to do with that. That was for the children of slaves. And I hope the Supreme Court so rules. Designated fentanyl as a weapon
yawning?
of
Is that
mass
what's happening here?
destruction. It is. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people this year. 300,000 people. That's like filling up one of those big football stadiums 5 times.
She does look concerned.
It's not even
You guys can't
believable.
really see her face, but
I mean, you could be in a war and you wouldn't lose that many people. So we designated fentanyl.
I don't think
a
she
weapon of
looks
mass
great.
destruction. Conducted numerous
I think she's a
successful
little
military
stressed, but I
strikes
could be
against
wrong.
narco-terrorists operating in our hemisphere, including the water strikes. Drugs brought in by ocean. So I told you that we're down by, I mean, close to 100%. It's hard to get somebody to pilot those boats. Very hard. They have to be people that don't watch television, don't read the news. And we just blew up their facility. They had a docking facility where the drugs were stored. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're getting along fantastically with the leadership in Venezuela, so we wouldn't have to do that. This was done before the attack. But we captured and brought to justice the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who, through drugs, killed millions of people in our country. Tremendous drug dealer. Also sent millions of people into our country, including Tren de Aragua, the worst gang. They say it's the worst gang in the world. They took over parts of Colorado. They just take the apartment building. They just took it away. Just took it away like we're here. They cut the hand off one man because he called the police. Who called the police? I did. You took my apartment from me. Boom, no hand. This is what they sent us. Restoring law and order, new category. D.C. and Memphis, federal task forces deployed massive numbers of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard to restore safety. Crime down in D.C. is almost down to nothing. D.C. was a very, very dangerous place, and I think you probably know better than I do. I have a lot of people in the media thanked me for that, but some of them found it hard to thank me. But, you know, D.C. is now, look how beautiful. D.C. is now, you can walk right from here to a restaurant, right through the center of town. You can be with your child, with your loved one, with your lover. Your lover's not going to be killed anymore, so you can act like a real lover.
What the fuck?
But you can walk right through the middle of the town, and D.C. is beautiful again too. You notice we took all the fences down, almost all. The rest are coming down. We got the graffiti all off. National Guard's been amazing. You know, we didn't tell them to do that. That's not their job description. But they were picking up garbage and everything. They were great. And I don't know. To me, a town, it looks better when you have military people. These are big, strong guys, are bad guys. Look at them and they say, we're not going to mess around. But what they don't know is that we took over 2,000 people out, permanently out of D.C. These were career criminals. But I feel much better seeing those people there. I went in a couple of times and had dinner in D.C. I walked right down the middle of the street. I felt very safe. A year ago, I couldn't have done that. I would have been crazy to have done that. Secret Service wouldn't let me do it. They weren't thrilled anyway, I will tell you. It wasn't like they were thrilled, but we did it, and it was great. But D.C. is a great thing, and we have virtually no crime in D.C. anymore. And before we did this move, it was we could do the same thing with Chicago. You know, we brought Chicago down 25%, even though we just had a minimal crew there. We brought Wisconsin down. We brought Minnesota down, way down, even though everything's a fight, you know, because they want to keep those people that are lying on the floor. They want to keep those people in Minnesota, but they really don't. I don't think the real people of Minnesota, it's a very corrupt place, and the elections are totally corrupt. I feel I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won that state since Richard Nixon. It's a rigged state. And the Somalians vote as one group, even if they're not citizens, and they vote as one group, and you get 600,000 votes against you. They all ought to get the hell out of here. They're bad for our country. Nationwide achieved the largest
I guess that includes the citizens too?
On record. So this just came out. Nationwide, over the last 11 months, achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record, including the largest one-year drop in murders ever recorded. Almost 2,000 lives were saved. That's despite the fact that we took in criminals under the leadership of the Democrats and Joe Biden. More motor vehicle theft is down by 100,000 vehicles nationwide. That's another. Nationwide, the motor vehicle theft was out of control, and now it's very much in control. It was down by more than 100,000 vehicles to a record low. Began the process of eliminating cashless bail policies across the nation. You got to get rid of your sanctuary cities, and I hope our people know that we're not going to pay sanctuary cities. We're not going to pay them anymore. They are sanctuary for criminals. They hold criminals. We're not going to pay. They can sue us, and maybe they'll win. But we're not giving money to sanctuary cities anymore as of the beginning of the month. We began the process of eliminating the cashless bail. Well, cashless bail is where it all started. It's a disaster.
I have to go to the bathroom, guys, so I'll be back.
Remember it starting in New York. So if somebody comes in, murders somebody, and they let them out, no bail, no nothing. Basically, cashless bail means you just get the hell out. And they go outside. We have one case where a guy murders somebody, gets released, and goes out and murders somebody. 2 people in one day. No, we got to get rid of cashless bail. They got to pay, got to have bail.
2 hours later.
Long tested. Signed an executive order to bring back mental institutions and insane asylums. We're going to have to bring them back. Hate to build those suckers, but you got to get the people off the streets. You know, we used to have, when I was growing up, we had in my area in Queens, I grew up in Queens, we had a place called Creedmoor. Creedmoor, did anybody know that? Creedmoor. It was a big, I said, Mom, why are those bars on the building? I used to play Little League baseball there at a place called Cunningham Park. I was quite the baseball player, you wouldn't believe. But I said to my mother, Mom, she would be there, always there for me. She said, son, you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big, powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually. She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building. I said, boy, I used to always look at that building and I'd see
check out my new
big
favorite
building,
channel.
big tall building. It loomed over the park. It was sort of, now that I think it was a pretty unfriendly sight.
Look at it.
But I'll never forget, I don't know if it's still there, because they got rid of most of them, you know, the Democrats in New York, they took them down, and the people live on the streets now. That's why you have a lot of the people in California and other places, they live on the streets. They took the mental institutions down. They're expensive. But I'd say, why does that building have those bars? Boy, it wasn't normal. You know, you're used to looking at like a window. But this one, you look at it, all this steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. Designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and many others. It is. America is respected again on the world stage. That's another topic. Obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capability, and Operation Midnight Hammer was one of the most successful anyone's ever seen. CNN fake news. I don't know where they are. CNN. Anybody from CNN here? Fake news. Nobody wants to raise their hand anymore. They used to argue here. Now, if you're with CNN, you don't raise your hand. But they said, well, maybe it wasn't that successful, which I really was angry because these pilots took their life in their hands. 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, dead dark, guns shooting at them. They went in with those beautiful B-2s, and every single bomb went down an air shaft. and obliterated it.
Wind,
And
fire,
CNN came out and said,
water.
maybe it wasn't by a scam writer who wrote, fake stories, a lot of fake stories on other topics, right? Because when we did it, we said, that's a terrible thing. The pilots came back and they said, we hit everything. They did a great job. Then on top of that, we launched from a submarine about 30 Tomahawks on top of everything else. The place was obliterated. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. Turned out it was worse than it was. You know who could tell you that? The Iranians.
I'm gonna fuck you up, bro. I'm gonna fuck you
if
raw.
they do anything, they're gonna have to start a brand
I'm gonna
new
turn
place.
you around. I'm gonna bend
But they
you
did an
over
amazing
consensually,
job.
and I'm gonna make
it was
sweet
like
fucking love to you.
what we did with Venezuela. I mean, nobody's ever seen a military operation. Ended 8 unendable wars in 10 months. These were unendable wars. Cambodia and Thailand fighting for years. Kosovo and Serbia. The Congo and Rwanda. Pakistan and India, they were really going at it. 8 planes shot down. They were going to go nuclear, in my opinion. The Prime Minister of Pakistan was here. And he said President Trump saved 10 million people and maybe much more than that. They're both nuclear countries. Israel and Iran. Egypt and Ethiopia were going to fight over a dam, and I got them to stop. I still got to work it out, because they put a dam up in Ethiopia that stops the flow from a little river called the Nile. I always think of the Nile being in Egypt, beautiful Nile with the pyramids, but they put a dam up. You know who paid for the dam? The United States of America. It's the biggest dam, I think, in the world. They put a dam up. I said, how did you let that happen? Why would we have done that? We financed it, this country would. I don't know. Maybe it was a Republican president, but I don't think it was. I think it was a Democrat. But what a terrible thing. So Egypt basically they don't have enough water in the Nile. And they use that for a lot of things, including entertainment and travel and tourism and everything. I mean, I don't know.
I don't
get
care. Fuck you,
I gotta
Nana.
work that one out now, too.
Fuck!
Armenia and Azerbaijan, President Putin told me, I cannot believe you settled that war. I've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. Armenia and Azerbaijan, they were fighting it for many, many years. And I ended up getting the heads of both countries in my office. Beautiful Oval Office, much more beautiful now than it ever was. And one side on one side, one side
do
on
we
the
have
other.
to teach
Said,
you this lesson, old man?
I've been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years, and for 22 years I've been killing his people. And the other gentleman, and both very good guys, said, I've been here for 7 years, and for 7 years I've been killing his people. And they started over there, and within an hour they were next to each other, and by the time we ended, they were hugging each other.
2
and it's been a
hours
great peace,
later.
Should have gotten the Nobel Prize for each war, but I don't say that. I saved millions and millions of people. And don't let anyone tell you that Norway doesn't control the shots, okay? It's in Norway. Norway controls the shots. So we have nothing to do with it.
In America.
It's a joke. They've lost such prestige. That's why I have such respect for Maria doing what she did. She said, I don't deserve the Nobel Prize. He does. When she got it, they said, wow, that's amazing. I thought President Trump would get it. President Trump deserves it. He ended up 8 wars. How nice, right? It's a good woman. Got all 20 living hostages returned to their families, and the remains, they all came out. We got the 20 living hostages. We got the 28 hostages. They have 1 left that we think we know where it is. Amazing. Looked like we weren't going to get anywhere near that. Now they've gotten almost. And more importantly, we got many more, hundreds. We got them all. If we didn't do it, we wouldn't have had, most of those people would have been dead. I don't know if that's covered properly, but the 20 is great. They were the last ones. I always said the last 20 are going to be hard, but we got them. We got the last 20, and we got close to 28 of the bodies of the dead. And to those parents, that was just as important as getting their son back alive. They were almost even more intent on getting, they knew their son was dead. They wanted to get the body. I got him back. We just created the Board of Peace, which I think is going to be amazing. I wish the United Nations could do more. I wish we didn't need a Board of Peace, but the United Nations, and you know, with all the wars I settled, the United Nations never helped me on one war. I mean, I guess I'm not blaming them. I didn't call them to help, but I got, you know, the presidents and prime ministers together. We knocked heads, we got along, and they liked me, I liked them. Every single one of them nominated me for a Nobel Prize. Every one of the wars, among many other people, nominated me for a Nobel Prize. But Putin told me, I cannot believe you got this war settled. This territory. Rescued 83 American hostages and citizens detained from abroad without paying a lot of money, paid no money. Apprehended terrorists responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing that claimed the lives of 13 U.S. service members in Afghanistan, the lowest point in the history of our country. That was a Biden disaster. I was getting out, but I was getting out with dignity and strength. We were the boss. Oh, we were the boss. They wouldn't do a thing against us. And this very stupid person got in, and what a shame. They should have left from Bagram, which is the big military base, which has hundreds of acres around it. Should have left from Bagram. Terminated visas of Hamas sympathizers and deported pro-jihad foreign nationals. Got NATO members to agree to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP from 2%, and they pay the 5%, and they didn't pay the 2%. And by the way, I did more for NATO than any other person alive or dead. Nobody's done for NATO. And I think for the most part, they'll tell you that. I think you could ask the Secretary General about that, but he said it a lot. I've done more for NATO than anybody, and I see all this stuff, but NATO has to treat us fairly, too. The big fear I have with NATO is we spend tremendous amounts of money with NATO. And I know
Tell you what, man, I'm loading my I'm opposite, man. Come back and I'm dang on top ass gone a little boardwalk. I'm gonna load him out. Mustard stains on the boardwalk park place too, man. I'm gonna dang on wing out. Mom come over one home and the plane's Stratego, man.
Signed $1 trillion investment in U.S. military. And next year, we hopefully will go to a $1.5 trillion. We're building battleships that are 100 times more powerful than the battleships of World War II, which are the big, beautiful, those big, beautiful things with the guns. I said, what about bringing them out of dry dock? They said, sir, what we're building will blow them away. Think of it. These ships are 100 times more powerful than the battleships that you see on Victory at Sea. Do you ever see Victory at Sea? What a great...
Swanee Bird with $10. Did I get you? Optically, it's not smart. This is about the church thing, and I don't agree with it. But man, if I don't understand the temptation, cons have been... Oh, I think I already got that. Benjamin, I think I missed you, though, with $5. I want to plug some educational content. I left a streak of diarrhea poo on my car seat. Money and Macro here on YouTube for learning about economics and the history of money by Jack Weatherford. Okay, maybe we put those on the list. West Elm Caleb, I don't know if I said thank you for 7 months, but thank you, buddy. Swanee Bird with $5. Please, for the love of God, ask someone about the Epstein files while he's up there. Also, you got to rewind to hear his mental asylum schizo ranting. Now, I was playing it from my phone from the bathroom just to make sure that I heard. This press conference is fucking insane.
He knows more accurately, but we have much smaller in terms of the number of people. We have a much more powerful military, but we have much smaller. I rebuilt the military during my first term, by the way. And while they gave away a lot to Afghanistan, the Taliban, which was just horrible seeing them, every year seeing them do that military down some dirty street is a disgrace. But while Biden gave a lot of it away, it's a tiny fraction compared to what we did. I rebuilt the military, and now we're continuing to build it. And bigger and better, we need it, peace through strength. But we withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. So I remember we were paying $500 million, they were paying 37 or 39 million. And I said, how come? So I withdrew, and they called, we'll give you the same deal that they had. I said, well, it should be less than that, because if they're at 37, and you have 3 times, 4 times the number of people, even maybe 5 times, I don't know. So it should be less, but I didn't want to chisel around. And I thought about it. So I could have taken 500 million to 37, and everybody knew it. I chose not to do it because it was actually very popular when I got out because they were terrible. And so I chose not to take that deal. First thing Biden did is go back into it. You know what he paid? More than 500 million. So I actually called them. I said, you know, you can buy it for less. You can make a deal at 37. There's no reason to pay 500. They didn't care. They paid more than 500. Did you know that? They paid more than 500 million. I made a deal at 37. I could have had 37. They were public about it. We'll give you the same deal that China has for 37. And they paid 500. They paid $500 million. That's the way you ruin a country. And it's the same attitude that, you know, you have on everything else with these people. They were terrible. The anti-American UN Human Rights Council we ended, the UN Relief and Works Agency we ended, and the fake Paris Climate Accord, which was a ripoff of America, where we had to pay $1 trillion and they were paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. We kicked in immediately. We were supposed to pay $1 trillion. Russia went to a standard of 1991, which was a dirtier standard. But we had to pay top dollar. So I terminated that. Another Rick. We ended the woke lunacy and restored common.
Oh, this one is rough. This one is rough, you guys.
Inclusion, DEI policies throughout the federal government and the private sector, they're gone. Everybody, they're gone. Terrible. Terminated the Green New Scam.
Are we about to get like Return of the King extended edition length of press briefing here?
A little problem with.
It seems like he is literally reading through the entire binder of accomplishments.
We get along, but I said, Elon, we can't have all electric cars. We just can't do it. I like the electric cars. I like his car. But in particular, I like his car. But we can't do that because some people don't want an electric car by 2030. And to build the power stations all over the country would have cost $4 trillion. $4 trillion. That's more than any country has. If you got China, the United States, and everyone, you couldn't do it. And it would have taken years. And yet they were supposed to be switching over electric vehicle mandate. Some people don't like electric cars.
$4
Some people want
trillion?
hybrids. Some people want regular gasoline-powered cars. We have more gasoline than anybody. And now with Venezuela, we have, you know, we have 62% of the market when you include Venezuela. So I ended the Green New Scam, and I ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. Now you can buy a gasoline-powered car, a hybrid.
In your opinion, what is a good location to hold a protest? Our anti-ICE protest was at a mall. I personally found it interesting to debate whether that was a good place. Oh, I don't know. It really depends on the city, I guess. Usually with big cities, like the ones that I've lived in, you just go downtown. You just go downtown, usually.
Totally absurd tailpipe emission standard, which made you spend hundreds of thousands. It made for hundreds of thousands of cars. The numbers, the cost numbers were incredible that the consumer has to pay. Imposed 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and 100% tariff on Chinese cars, which don't come into the country because of tariffs. Only because of tariffs. We didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have any car. We have now more car factories being built in the United States than ever before because of tariffs. If they take those tariffs away, China will eat our lunch. They'll take all of our car business. Now, there's another way of doing it, but it's more cumbersome, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to scare you, but it's much more cumbersome, not as good for national security as this. We have a perfect system right now. We're making a fortune. We've never been stronger, and I hope the Supreme Court does the right thing for our country, because if they don't, it's such a problem. It's just so, it would be so sad. We're doing so well because of tariffs. And the people that are heading up the lawsuit, like there's a guy named Leonard Leo, who's a bad guy, and people that are very China-oriented and foreign car-oriented and foreign business-oriented, but in particular China, they're suing to get rid of tariffs because they don't want tariffs, like Coke. Coke has businesses outside of the United States. If you have them outside, you don't want tariffs. But because of tariffs, they treat us well. Without tariffs.
Chat, can somebody who is economically literate explain this to me? A 30-year yield? Are these treasury bonds? What is this? What does this mean, and why is it bad when line go up? Why is this line going up bad? Debt is more expensive. More risk pays more. Why does this imply more risk? What is this? Line go up means we have to pay people more to hold our debt. To hold our debt. This chart from Bloomberg shows the U.S. 30-year Treasury yield from late December 2025 to January 20th, 2026. It dipped to around 4.77% in early January, but has spiked sharply to 4.93%, up from 0.095 from yesterday. Mortgage rates often track these yields, so rising values suggest rates may not fall soon. Ooh, I'm not going to lie to you guys. That is still way over my head. I want someone to explain this to me like I'm literally in third grade.
To our military. Fired the woke boards of visitors at our military.
So if they are paying you a bigger return on U.S. bond because it's riskier to hold U.S. debt, it means we take on new debt. It's more expensive. Still, I got to tell you, cost to service U.S. debt is skyrocketing. Okay, listen, there are no stupid questions, right? What does it mean to service a debt? What does it mean for another country to service debt for us?
That was crazy. I guarantee you they're out on the ball fields. I guarantee you they're out playing.
Okay, so we are servicing debt that we have. Is that what that means? It's like a loan to the U.S. Okay, gotcha.
Policy of the United States government that there are only.
I just always found fiscal, slash like economic studies to be so boring. When I was in college, it was like physically hard for me to stay awake when I was in those classes. And so I just, listen, I'm learning, but it's taken me a little bit.
And other chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. When I say it, do I have to say that? I actually asked my people today, yes, sir, because that's where the country went. Banned men from playing in women's sports. Big Supreme Court case on that. I mean, I can't believe it. Some of the justices were fighting hard for men to be able to play in women's sports, a couple of them. I can't imagine it, but I think anybody that rules that way should lose a lot of credibility. But we banned men from playing in women's sports. All you have to do is look at the records, look at weightlifting records, look at swimming records, look at track and field. It's not fair. It's very demeaning to women. Banned transgender ideology and critical race theory from our schools. Secured unprecedented settlements with Brown University, Columbia University, and many other colleges, including the University of Pennsylvania, where I went, the great old Wharton School of Finance. To restore fairness and merit, we're working with Harvard right now. They've been very anti-Semitic. Terrible what they've done.
Guys, what about shotguns? Like, what's considered like the Honda Civic of shotguns? Affordable, reliable, won't break the bank, will go 400,000 miles if you maintain it properly. Mossberg 500.
And removed his hand-picked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice, like deranged Jack Sicksmith. He's a sick son of a bitch. They gave me the worst of the worst. And here I am. How did that happen?
Called him a sick son of a bitch?
He's a sick guy, and Letitia James is sick, and Alvin Bragg is sick. They're sick people. And others. Fanny. You can't call Fanny. She doesn't like it. She wants to be called Fani. Fani Willis. I won. Can you imagine? Putting somebody through
What
that?
is happening?
And then if I suggest that somebody may be guilty of a terrible crime, oh, he's weaponizing government. Trump is weaponizing government. It's terrible. Can you imagine?
I'm looking at the price for the Mossberg 500. Am I reading this correctly? Are they only like $370?
It's a beautiful place. Who would have thought, right? Signed legislation to cut all taxpayer funding.
What the fuck?
Highest NPR and PBS, and they're sort of gone now, I guess. I heard they closed up. They were terrible. They were so unfair.
Buy a bullpup instead.
Terrible. Officially reinstated Columbus Day. I like the name Columbus Day. The Italian people are very happy about it. Remember when you go to the voting booth?
Bullpup shotgun? Is that a thing? What does bullpup even mean again?
Christopher Columbus. Cut Social Security wait times by 50%, serve 65% more Social Security recipients by phone, and are in track.
Is a type of firearm where the action, breech, and magazine are located behind the trigger group. Okay. I did not know that. Where the action, breech, and magazine are located behind the trigger group. Gotcha.
Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell Computer, who put in $6.25 billion, started with nothing, and he actually invested all that money to give to kids so that when they grow up, they have an account that might be worth a lot of money. It'll be riding with the markets, and you know, they can, at 20 years old, 21 years old, they could have $100,000. They could have a lot of money.
Right here, there's a 12 gauge bulb pump, 18.5 inch barrel, $279. A Tokarev. That seems reasonable.
Leading China, we're leading the whole world. We're producing more electricity.
It says bull pump. That's what it says.
Those plants to build their own electric facility. We're giving them very, very fast approval.
Keltec KS7 12 gauge 18.5 inch barrel, $559.
For the 20,000 houses or more that burned down in Los Angeles because they didn't have the water. They didn't allow the water to come down from the Pacific.
Oh my God, you guys.
They routed the water into the Pacific Ocean.
This is my favorite bit of Trump lore. Trump literally thinks that he got water to Los Angeles and they were able to use that water to put out the fires. He legitimately believes this. It is by far the funniest bit of Trump lore.
It's amazing. We took 20,000 houses, and Lee Zeldin, the toughest permit is from the federal government. Within 2 weeks, every single permit was given to the people to build their houses.
This is another thing that's really funny. There is no such thing as like a federal permit to build housing. That's not a thing.
And I had it out with her the night when I got right after the fire. I went there. She said, we're working on it so that we can have everybody starting to build within 2 or 3 years. Remember that? I said, you mean
Maybe Lee Zeldin like lied to him.
I mean 2 or 3 years. And the place went crazy. Well,
there's like a history to the lore about the water too, which is just like really funny.
Single one has been given a year ago. And Lee Zeldin has done a great job. And he's done a great job in the approval of all these big plants and factories. And all of the electricity that they're creating.
Like California developers do not need a federal permit to build homes, to rebuild the homes that were lost in the fire. Not a thing.
Mark Zuckerberg couldn't believe it. He said, you know, where are we going to get all the electricity? Because you need double the electricity that the country currently makes just to fire up those big.
Like, for some reason, Trump became convinced, I don't know how this happened, but he became convinced that California was storing a bunch of water in central Californian reservoirs that could be transported all the way down to Los Angeles, and this is just simply not true. And he sent the Army Corps of Engineers and 2 DOGE employees to California, where they had orders to, quote unquote, release the water. And so they did. They released, I think, 2 billion gallons of water from 2 different reservoirs. And the water just flowed into the river streams and went into the land because it didn't go into any kind of pipe. And they
are way down in the United States.
You're telling me to unmute, and it's just like, or is it really vital that we hear every word that he's saying in this?
It's a small version. We took a country that was dead.
Hang on, he closed the book.
And it's the hottest country in the world right now.
Here we go.
That's after 1 year. So let's go. That's a lot of people. All right, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have 2 questions for you. One, do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up to its potential. The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them. They should be able to settle those wars. They don't. I believe you got to let the UN continue because the potential is so great.
And another one, you invited Lula from Brazil to be part of the Board of Peace.
I did.
What role do you expect him to play, especially
a big role. I like
Venezuela?
Yeah,
and another one, because
Are you from Brazil?
Yes. The EU and Mercosur just signed a trade agreement this weekend, which is going to be the biggest trade zone, free zone in the world. Right. At the moment, you are talking a lot about tariffs. What is your reaction to that? So 2 questions, Lula.
Well, look, I just think this. I think we have trade like we've never had before. We're doing better in trade than we ever have before. We're not being ripped off by every country in the world.
I see, Chilled.
Like we were before.
I see. That's a good explanation. Thank you.
We're doing numbers.
You really did explain that to me like I'm
we're the richest
third
we
grader.
ever were. It's because of tariffs and the proper use of tariffs, and we're also the most secure. As an example, Iceland, without tariffs, they wouldn't even be talking to us about it. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to work out quite well. Yeah, right behind.
Thank you, Mr. President. How would you characterize your relationship with Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer right now? And have you spoken to them since your Truth Social post last
No, I
night?
haven't, but I think I get along very well with them. I mean, they always treat me well. They get a little bit rough when they're, when I'm not around. But when I'm around, they treat me very nicely. And, I like both of them. They're both liberal. They've got to straighten out their countries. You can't, London is having a lot of problems. And if you look at Paris, got a lot of problems. They have 2 problems, immigration and energy. They got to stop with the windmills. And they got to go back like UK has an unbelievable asset called the North Sea. Norway uses it, makes a fortune. They have a better section of it, and they don't do it. They could straighten out their countries, and it would be good. But I get along very well with them.
You told Norway's prime minister.
Are you from Norway?
No.
You look like you would be from. She looks like she's from Norway. Go ahead.
You told Norway's prime minister that you not winning the Nobel Peace Prize made you feel less obligated to think purely of peace.
Well, I lost a lot of respect for Norway. And I believe very strongly that Norway controls the Nobel Prize. But you have to understand, I settled 8 wars. I've had every one of those wars, every participant wrote, I didn't ask them to do it. They sent in strong they make recommendations for that. But I settled 8 wars. No president's probably ever settled 1 war. I don't know. Think of it. I did 8. The reason I do it is because it's easy for me to do. And I didn't do it for a Nobel Prize. I did it because I'm saving a lot of lives. I'm trying to settle the final one. I'm trying to do Russia-Ukraine. And when Russia's ready, Ukraine's not. When Ukraine's ready, Russia's not. But they're losing 25,000 people a month on average. And I'm trying to get that one done. But no, I feel that Norway has tremendous control over who gets the Nobel Prize, despite what they say.
Based on what?
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
Mr. President, Kevin Hassett has said that those $2,000 tariff rebate checks would be up to Congress to decide whether or not to disperse that. Do you agree with Kevin Hassett on that, or do you think you can do that unilaterally?
No, I don't think we would have to go the Congress route, but we'll find out. The reason we're even talking about it is that we have so much money coming in from tariffs that we'll be able to issue at least a $2,000 dividend and also pay down debt for the country. But we'd do a $2,000 dividend to the people of our country. Would probably set a limit of, income limit where it made sense. But we will be able to make a very substantial dividend to the people of our country. I believe we can do that without Congress.
Last night on Truth Social, you said that the British plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back was an act of great stupidity. Previously, you backed that deal. Is it now your position that the deal should not go ahead?
I think that they, when they originally were going to do it, they were talking about doing some concept of ownership. But now they're looking to essentially just do a lease and sell it. And I'm against that. It's a reasonably nothing like Greenland, but it's a reasonably important area of the globe. Not to anywhere near Greenland, but I think they should keep it. I don't know why they're doing it. Do they need money?
Mr. President, with your support to the Syrian government, most probably you avoided another civil war and a bloodshed in Syria, especially after the fall of the regime.
I did a good job.
And, the Syrian government, the last 2 weeks, had to use some force to implement its force on specific areas. And
well,
with
to keep the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, which are some of the worst in the world, at bay, so they were able to keep that. He's working very hard. The president of Syria is working very, very hard. Strong guy, tough guy, pretty rough resume, but you're not going to put a choir boy in there and get the job done. I spoke with him yesterday because we were talking about the prisons and
What's the likelihood of Trump renaming MLK Jr. Day to Jonathan Ross Day? I would say 0, probably.
Mr. President, Gavin Newsom is going to be at Davos if he's not already there. You're probably going to run into him. I presume that this is for him to raise his platform for 2028, but what do you anticipate his foreign policy platform is going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I know this. I had a very good relationship with Gavin Newsom when we were, in office together. I was president. He was the governor of California. We had a really, he would talk
currently
about
the
it
situation,
often,
but
and somewhere we just went astray. I just hate the way California is being run. We actually have people leaving. It's never
Does he know
before,
that Gavin Newsom is still the governor?
He and I had a very good relationship. Really close to the word exceptional, but now we seem not to.
No, Newsom had to play the game and be nice to him.
You spoke earlier, Mr. President. You've been hearing from allies.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much, President Trump. Cara Castanova from Lindell TV, and you spoke earlier about the 2020 election. Now that Maduro is in U.S. custody and he was criminally charged, has any more information emerged that you could share with us regarding Venezuelan
Lindell
election software
TV?
And Venezuelan ties to
The pillow
tampering
guy?
with the 2020 election? And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
No, I don't think I would be doing that. I think my lawyers would be very unhappy if I did that. Yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
What happens to the tariff threat to Greenland if the Supreme Court comes out and rules against you on the tariffs? And
Well, I'll have to use something else. I mean,
are
look,
you willing to use force?
take a look at the word license. Take a look at other things. I mean, we have other alternatives. But what we're doing now is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
Sir, if you move ahead with the Greenland-related tariffs on Europe, you secured almost $1 trillion of commitments from them to invest in the United States. Does that go kaput out the window if that happens?
I doubt it. Look, they need that agreement very badly with us. They really do. They fought very hard to get it, so I doubt that. But we'll see what happens. We have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. I'm leaving tonight, as you know, for Davos, and we have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. And I think things are going to work out pretty well, actually.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you still go to Paris for the G7 emergency meeting as offered by President Macron?
No, I wouldn't do that. No. Because, you know, Emmanuel's not going to be there very long. And, you know, there's no longevity there. He's a friend of mine. He's a nice guy. I like Macron, but he's not going to be there very much longer, as you know. And I think, you know, I have meetings with the people that are directly involved, not some of the people you're talking about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy
You know, I've
New Year.
never seen this room like this. Is this a celebration of the first year? Yes. Have you ever seen it? I've never seen this many. I hope we have a very good. I hope we have a very good structural
Oh my
floor.
God.
You know, this used to be a swimming pool. You're sitting over a swimming
This
pool.
is the press pool, you guys.
We
The
need a good
press
structure
pool.
here, don't we? Huh? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy 1 year anniversary.
Thank you.
And my question is on Syria. The Kurds, as the most loyal U.S. partners, facing attacks by some Syrian elements
That is
within the Syrian
fucking
government.
depressing.
Will you do to ensure the Kurdish rights protected and their effective forces against terrorism in Rojava, Syria, continue, as the Kurdish see you as a president does not abandon his allies?
Well, I like the Kurds, but just so you understand, the Kurds were paid tremendous amounts of money, were given oil and other things, so they were doing it for themselves, more so than they were doing it for us. But we got along with the Kurds, and we are trying to protect the Kurds. That's correct.
Ahead of your speech in Davos, can you give us a preview of what we can expect as far as, you know, laying out the plans for Americans to be able to buy homes?
I think more than anything else, what I'm going to be speaking about is the tremendous success that we've had in 1 year. I didn't think we could do it this fast. Think of it, it's just now 12 months, and you know, I say it often, we have the most successful country in the world. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And this country would have been absolutely stone cold dead. And I'm going to be talking about it. I'm going to be, because, you know, a lot of them could use some of the advice as to what we did. They need energy. You take a look at their energy policy, they're going to destroy themselves with what they're doing with the windmills and all the nonsense. They need energy help badly, or they're going to be in big trouble, and they need immigration help badly. How much longer do you want to go?
Call it.
I do. I have a very important call with President Erdogan, who I like a lot.
But he can't resist the fucking spotlight.
One or two more questions.
See? Look at him go.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. During
Go
your
ahead,
second,
please. Go ahead.
One
Thank you,
question
Mr.
about the
President.
COVID
Yes?
Thank you, Mr.
The
President.
red blouse. Go ahead.
You talked a lot at the beginning of this about the economy, some positive economic indicators. Polling shows the majority of Americans don't feel the economy is doing well. Are you worried you're making the same mistake as President Biden by telling
No, I hope I don't make the same mistake as him. Look, I inherited a terrible, it's a great question, because we inherited a terrible, terrible mess between the border, between all the problems. The whole country was falling apart. And in 12 months, less than 12 months, in 12 months, we have the strongest border we've ever had. We have prices that are much, much lower than they were for the last. We inherited very high prices. We inherited, remember this, inflation was at a historic high. We had never had inflation like that. They say 48 years, but whether it's 48 years or ever, we had the highest inflation, in my opinion, that we've ever had. Prices, because of that, were very high. I inherited, we brought down eggs immediately. Remember the first news conference, they were screaming at me about eggs. I was in the position for 2 days, and we brought eggs down to lower than what they were before. And by the way, they continue that way. We brought the prices down from when I came into office, and from what Biden had, way down. We're going to bring them down further. But the job we did is a miracle. One of the reasons I'm doing this today is to explain. We inherited a mess, and we've made it a beautiful, beautiful picture. Think of gasoline at $1.99 in many states. $1.99 a gallon. It was $4.50, $5, in some cases $6 or $7. We're at $1.99. And energy is so big that with energy,
$2.78 is the average cost of gas right now.
Are coming way down, and we're going to bring them down further. But we started up here with these guys. We inherited a country that was broken. We inherited a country, and I have a very warm spot. We've done very well with Venezuela, and by the way, that even in itself is going to help us bring down the oil prices. I mean, the Venezuelan oil, we've taken 50 million gallons of oil. We've taken 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela in the first 4 days. We've got millions of barrels of oil left. We're selling it on the open market. We're bringing down oil prices incredibly. And when they come down, and they've already come down, again, $1.99 a gallon for oil. Nobody thought they'd ever see it. All right, one or two more.
One or two more.
Go ahead, go.
I told you, he can't resist.
I want to ask you about Iran. Is the military
He cannot resist you guys. He cannot. He is.
The killing in Iran has stopped. And when we got to the Peace Council, which members have to?
He craves the camera and microphone like a dope fiend craves drugs, man. It's literally like that.
So with Iran, they were going to hang 837 people, and I let them be known that, and we let them know that if that happens, that will be a very bad day for them. And they decided not to do it. They didn't hang the people. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future, but supposedly they've taken that off the table. But they were going to, last week, they were going to hang on Thursday or Wednesday. They were going to hang, I think, 837 people, and they didn't hang anybody. So we're just going to have to see what happens with Iran.
Wasn't it confirmed they killed thousands of people?
President Trump.
Thank you, President
Go
Trump.
ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead, I'll take your question.
Okay, thank you, President.
Go ahead, right here.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised during your second inaugural to always put America first. I'm curious, how would you winning the Nobel Peace Prize improve the lives of average, everyday Americans? Why is this prize so important?
It wouldn't improve the lives of any, but what improved the lives of people are people that are living. I saved probably tens of millions of lives in the wars. You know, if you add up the numbers, just if you look at any one of those wars, you're talking about millions of people. You multiply it times 8. But when you look at India and Pakistan, that could have been 10, 15, 20 million people. Could have been more than that. So I saved millions of people. So that, to me, is the big thing. What?
You suggested a moment ago that perhaps the reason why a positive story about the economy isn't getting through is because of, bad communications people. But are average Americans wrong to still feel high prices? And how much longer does the White House hope that they?
So I think a lot of people are listening to the fake news a little bit. And I'm not blaming anybody. I think I blame ourselves. I think we've done a much better job than we're able to promote. We're not promoting. We're doing a great job, and we're sort of letting the promotion take care of itself. One of the reasons I'm doing this news conference, I think it's important. We have taken a mess and made it really good. It's going to get even better. But if you look at prices from a year or a year and a half ago, you look at the Biden prices, they were way up through the sky. And, they use the word affordability. They just say affordability, and they don't talk about it. They created the affordability problem, and we are solving it. We have solved a lot of it. Again, everybody agrees in this room, I think, gasoline prices have come per gallon way down. When that happens, everything else comes down, but they've come down way down. Many of the groceries have come way down. It's all happening, and it's happening strong. But if you go back a year...
Jen with the Tier 2 membership, why isn't anyone asking about credit card interest? It's the 20th.
that you made a condition.
Where are you from?
I'm from Spain. Thank you. You made a condition that the political prisoners should be freed. It seems that they are not being as fast as they promised in the beginning. Would that be an issue for the current government?
They've agreed that they're going to let, I guess, most of them out. Or depends on what they did. But they have released a lot of. Released a lot of political prisoners in Venezuela.
Mr. President, earlier on last year, you had mentioned, you had indicated that you wanted to take back the Panama Canal. I know we've heard a lot about Greenland. Is that still on the table?
I don't want to tell you that. Sort of. I must say, sort of. That's sort of. Okay, one more. Yes, blonde, blue. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead with the blue, holding the computer.
If a consequence of your determination to take control of Greenland is the ultimate breakup of the NATO alliance, is that a price you're willing to pay?
You mean the breakup of it's very interesting.
The NATO alliance.
So I think something's going to happen that's going to be very good for everybody. Nobody's done more for NATO than I have, as I said before, in every way. Getting them to go up to 5% of GDP was something that nobody thought was possible, and pay. At 2%, they weren't paying. At 5%, they are paying. And they're buying a lot of things from us, and they're giving them, I guess, to Ukraine. That's up to them, but they're giving them to whoever they're giving them to, but they're buying a lot. I think that we will work something out where NATO is going to be very happy and where we're going to be very happy. But we need it for security purposes. We need it for national security and even world security. It's very important. How about it?
Thank you very much. First of all, last year you told me that you believe that the reason you won an election is because God put you in this place so that you could save the world. Looking back 1 year, do you feel like God is proud of the effort that you've put in?
I do. Actually, I think God is very proud of the job I've done. And that includes for religion. You know, we're protecting a lot of people that are being killed, Christians and Jewish people, and lots of people are being protected by me that wouldn't be protected by another type of president. No, I think a lot of people are very proud of the job we've done. We've had an amazing year. This has been one of the greatest years. Even some people that wouldn't necessarily love me instinctively, they're saying this was an incredible year. We've had an incredible year economically. Look at our border. Our border was a disaster. People poured. It was an invasion into our country of a lot of very bad people. Good people too, but a lot of very bad people from prisons and drug dealers and gangs and horrible people, murderers, thousands and thousands of murderers allowed into our country. And we now have the strongest border of any country. There's probably not a country, I guess North Korea has a pretty strong border, by the way, but there's not a country in the world that has a border like we do. And we took it from the worst border. We had the worst border in the world. Now we have one of the strongest borders in the world. One more question.
You said you're confident something's going to get worked out in Greenland, but Greenlanders
They're like
have made it clear they don't want to
piranhas,
be part
you know?
of the U.S.
Well,
what gives the U.S. the right to take away that
spoken.
self-determination?
When I speak to them, I'm sure they'll be thrilled.
I mean, that was a good question. You just glossed over it.
Mr. President, are you committed to keeping the U.S. in NATO?
I've had such a good relationship. I've made it so much better, so much stronger. It's so good now. NATO is so much stronger now. I don't agree with a lot of the things they've done, but that was done before I got there. I think NATO's been good. Sometimes it's overrated, sometimes it's not, but we have a strong NATO. When I came here, we had a weak NATO. We had a NATO at 2%, and they weren't paying. You had a nothing NATO. NATO's, whether you like
Nothing
it or not, it's
NATO?
only as good as we are. If NATO doesn't have us, NATO is not very strong.
You keep saying one more and then
Yes, no, behind you, please.
Thank you, President Trump.
Yes, go ahead.
Greatly appreciate it, sir. We heard a long list of accomplishments from the last year. Could you cherry
I've
pick
never-
the top three? And then looking forward, what are your three most important priorities of 2026?
I've never heard a press pool like howl like this. It's so
Has been a
pathetic.
great achievement, and that would include the
They're all
Venezuela
like-
thing. That would include the attack on Iran and the wiping out of the nuclear threat.
They're like people on the Titanic, like trying to muscle everybody else out to get on a lifeboat.
What we've done in business has been incredible. We have
Thank you, Mr.
$18
President.
trillion coming in.
You
Plants
know,
are being built all
there's
over.
like 4 of them doing it at a time.
Are being built all over the country. 18 trillion is a record. No country has ever come anywhere even close to that. I think that's a record. And I think that most favored nations for drugs is something that nobody thought they'd be able to get. Tariffs helped me there because the nations would have never gone along with it if I wasn't able to say, if you don't go along with it, we're going to put a 10 or 15 or 20% tariff on your nation. And they went along. And our drug prices are going to come down at numbers never even seen before, never even thought possible before. So those would be 3 things. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Oh. That was.
How was the game?
Go Indiana.
That was top 5 worst press conferences. Top 20. Because to have that conversation, you need to include all the COVID ones from 2020, and like all of those are legendarily bad. This guy is not tip top, you know. This guy is not doing well. I mean, that guy is very clearly tired, slowing down, diminished, not well. Okay, we were unpacking some Hassan stuff. He was talking shit about me on his stream, and it all originated from this clip. Basket Case, you're still in chat, I think, aren't you? He responded to you, and then I responded to him, and then he talked about me on his fucking chat. He talked about him on his chat. So there's like a few clips I want to unpack. A lot of you guys were telling me to check out Carney's speech at Davos. I found a like highlights video of what he said. It's about 16 minutes. We'll get to that, after the Hassan stuff. What else did I have queued up today that I still want to get to before we play a little Arky Raiders, close out the stream? That won't be for a bit because we still got to get through some stuff. What else did I have queued up here? Senator Tom Tillis, Republican, kind of rebuking Trump a little bit on Greenland. That press conference, you guys. What the fuck was that, you guys? There's some Axios reporting that Trump imploding with voters on immigration is worrying his team. Wanted to take a look at that with you guys. We'll play it by ear here. If you guys have any other videos that you guys think are super relevant today, feel free to share them in the Discord. We have a couple channels that you can drop those in. Adam with $10. What are the odds Republicans actually move to impeach Trump, impeach and remove Trump if he moves on Greenland? 0%. The answer to that is 0%. That is not going to happen. There are basically servants. There are basically no circumstances that would move this Republican Party. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if we took that to the most extreme hypotheticals, like absurd stuff, then we can imagine Republicans impeaching him, but it would truly require something beyond catastrophic. I mean, we would have to go beyond catastrophic. Swanee Bird, thank you for the $2 super chat. Shortium with the tier 1 membership. If you get a Mossberg, make sure it's the 500A1. Little pump action shotgun. I think I'm caught up on the super chats and whatnot. All right, let's start this clip from the beginning once more. Some of you guys probably filtered in. We'll cover some Hassan wants to fight me drama.
You don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to?
Yes. The answer is yes, dumbass. And a big part of the yes is because you knew that that was going to happen. Donald Trump campaigned on this, and you endorsed him. So, yeah, that is where we're at, and you endorsed him. It's not like he was hiding this. He kept saying it.
When I'm back in the White House, the very first reconciliation bill
he didn't endorse, the only person that could have spared us from Trump. You know, it's not technically on paper as bad as endorsing Trump, but it's in the neighborhood, I might say.
Will sign will be for a massive increase in Border Patrol and a colossal increase in the number of ICE deportation officers.
He kept saying it over and over again. He kept saying, oh, we're going to do the Bracero program reversal, just like old administrations did. We're going to deport every Mexican. How the do you pull that off logistically? Of course you're going to.
What I would want more than fucking almost anything these days is to change the culture of understanding why we vote for people or why we should vote for people. If we can somehow convince people that you don't vote for someone who perfectly aligns with your values, your morals, with your policy prescription, that's not the purpose of voting. When you vote for someone, it is not a complete endorsement of everything they do or say, which is a concept he seems to understand when it comes to Mamdani, for example. He recently shaded Mamdani for condemning Hamas. Not kidding. Let me see if I can find that clip. Where is that? Can somebody help me find that clip? He's basically complaining that Mamdani condemned Hamas after a bunch of protesters showed up outside of a synagogue chanting, "We support Hamas here." Mamdani came out initially with a statement that was many felt was too lukewarm, and then made a follow-up statement unequivocally condemning Hamas, and then Hassan said that that was bad. Hassan Mamdani condemn Hamas. Where is there a clip of that? How is that bad for condemning Hamas? Because he, you know, you have to remember what he posted on October 7th was no resistance is perfect, I think is what his phrasing was. And he thinks that by virtue of the fact that Hamas are a resistance group who are resisting, you know, like Israeli imperialism or whatever, that you should never, ever focus on Hamas, ever. That's literally what he believes. Because he views Israel to be the greater threat. He thinks that you're taking away from kind of Palestinian advocacy by condemning Hamas. Like that's his whole thing. Which is, I think, pretty fucking stupid. But guys, help me find that clip. There's got to be an Ott clip, or maybe on Reddit. Should I look up Reddit? Hassan Piker, Mamdani, Hamas. Zoran Mamdani condemns. No, that's not what I'm looking for. The fuck is it? Oh, where is it? This was just like 2 weeks ago, or like a week or two ago. Ugh. I'm gonna keep. I really want to find it. Let me see if I can find this. Hold on. I'm gonna search new. "22 hours ago." That's not what I'm thinking. I mean, he put out a tweet, but there's also like a video of Hassan talking about it. And now I just can't find it. So, oh, wait, is this it? Hold on. Nope, that's not it. But thank you so much for 3 months. Appreciate it, buddy. I feel like I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer. If there's no payoff for this, I'm going to be really disappointed. I can't find it. I don't know where it is. Gone. Take my word for it. He was basically saying like that he felt like Mamdani condemning Hamas was an L, was a political L. So he understands the idea of like supporting a politician, but still criticizing some of the things that they do, which evidently was just not something that he could process in the context of Kamala Harris for explicitly endorsing.
Do papers, please, over and over again in American streets. You wanted it, Joe. Now that it's happening, it seems like you don't like it. But instead of recognizing that you have buyer's remorse, you still try to.
I have the timestamp, but can't send the link in the chat. You can go to the Discord and you can put it in the newbie chat if you haven't graduated out of the newbie chat yet. Gollywood, if you type Discord, !Discord. Yeah, I saw that Kat Abu Gazella was on his stream.
I know so many people freaked out.
I'm somewhat interested in listening to that for a little bit, but I don't know how much my patience can take me there. He voted for Harris, but it's not enough for someone with a position of influence to not endorse. It's not enough. Telling your audience don't vote for Trump is not enough. Because that implies that he thinks it's acceptable to support Jill Stein or write in a name or, abstain, which is when confronted with the dangers that Trump 2.0 faced, simply saying don't vote for Donald Trump, no, that's not enough. The absolute basement is, I disagree with Kamala a lot. I obviously hate Joe Biden's policy when it came to Israel, Gaza, but Trump is too dangerous to allow in the White House ever again. And so the only rational thing to do in this election is to vote for Kamala Harris. That is the absolute basement floor level of, and then from there, you could go even further. You could organize canvassing events, or you could participate in, you could highlight canvassing events. You could encourage your audience to phone bank. You could phone bank. Like there's all things that you can do above that action. You DM'd me. Where? I don't see it on Discord. Not discounting the mention of Kamala, but I just don't see it as implicit with don't vote for Trump. It's not implied. Like vote for Kamala is not implied by and I think this is what you're saying, right? By saying don't vote for Trump, it's actually not like implied. Vote for Kamala. You need to say the words. You need to convey the stakes. You need to discuss the potential danger. Here's what could happen to trans people in this country if Trump wins. Here's what could happen with our foreign policy if Trump is allowed to win. For example, maybe we conquer a NATO country or a NATO-aligned country. And start like just deposing leaders that we don't like. We've discussed this on the stream many times. This election was close, but it wasn't so close that you can just kind of neatly blame one group or another. So I don't really understand. It's not, when you say that he was wrong to not endorse, I'm not necessarily saying that he is the reason why she lost. I don't believe that. I've never said that. that he is the reason why, but he contributed to her losing. He contributed to Donald Trump winning because he just couldn't say the words. You should vote for Kamala Harris if you're even vaguely on the left. No, not maybe. He did. He contributed to Donald Trump winning. She would have netted more votes if he would have just unambiguously said, this is what I think needs to happen, because the risk of Donald Trump is too great. Anything short of that is an assist to Donald Trump. And it's particularly crazy for me because we already saw how he was during the first presidency. We saw January 6th. We saw his response to COVID. We saw him stand on a stage with Vladimir Putin and undermine our own FBI. We saw the chaos that he caused, the kind of people that he emboldened. We saw the impact that he had on the Republican Party broadly, which bled into state policy. I mean, like state level policies got considerably worse because of how he poisoned the political discourse and how he poisoned the Republican Party. He made them more extreme. And after all of that, and then, to Hassan's point, watching what Donald Trump was running on in 2024, yeah, of course, the absolute floor of what I consider to be acceptable rhetoric or election year rhetoric, if you're on the left in any kind of way, would have been to say, like, you can hate Kamala Harris. I'm not going to fight people too much on that. I don't really care too much, but you can hate Kamala Harris and still understand the responsibility that you have as a voter with agency who is fortunate enough to live in a democracy where you get to have a say, you get to have a voice. The only way to responsibly use that voice, use that influence that you have as a voter, was to vote for Kamala Harris. From now on, guys, it's kind of always been like this, but let's just kind of clearly lay out the stakes here. If you're having a conversation with someone and they're on the left, and like, I feel like one of the first things that you should establish right away in terms of figuring out what kind of person you're having a conversation with, there's like one litmus test that I have right now that I think is more important than any other litmus test, which is, are you blue no matter who, straight ticket Democratic Party committed for the foreseeable future? That needs to be established right away, because that is the homework. That is the homework right now. That's what this moment requires right now. I don't know what else would need to happen to get people to understand the stakes, but that's the job. That's the homework. Any waffling on that at all, and I will regard that person basically as political opposition. If it's someone with a platform, if I'm just having a conversation with just like a regular person, then I'm going to navigate that conversation differently. If I'm having a conversation with anyone who has any kind of like voice on social media, any kind of influence, any kind of pull with other people, and they're not blue no matter who, straight ticket Dem committed for the foreseeable future, then that person is a political opposition to me. Because I think anything less than that, and you are helping MAGA in your own way. You could be helping them more by campaigning for MAGA and saying you like their policies. That would be worse. But that's the homework right now. They want to tell you that it's more complicated than that. They want to tell you that their moral systems make it so that they can't compromise on this or that and blah, 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 blah. And I'm not interested. I don't care. We are not on the same page about that, then we're not on the same side. So don't get mad if I'm criticizing you because, oh, you should spend more time criticizing MAGA. It's like, pick your poison, I think they're both bad. I think both of these groups are bad. So was the Hassan versus Mitt Romney bit just a joke and you'd actually vote for him if he ran as a Dem? Hassan is a Marxist-Leninist. Can we just be clear about that? He is a Marxist-Leninist. I will vote for someone who's kind of vaguely Marxist. Like a Democrat who's kind of like vaguely Marxist. I will vote for someone who's, you know, like a democratic socialist. If I lived in New York for the primary for that mayor's race, I would have gladly voted for Mamdani. I had quite a few concerns about him early on when I first kind of discovered who he was, but the more I saw of him and the more time passed, he just impressed me more and more. And now I'm just at a point where with him where I'm just like, I think he's great. I think he's great. I think he's very smart. I think he's very good at the job. Liberal streamer Hutch outs himself as Navi sexual. What is that? What did I say? Ever rubbed one out to a cartoon? I don't think so. I'm thinking about it. I don't think I have. I will say, and I'm not kidding, it's not a joke, I did get like slightly aroused watching the newest Avatar film, Fire and Ash, direct. No, I don't remember this conversation, but I stand by everything I said. Did you guys see that movie? It's very erotic. It's strangely erotic. Yeah, I'll vote for a lefty. I'll vote for a democratic socialist. I won't fucking sit here and be like, I guess I'll plug my nose and do it. It really pains me to do this, but I guess I won't do that shit. It'll be an easy decision. If it's between a democratic socialist and a Republican, I'm not going to think twice about that. I'm not going to like ponder my options. You know, I'll be like, okay, let's go. If it's a Marxist-Leninist against Mitt Romney, I'm probably going to vote for Mitt Romney. Not probably. I'm going to vote for Mitt Romney in that spot. A fucking tanky that will maybe do mass famine and worker camps and re-education camps and, you know, zero free speech guarantees and jailing political opposition and just general tanky shit. No, I'm not going to ever vote for them. Are you fucking kidding me? Paul Atreides versus Mitt Romney? Easy Mitt Romney on that one. Easy. Unless you could share the details on your golden path. Unless you could make a strong case. A lot of people got, I was just talking to Esme about this weekend, but a lot of people didn't understand Dune 2. A lot of people just didn't get it. I remember Destiny didn't get it. Me and him argued about that movie when it came out. But Esme didn't get it. A lot of people didn't understand that the point of the film was not like the final moments of that film when he officially kicks off the fucking jihad. That's meant to be horrifying. It's not meant to be like, oh, he's based. Like, he is the bad guy at that time. You guys need to understand that the jihad that Paul Atreides kicks off when he sends the Fremen to go confront the Landsraad kills tens of billions of people. In the book, Paul specifically says, I killed more people than Hitler by far. And a lot of people didn't really pick up on that. Chani was supposed to Zendaya's character, she was supposed to be kind of the moral compass. She was supposed to be the moral center of the film. So like the film ends with her looking like really distressed because she can see where the story's going. The book wasn't like that. But a lot of people just didn't pick up on that, and they thought it was her just being jealous because Paul said he would marry the emperor's daughter. But that's not why she looks like that. She looks like that because she's horrified of what's happening. In the book, she's like, "Yes, my lord, I trust you. She never questions him in the book." Usha and JD are having a fourth kid. Damn. Anyways, back to Hassan. How does this relate to Dune so I can tie it all back? Who would Hassan be in the Dune universe? Honestly, he'd be like Scytale. He'd be like Scytale, shapeshifter. Robert Pattinson's character in the new one that's coming out. He'd be like Scytale. He's a shapeshifter. He'll fucking hide his power level and kind of be whoever he needs to be in a particular setting. A face dancer, yeah.
To find like a wishy-washy both sides attitude here, somehow finding a way to fucking blame this on the left. God damn, dude.
That's a problem on our city streets, right? Because you could also pretend to be an ICE agent.
Right.
So I saw this terrible story about this family that was killed where these guys pretended to be a UPS driver, and they showed up and they made their way into the house and killed the people because they were dressed up as a UPS driver. If you could pretend to be a UPS driver, for sure you could pretend to be an ICE agent, especially since they're completely anonymous. So think about how many people can get arrested or robbed or by criminals.
Wow. What? Wow, Joe, he's figuring it out. Now he's realizing why it's bad to have...
It just really gets under my skin because, like, the libs were saying this. The libs were saying this. We were saying this. We were telling people all throughout the election year, from the moment Trump announced that he was going to run again, to the moment it became clear that he was going to get the Republican nomination again, and to the moment that it became clear that he could win. Right up until the election, the liberals were the ones that were basically like begging people to pull the fucking lever in the trolley problem. Begging people, like, take this seriously. This is not a joke. The stakes are so high, and yet he's the one that's acting pompous and smug in this moment when he couldn't have been bothered to do the bare minimum. It's just so nauseating.
Public servants that are in plain clothes going around asking people for their paperwork. Oh my God, wait till he finds out that this has already happened. There have been cases of people.
We were talking about Project 2025. Yep. People were calling us alarmist.
Claiming to be ICE agents trying to rape people, as a matter of fact. You're a big boy, Joe. Next week, he's going to figure out that this is actually bad. He's showing signs of intelligence, guys. I mean, it took him a while to get here, but hey, he's getting here. Wow. I know, it's frustrating. It's stupid. He doesn't know what he's saying, but it doesn't matter. A lot of other dumbasses that are even dumber than the person that we're watching believe that these guys are actually smart. They get their talking points from people like this. So, in order to address the talking points, you got to go to the root cause, where these talking points are coming from.
I mean, even before this, I mean, like, the thing that really kicked off this entire like exchange was with Basket Case on Twitter, was doing some post critical of Hassan. Hassan was, I think this was him replying to that post. Libs trying to do this in 2026 can't be serious. He says, I warned the Dems in person at the DNC about the dangers of letting anti-immigrant rhetoric go unchecked. They got cold feet when they saw a couple mass deportation polls and totally conceded to the right. now here we are. There's like 2 levels of stupid in this post. Like the first thing is like the Democrats, when they were, for example, like negotiating the bipartisan immigration bill, they were not responding to a couple mass deportation polls. They were responding to an electorate that very clearly shifted right on immigration. They very clearly took a more hawkish stance, and I think for obvious reasons. People saw the border chaos on Biden's watch, and it freaked them out. I think for good reason, and some very bad reasons too. But it's not racist or Nazi adjacent or even right wing to want an orderly and secure border. That is not incompatible with being left wing or liberal or even leftist. You can be pro-immigration, and this is what really trips Hassan up. You can be pro-immigration. You can be objectively pro-immigration. You can want to double or triple the amount of immigration that the country does per year. And at the same time, not want to see the kind of over crowded facilities, understaffed facilities, or you don't want to see like an enormous backlog, a backlog so voluminous that it takes fucking 5 to 8 years for people to have a hearing to adjudicate their asylum claims. Like normal people see that and they're like, well, that's not ideal. We should do something about that. I got a little fancy with voluminous. Did I use it in the wrong context? Text? What does that mean? Very lengthy and full. No, I used it right. But all that to say, Hassan's position is that if the Democrats do anything to like give more funding to CBP, hire more CBP officers, build more facility, hire more agents to staff those facilities, invest any kind of money because they're so like super ACAB, they will never entertain that stuff. They just won't even. They think that any discussion of that, and then like when we look at it in the current form, that's not what liberals are pushing for. We have never been pushing to just give ICE a blank check. But liberals have consistently had kind of the same sort of immigration positions for decades to varying degrees. Like what, when I ask you guys, I'm just curious, chat, let's get some chat interaction here. If I asked you to explain to me the Democratic Party's position on immigration and border security in recent decades, what would you guys say to me? There's like a few kind of important things to hit. We can get wonky with more of the details, but really there's like a few broad strokes. Path to citizenship, that's one. The question is, explain the Democratic Party's positions on the border and immigration. There's like DACA, protecting dreamers, which I think kind of fits into a path to citizenship because DACA was done in the absence of a congressional bill to do a path to citizenship. It's like, I'll just tell it, it's like Democrats are pro increasing immigration. So expanding our visa program, expanding our green card program, and facilitating a shorter process from application to approval for citizenship, visas, green cards. So we're broadly pro-immigration and have been for decades now. Democrats have been consistently about like common sense border policies, border security policies. So if that means fencing or a wall in an area where there's a lot of high traffic, then Democrats have never been opposed to that. The Trump border wall, if you guys will recall, and I'm feeling a little off the wall. No, I'm sorry. The Trump border wall was a fucking proposed border wall stretching the entire length of the southern border, which is like 2,000 miles and completely impractical in many areas. You'd have to put walls along like mountain ranges, which would be a little difficult. But Democrats have never opposed like any kind of fencing or wall. And then there's one more thing that I'm not remembering off the top of my head. I mean, is that it? Expanded pathways? More immigrants? Common sense, like border security stuff? I typed this out. Hang on. Common sense border security. Comprehensive immigration reform with legislation, which would remedy backlogs, expand visas and green cards and pathways and worker protections, and then just generally more humane treatment of immigrants and asylum claimants. That's been the Democratic Party position for a really long time. The idea that Democrats have moved right on immigration is fucking insane. If you know anything about the Democratic Party from the 80s or the 90s on immigration, and then compared to where they're at now, even with like doing a bipartisan border deal when it was kind of too late back in 2023 and 2024 and like negotiating that, even with that, the Democrats are well to the left of the Democratic Party than they were back in the day. They absolutely have moved right. Look at the debate between H.W. Bush and Reagan. Hang on. We would have to look at the Democratic Party's immigration policy, their proposals. They were way more hardline. Even Clinton himself was a bit more hardline when it came to immigration enforcement. And you compare that with like even Obama. People think Obama was this crazy immigration hawk, and it's just not true. And Biden was definitely to the left of Obama when it came to immigration stuff. And then on top of that, like we naturalized way more citizens. We gave way more visas when Biden was president. He was objectively the most pro-immigration president we've had since Reagan's mass amnesty. It's just like, there's no question. But this nonsense that Hassan does, like Hassan thinks that it's a concession to Republicans to acknowledge that the border getting out of control the way that it did on Biden's watch was actually it wasn't actually a problem. That's what he thinks. They haven't thought about like, what are the consequences of a system stretched beyond its capacity and hundreds of thousands of people showing up along the border? Like, what does that actually do in practice? What kind of chaos does that cause? How does the chaos manifest? What does it look like? They don't ask themselves these questions. They think that by talking about that issue or calling it an issue, they think that you're feeding into racist tropes by doing that. And it's thought-terminating nonsense. It is so dumb. Naughty Pup, are you talking about the question he answered in Davos? I haven't seen that clip yet. Anyways, that's what kicked off like this whole thing.
You don't want militarized people in this.
Did we get through that whole clip? Okay, so then Basket Case typed this tweet out, and then Hassan noticed the tweet and then reacted to it on stream, and then he mentioned my name because I showed up in that tweet thread. So this is him unpacking Basket Case's tweet, where he said Hassan also refused to endorse a candidate that would have prevented all of this. So I'm not sure why he thinks he has much of a moral high ground here. This is him reacting to that.
The liberal version of this, of course, is something that I tweeted.
You can see it here, General Martok. Is this the Gavin thing? Okay, wait, hang on. One thing at a time, guys. One thing at a time.
It out. The liberal version of this, of course, is something that I tweeted out, specifically around this. Hassan also refuses to endorse the candidate that would have prevented all of this, so I'm not sure why he thinks he has much of a moral high ground here, especially when I'm talking about, you know, Joe Rogan acting all silly about not knowing that Trump was going to do mass deportations. When a liberal sees this statement from me, okay, Hassan reacts to Trump's Gestapo tactics finally dawning on Joe Rogan. The answer is yes, dumbass. You knew this was going to happen. Trump campaigned on this and you endorsed him. This liberal turns around and still finds a way to blame one of the few people on the left side that was actively warning the Democratic Party not to do certain things that they did.
I don't know why he thinks he's in a position to give the Democratic Party advice. Like, why would they listen to you? Do you have experience? Like successfully getting people elected and building a real political movement that amasses real political power? Do you have any track record to speak of? I know he wants to take credit for Mamdani. I think that's a bit dubious. I've seen a few clips of him basically trying to take credit for Mamdani, which is a bit dubious. Swanee Bird with $5. Did you see the latest tip poll for the North Carolina Senate race? Roy Cooper up 24 points against Whatley. Might be an outlier, but wow, if true. I did see that. Yeah, I did see that. It was a crazy poll.
Hassan also refused to endorse a candidate that would have prevented all of this, so I'm not sure why he thinks he has much of a moral high ground here. To which I responded with, Libs trying to do this in 2026 can't be serious. I warned the Dems in person at the DNC about the dangers of letting anti-immigrant rhetoric go unchecked. They got cold feet when they saw a couple mass deportation polls and totally conceded to the right. Now here we are. Okay?
You have agency. The voters have agency. Your viewers have agency. The relevant question, I think, in 2024, the most relevant question, the most important question is, do you agree or disagree that Donald Trump poses a very unique threat in the sense that he could be significantly worse on any number of issues? Do you think that he could do real damage? Do you think he could potentially end American democracy? Do you think he actually could try to follow through on mass deportation? Do you think that him winning might lead to significant erosion of rights and protections for trans people in this country, queer people in this country? Do you think that he will pressure Netanyahu whatsoever to provide humanitarian aid for Gaza, for example? If you answer the question, yes, I do think that Trump would be uniquely dangerous. Yes, I think he would be significantly worse on the issues than any Democrat, literally any Democratic Party nominee. And so then the logical follow-up question would be, did you do everything in your power with the influence that you had to prevent Donald Trump from winning? And he can't answer yes to that question. So is it his fault specifically that she lost? No. I don't know if anyone has said that. I've never said that. But he did not do everything within his power and influence to make sure that Donald Trump didn't win again. Therefore, he contributed in his own way to him winning. Just straight up. That's it. If you answer yes to the question that Donald Trump is like an actual fascist who will try to do fascist shit, like, I don't know, maybe he does try to fucking cancel the midterms or something like that. I don't know. Would it really shock us if he tried to do something like that? If you really believe that that's the threat, then you can't, there's nothing short of an explicit endorsement of Kamala that is justified. Anything less than that is at best, a kind of indifference to the outcome. That's what that is. If you are not prepared or willing to put your reputation on the line, to throw your support behind a candidate that your audience probably fucking hates because they're all radicalized, insane people at this point. If you would put your own sort of like brand with your radicalized, insane idiot following, if you would place a higher priority on that than, you know, doing everything in your power to help defeat Trump, then you failed. It's a pass fail. There's no A, B, C, D, E. There's none of that. It's a pass fail and you failed. That's it.
If your goal, your attitude is to prevent atrocities like the ones that are happening currently, then you have to hold your politicians to account. And I did that to the best of my ability. I try to by withholding an endorsement and therefore like contributing to Trump winning. That's holding them to account. Who are you sacrificing on the altar? Who is actually held to account? How did that work out? Kamala's just going to run again. What did she do? She fucked off for a few months, wrote a book, probably made like several $1 million. She's doing fine. Her husband's doing fine. Democratic Party's doing fine. Besides low approval numbers, they're just absolutely crushing in elections right now, and they're poised to significantly crush Republicans in the midterms. So what did you actually get for this? I don't understand. What is the punishment? What is this accountability that you're talking about? What is that? What does that look like? To work with the one party that is more malleable and is supposed to be closer to my worldview because I care about outcomes.
They're supposed to be closer to your worldview? Are they or are they not closer to your worldview? The Democratic Party. They're supposed to be. What do you mean? Why is that ambiguous? Why would you say supposed to be? Are they or are they not? I think the answer to that question gives you pretty important insight into how his mind works.
I care about policies. I care about people.
How could you say that? If you really cared about the people, if you really care about the people that are negatively impacted by Trump's policies, how could you possibly justify not doing everything in your power to stop him? That tells me you don't actually care about these people that are being victimized by his policies. I don't think he actually does care about them. To them, or to him, those people represent accountability to the Democratic Party. That's what accountability looks like. It's like people losing USAID support in Africa and then like watching your child die of starvation. Literal, just like watching your baby die of starvation. That's what accountability looks like.
The Democratic Party, it's not a secret, is far closer to my worldview.
Okay.
than the Republican Party is.
Okay.
They're still blaming the color commentator during the basketball game for not begging the audience to root hard enough for the home team instead of the team for not doing what it needed out on the court.
Color commentators, I fucking hate analogies, bro. Color commentators, this would be a better analogy if color commentators influenced like basketball games through their rhetoric. Through them talking on the microphone, like that actually had an impact on the game.
Court, pathetic. I like that. That's actually a really good analogy. Holy shit.
No, it's not.
And for the record,
it's not though.
What these guys want, and I've played this game before, what these guys want is full fealty, okay? Because the non-endorsement situation here, I stand by 100%, okay?
Okay.
I stand by that. Absolutely. Especially because I warned everyone about what Donald Trump.
Okay, you sure showed the Democrats. I mean, okay, you held them accountable. You should feel good about yourself then. This is what accountability looks like, guys. You know, if you were a trans person serving in the military and you were really looking forward to having a secure pension and having really great like government provided healthcare, and now you can't do that. You know, like that's what accountability looks like. Worthy sacrifices to teach the Democrats a lesson, which doesn't happen ever in the way that they want it to. But,
the dangers of Donald Trump and what Donald Trump represented. And I warned the Democrats, if they did not sufficiently address some of these problems, that a lot of people were not going to vote for them. And turns out I was fucking right. And perhaps that's the reason why so many of these like adult outlets run by adults, recognize that, you know, there was differing opinions out there that they did not actually address at all. I'm taking the long way home to explain that I was fucking right, and many of the other places you went to for this information, self-soothing lullabies that you fucking heard over and over again.
The libs, listen, man, you can say the libs are cringe. Sometimes we're cringe. That's true. Sometimes we're a little cringe. I will not deny it. I am sometimes cringe in my liberalness. But you know, I don't think we were wrong when it came to how bad Trump would be. Well, in a sense we were, because it's even worse than we thought. I'll just speak for myself. Trump 2.0 has played out worse than I thought it would. Not, which isn't to say that I thought it would be good. I knew it was going to be very bad. But I didn't think it would be this bad. I didn't think a year into the presidency we would be having a conversation about whether or not Donald Trump is serious when he says we might militarily invade and annex and just seize Greenland. Like I didn't see that coming. I didn't see the USAID cuts coming. You know, I took them seriously when it came to like budget cuts through Doge. I took that seriously. I didn't think about like doing something that could result in literally millions of people dead over the next 10 years. That seems a bit intense. You know, I knew the mass deportations would be bad, but even the most recent ICE stuff, I mean, I didn't think you'd have ICE agents just like shooting people in the face like this, like that. You know, that didn't really happen like that the first time around. And this is, I didn't really think about him sending in thousands of ICE agents out of political spite for his enemies. I didn't really see that coming. So it was, you know, technically he's right. I was wrong because it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Or it ended up being worse, I mean, rather. And he's over here like, I was right. It's like, at best, bro, you were indifferent to the outcome. If you, I don't think he took it seriously. I think he was thinking about his own brand. I don't think he cared about the political outcomes. And the fact that he thinks he is in a position to give advice to Democrats is like, bro, who even are you? What can you claim? Like, what bona fides do you have to point to in order to like have this arrogant mentality of like, oh, I showed up at the DNC and offered them my sage wisdom? Bro, if they listened to your advice, the Democrats would completely implode as a political party. I mean, literally implode. It would be a Republican supermajority if the Democratic Party took his advice. Advice like, don't condemn Hamas. He's not even intelligent enough to understand the political implications of not condemning Hamas. Like, Mamdani is under such a microscope. The entire Republican media apparatus and political apparatus are watching that guy like hawks, waiting for the slightest misstep so they can pounce on him and use him as a lightning rod. He has so much more scrutiny than 99% of politicians in this country. The media, Republican media, and Republican politicians are salivating for this guy to trip up, make a mistake, and they will descend on New York City with an army of cameras and microphones. And they will make Mamdani the centerpiece of the Democratic Party. They will use him. Part of it has to do with racism. Part of it has to do with what kind of left-wing politics Mamdani has and how they can exploit that. So far, he's doing a good job, to be clear. So far, he's like kind of crushing it. But Hassan doesn't even understand the concept of, like, you know, let's say Mamdani internally doesn't condemn Hamas. Let's say he has the same view that Hassan does. You should still lie about it in that spot if you want to survive politically. You're going to have to lie sometimes, say some things that you don't mean. That's fucking politics. I'm sorry, but that's politics. You can't just, politics isn't getting up there and like telling the truth. That's not what politics is. That's just not the nature of the game. Anyways.
With the assumptions that Kamala Harris had this locked down, they were wrong. And instead of recognizing why you were wrong or why you were deluded and then hopefully not repeating that mistake, you still tried to crash out on those who were right.
He's political opposition. I don't know what to tell you guys. We are not on the same team. Me and Hassan are not on the same team. We do not have the same goals. We obviously do not have the same philosophy. We don't have the same approach to voting or endorsing. I don't think both of us equally appraise the current Republican Party to be truly, like, historically dangerous. I don't think he believes that in the way that I do. I think of Donald Trump and MAGA as like literal harbingers of death. Like I see them, and if they're allowed to continue to keep getting power, to keep being handed political power, I see like a Mad Max dystopian future. That's where my brain goes with it. I see the collapse of civilization. I see like the end of America as we know it. I see as us shrinking from the world stage and all the horrible outcomes that would come from that. And you know, it's blue no matter who. That's the minimum. That's the homework. It's blue no matter who. Pull the fucking lever. Anyways, he pulls up some of my old tweets because I showed up in that. I was a little saucy. I typed it out at like 1 a.m. I typed something like, you just shaded Mamdani for condemning Hamas, you dumb bitch. I probably shouldn't have added that last part. It needed to be a little less spicy. Sometimes I can be a little less spicy. I spent a little too much time in the last like 7 days arguing with people on the internet. After like a really good streak of not doing that, I kind of relapsed like a little bit this week. Okay. But it's a process. Okay. It's a process. It's not progress, not perfection.
Best thing Hassan can do to help Mamdani execute on his agenda is stay the fuck away from him, lol.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
It appears it didn't really affect him negatively in any way, but go off, King. Yeah.
I mean, this is just dumb logic. Just dumb logic. I mean, I didn't say that, like, two things can be true at the same time. Mamdani could have won the mayor's seat despite the baggage of photographs of him having lunch with Hassan in the context of Hassan saying crazy stuff about 9/11. Like, that can be true. And then it can also be true that Mamdani needs to fucking stay the fuck away from Hassan. Hassan is a political liability. Like, Mamdani winning doesn't disprove in any meaningful way or any way whatsoever that that Hassan is a political liability for Mamdani. There's just like no logic to that.
Yeah. No, thanks, Hutch. No, you were there all along, buddy. You're right. Hutch was bitching about Mamdani's favorability numbers in August. No cheating. Don't look it up. If you guys had to guess what Mamdani's public approval ratings are nationally in the state of New York, not New York City specifically, where do you think he lands? Professionally wrong.
But first of all, I asked a question. How could that be wrong? I asked a question. What does it mean to say I'm wrong if I ask you, what do you think his national polls are? First of all, I didn't make any kind of a statement. I mean, I was implying something, to be clear, but he doesn't understand what I was implying. At this point in August, I was very much on board with supporting Mamdani over Cuomo and Adams. Anybody that tuned into Live and Learn or tuned in my streams knew that I endorsed him, whatever that means for a California podcaster to endorse, Mamdani. I'm not sure I had too much sway there, but I was definitely more skeptical of him in the beginning, but I never once said that I would support Cuomo or Adams over Mamdani. The purpose of that tweet, talking about Mamdani's national polling, this was in the context of the left throwing like literal tantrums over congressional Democrats not endorsing Mamdani in a mayor's race, which is just not a standard that has ever existed, ever, in American politics. It has never been the standard that congressional Democrats be expected to endorse mayoral candidates. They can, and they oftentimes do, but it's not expected. And at the time, Mamdani's national numbers were really not terrible, but like they were bad. But even then, how many of you guys are regulars in the chat? Do you guys remember what I said? What did I tell you? I said his numbers are bad, but, and I think I said this like every time. I said his numbers are bad, but there are a lot of undecideds. There's a lot of people in the country that don't know who he is. They don't know his positions. They don't know anything about his politics. And so he had a lot of room to grow if he ran a competent campaign and governed well. Then it's easy to see those numbers turning around, because at the time in August, nationally, he was down like -15. And yet leftists like Emma and Hassan were fucking pissing and shitting and furiously shaking with rage because there were congressional Democrats who weren't making a public endorsement in a mayoral race. This has never been a standard that existed before they did this. And then the media played into this fucking fake made up grievance. And then the media went along with it. And all of a sudden, because that was getting clicks, then the media is like pressing Jeffries, like, why haven't you endorsed yet? Why haven't you endorsed yet? That was the context. I was throwing shade at Mamdani's annoying far left like fandom online. Hakeem Jeffries endorsed Adams in 2021? Nope. No, he didn't. No, he did not. No, he didn't. Neither did Pelosi, who was Speaker at the time. She was the House Majority Leader. Maybe Schumer did? I think Schumer did, but Jeffries did not endorse Adams. I was shading Mamdani's idiot fucking... Okay, hold on. Let me be careful here. I don't think that everybody that, or even most people that support Mamdani online are idiot, like far lefties, okay? They're like a small group of people, but they're very loud. And they intentionally made this an issue when it was never an issue in the past ever before. That was my point. I supported Mamdani, and I'm kind of like fangirling over Mamdani at this point because I think he really hit the ground running, and he's just doing like such a good job. And he got Kathy Hochul to get on board with his universal childcare proposal, and now it's going to be like a statewide proposal. To my knowledge, she wasn't talking about a universal childcare program in the state of New York before he came along. And initially, she said she wasn't open to raising taxes because she was afraid of like capital flight to Florida or whatever in the context of that policy. And well, I don't know whatever he did behind the scenes, but whatever conversations they had, now it's going to be like a statewide proposal. And I think you can draw a straight line from his campaign to that. And I just think that that's so impressive. That's crazy. That was like by far the most ambitious thing that was on his proposal, like list of proposals. By far that was, like, it was the most expensive for sure. That's going to cost billions of dollars. And they announced that in like the first 2 weeks. It's crazy. I genuinely like Mamdani. I genuinely like Mamdani. I've been saying, but you haven't acknowledged. I think Mamdani may be the Green Lantern you keep saying doesn't exist. Well, hang on. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. Before we start saying, okay, Mamdani, if you can't do what he's doing, then you're a failure in the Democratic Party. Before you start going down that road, just to be clear, and it doesn't mean that it's not impressive what he's done, but just to be clear, you have way more room to pursue your agenda in a fucking deep blue city that's in a deep blue state with a supermajority Democratic legislature, okay? That's a lot easier to like just do stuff, okay? That doesn't mean that he is not impressive, okay? But and good for him, and I think in a lot of ways Democrats can learn from his example on a number of different things. But it's like take what you need and leave the rest kind of situation, okay? You can't copy paste this guy's politics everywhere across the country. You just can't do it. You can't just neatly kind of fit that into like a national universal framework. It's just not going to work that way, okay?
Professionally wrong. Okay?
I mean, come on. It's also, isn't this, I have been wrong in the past. I admit, I have been wrong. It pains me to say that I've been wrong in the past. Okay, that's fine. However, this guy, wasn't it just a few weeks ago where he had closed out 2025 by making predictions about 2026, and one of his predictions was that Trump was not gonna like invade Venezuela, and then it happened literally like that, like hours later? Come on. You're gonna call me professionally wrong? Come on, bud. That just happened. That just happened. There's also like the legendary Ukraine stuff. I don't think I've ever had a moment that bad. I've been pretty wrong about stuff, but I don't think I've ever had, you know, like this stuff. Like, I don't know if I've ever had something this egregiously wrong. It's Monday and it seems like Russia still hasn't invaded Ukraine, as all the high-level intelligence suggested maybe this week. Hope not. Anyway, lots to talk about today. I mean, like, I don't know if I've ever been that wrong about stuff. Oh, you know what, Matt? That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I will give you that. That's fair. Going into the presidential debate in 2024, for weeks, chat was like, I don't know, I feel nervous. Biden isn't looking that great these days. I feel nervous. I don't think he's going to do a great job. And I was like, relax. He's actually really good in debates. If you go back and you watch his one-on-ones with Bernie and Trump, he was actually really good, very sharp, had detailed knowledge of the issues that he was unpacking, was able to really articulate himself well. He obviously did a lot of debate prep, but like, he's actually pretty good at debates, which in my defense was true. That is true. When you go back and you look at his old debates, look at his debate with Paul Ryan. Bit of a bulldog. And then he ended up giving literally the worst debate performance of since televised debate, really. So you could say that that was a pretty big, got that one wrong kind of situation. I didn't realize I had turned Tangia off.
Don't listen to these dipshits. I mean, I'm not even I don't even need to say this because no one actually
able to make
listens to
every
these
single
dipshits,
solitary
right?
person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden.
I just think it's shitty that people use AI like that. Kind of fucked up. People can just like make AI videos like that, and then people think it's real. Kind of fucked up.
I don't even need to say this because no one actually listens to these dipshits, right?
Did you hear that, chat? You're fucking nobodies. You are nobodies. Who even are you? Are you even real? Are you AI? Is AI real? What is consciousness? What is life? Am I a little bit gay? I don't, you know. These are tough questions. Tough questions to ask.
I honestly didn't know that Zoran was part of Uncommitted. That slightly complicates things. Personally, would still adhere to the principle, but I get why folks are salty about it on the spot.
He just, and this is why I say it's not even like it's so. He is intellectually lazy. I think like one of the most intellectually lazy people in the entire space. But this is why I say it's like just dishonesty, because he reads that and he thought it was going one direction. And then once he realizes that it went the other direction, he just breezes past it to keep trying to make the point that I didn't support Mamdani. Now, and again, what he's reading right here is not in the context of supporting Mamdani. It's in the context of congressional Democrats endorsing him. I was saying it kind of complicates it. Because early on in the debate, I was like, yeah, you know what? They should endorse Blue no matter who, blah, blah, blah. But then at some point, I got curious. I was like, wait, hang on. Has this ever been a standard? And then I started questioning it. But that's what he just read was in the context of like, oh, it complicates things in terms of like, should Democrats endorse? Because he didn't endorse Kamala. Mamdani was a part of Uncommitted. He did not endorse Kamala. Which was another angle of the whole thing just being so dumb. It's like they were getting so indignant about like Schumer not endorsing when Mamdani himself didn't endorse Kamala. It's like, okay, well. And he just breezes past this part when he realizes that it didn't mean what, like he thought this was me saying don't endorse. And then at the end of the tweet, I'm like, I still think you should. Not even talking about voting. And then he breezes past that and goes back up to the top on this one.
I didn't know that Zoran was part of Uncommitted. That slightly complicates things. Personally, would still adhere to the principle, but I get why folks are salty about it on the spot.
And then he just breezes past. He just breezes past that, right? Like it's obvious, I think, that people had pulled tweets of mine and he saw those tweets in the tweet thread. Maybe people were DMing him. Like what these sycophantic accounts were like, oh, put this on the screen. You'll fucking own him, bro. And he just didn't do any kind of effort whatsoever to understand the context of anything I was saying. And I think it's obvious that he thought that this was me saying I don't support Mamdani. It's just not true. He's just got that wrong.
You just shaded Mamdani for condemning Hamas, you dumb bitch, lol. He also boosted Mamdani when he was polling single digits while you were crying months later that he was part of the Uncommitted movement. Hutch, I can have reasonable disagreements with people that I communicate with and correspond with on a daily fucking basis privately and even sometimes publicly.
I mean, he misses the point, but two things. First of all, why couldn't you apply that standard to Kamala? You know, I'm not saying he corresponds with her or whatever, but like, why was it so impossible for you to apply that same standard to Kamala? You can have disagreements with her and still recognize that she was the best choice. She was the only choice, right? Why couldn't you do that with her? Why can you only do that with like other lefties, right? And then the other thing too is like he's missing the point that I'm not saying you should never criticize Mamdani. I'm saying your specific criticism that it was bad for him to condemn Hamas. Like, bro, you are a liability. If Mamdani did what Hassan wants him to do, which is get up there and be like, I'm not going to condemn Hamas. After years of brutal apartheid and settler colonialism by the illegal state of Israel, the illegal and illegitimate state of Israel, and 2 years of genocide, I don't think I have the right to criticize Hamas when the real problem we should be talking about is Israel. Blah, blah, blah. If he did that shit, like he would last about a year or 2 years in politics. His favorabilities would fucking fall off of a cliff over time. It's just horrible advice. You gave him bad advice. That's the issue. You gave him bad advice. Like, you're already undermining Mamdani when Mamdani is arguably the most impressive politician in America right now, like probably the most impressive. And your instinct is to try to undermine him to your audience. Shade him for condemning Hamas. You're a liability. That's the issue.
Okay, it's a normal and healthy fucking attitude to have towards your representatives and towards the politicians that are supposed to represent your interests.
Again, he cannot seem to apply that standard consistently. It seems to only apply to like leftists, I suppose.
I know this is a foreign concept for you.
It's not. I vote for people who I disagree with all the time. Like, this is not foreign to me at all. I've done that my whole life. I have never voted for anyone ever that perfectly aligned with my values, my morals, my policy preferences. That person has never existed. I don't have a problem doing that. I will vote for somebody who is to my right or to my left on any number of issues. Not complicated to me. I don't feel like I don't feel aggrieved that I have to do this. I just see this as a normal part of democracy and participating in democracy and voting for candidates. That's just like, it doesn't bother me in the way that evidently it does you.
Because you only have one speed, which is just eating the dick of the Democratic Party over and over again, even when they actually fucking steer this goddamn country into a devastating direction.
If you want to call it eating the dick of the Democratic Party, then sure. I love me some cock, okay? Feed me the dick, okay? Where I'm at with politics right now is it is way too dangerous. The Donald Trump, his political movement, the Republican Party, they are way too dangerous right now to fuck around. We have to beat them. In this moment, there's a kind of urgency that hasn't really, I don't think, been there for decades. It's a new kind of urgency. It's existential. And that means supporting the Democrats in every race where they show up on your ticket, wherever you are in the country. They have to be starved of power. That's the only way. That's the only way that we're going to remedy this situation politically. Now, if you think that we should escalate to violence, make that case. But if you don't think we're there yet, then I think you should take my position. You should support the Democrats on every race, on every ticket they appear on every ballot across the country. You call that fealty. I call it triage. Do you or do you not agree that the Republican Party are fascists? They have fascist tendencies. There's certainly a fascist undercurrent in Republican Party politics right now. You know, with the emerging kind of growing Groyper shit. And then you have it at the top of the structure. Donald Trump is a fascist. He would gladly utilize the same methods that brutal authoritarians all over the world use. He would very gladly like to have the ability to just throw people in jail. You can never allow someone like that to have power. I tried to tell people like it would be bad. You went a different way with it. Okay, that's fine. I think you should take my position and meaningfully oppose the Republican Party as strongly as you possibly can in every election moving forward until things change. Maybe they don't change, but that's what I think you should do.
By consistently losing to the Republicans over and over again, no matter how fucking bad they are.
He's just comically wrong there. If we look at the last 5 presidential elections, we've won 3 out of the last 5. Since Donald Trump, starting in 2016, the Democrats have had more winning election cycles than losing. This whole idea that all we ever do is lose to Donald Trump. Like, are you fucking sleeping for the last year? Were you asleep in early November? I know you weren't, because there was fucking live footage of him at parties in New York City on election night. Maybe he, in fairness to him, didn't see the, thousands of other Democrats winning seats all over the country in just an absolute bloodbath. Does he really think it's been nothing but like Republican Party wins for the last 10 years? Like, were you asleep in the run up to the 2018 midterms when we were doing really well in special elections all throughout 2017? Were you asleep in 2018 when there was a blue wave? Were you asleep in 2020 when we made Donald Trump the first one-term president since 1992 and won a trifecta in government? Were you asleep in 2022 when he had one of the most historically successful midterm cycles of any first-term president ever? We picked up a Senate seat and the Republicans barely won a majority in the House. That was considered a failure for Republicans. We did a lot of winning on that night. We are going to murder them politically in November. But he takes this position. It's like all the Democrats ever do is lose. It's like, oh, well, I mean, if you only pay attention to the election cycles where Republicans win, I can, I guess, imagine having that perspective. But
they actually fucking steer this goddamn country into a devastating direction by consistently losing to the Republicans over and over again, no matter how fucking bad they are.
It's just a fact that, candidates that more align with his kind of values do worse than candidates that align with my values. This is just a fact. We can just track the data. We can just see how they perform. The types of candidates that he likes tend to not do as well. And sometimes they do a considerably worse. I'm looking at Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. Not exactly, they didn't exactly light DC on fire. They kind of comically crashed and burned. Abigail Spanberger and the Democrats are doing big things in Virginia right now. Big things in Virginia right now. They are moving aggressively in Virginia right now. Will he ever talk about that? Or is Mamdani the only one that's doing big things? He'll never talk about them because she's like a fucking ex-CIA spook or whatever.
But it's fine. It's fine to have some disagreements with your politicians.
I agree. It's fine to have disagreements with people that are supposed to be in the same coalition as you. But you still stay together as a coalition. That's the point of a political coalition. That's what power looks like in this kind of a party structure and this kind of a political system. I agree. It would be great if you would join me in welcoming imperfect allies. That would just be the best. If you're an imperfect ally and you have opinions that I regard to be downright problematic, I will welcome you with open arms if you are on the same page as I am. If we have the same broad goal, I will put so much aside. Tell me all about labor theory of value. Teach me, tell me all the things you know about Marxism. I'll be curious. I'll be like, oh, tell me about that. I don't care. If we're on the same page about preventing Republicans from winning elections, we can be friends. We can be in the same tent. That's great. We would never lose, we would never lose if we could have that mentality. We would crush them consistently. And would you accept Lorenz? No, Because she's not on the same page. Neither is Hassan. They don't agree. They do not agree that Trump and MAGA are so profoundly dangerous that it is important to build a winning, sticky coalition that will vote in a block in total opposition to this current Republican Party. They don't agree. If she changed her tune, sure, I'll keep her at arm's length. But yeah, you can be in the tent, but just like over there, maybe on the other side of the tent. Hutch is running 2028.
Even if you know them personally.
I think Mamdani actually, I could be here's another prediction, okay? Because I do think Mamdani is smart. I think Mamdani will distance himself more and more. He's kind of doing this thing there where he's like humble bragging and hinting that maybe they text privately, maybe they correspond privately. He seems to be giving that impression, though I don't even know if we can take him at face value because he just lies about shit like a lot. So like I don't even know if I can trust him. He does this shit where it's like he did that shit where it's like if I were to help them out with their lawsuits against Ethan, you wouldn't know about it. Like he did that shit, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Fugikara. But if I had to guess, I think Mamdani is going to keep a distance between himself and Trump because he's not an idiot. And Hassan just is a liability. He just fucking is. And like based on everything we've seen so far from Mamdani, okay, who do you guys think is more likely to still be supporting Mamdani in 3 years? Me or Hassan? Smart money's on me. Because Mamdani is the one thing that I ask of politicians. What is he? It's a descriptor. It's an adjective. He's pragmatic. He's pragmatic. That's all I ask. I don't ask much. I don't think I'm too demanding of people. Just exist in reality and then operate under the framework that reality brings. That's all I ask. We can be so different on policy and we can be so different on just like underlying philosophy, ideology. We can be profoundly different. And if you're pragmatic and you take the wins that you can take and you avoid the fights that will harm you and you just make good decisions, then we will get along just fine. And if anything, Mamdani is more pragmatic than you see from like a lot of politicians. There's a very good chance I'm still going to be supporting this guy 3 years from now. Now, if he changes. If he does the switch up, starts doing stupid shit, I reserve the right to change my mind. Where's the Carney speech again? Let's watch this Carney speech. I'm hearing good things.
Is submitted to no limits, no constraints. On the other hand, I would like to tell you that the other countries, especially intermediate powers like Canada, are not powerless. They have the capacity to build a new order that encompasses our values, such as respect for human rights, sustainable development, solidarity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of the various states. The power of the less power starts with honesty.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable, as the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't. So what are our options? In 1978, the Czech dissident Václav Havel, later president, wrote an essay called The Power of the Powerless. And in it, he asked a simple question: how did the communist system sustain itself? And his answer began with the greengrocer. Every morning, this shopkeeper places a sign in his window: workers
Cursed audio. What's going on with the audio?
of the world unite.
Here's the timestamp you asked for earlier about Hassan. Is this him with the Hamas stuff?
Zioran Mossadani and AOCIA.
I mean, that's funny, to be clear.
Oh man. We gotta keep pushing. We gotta keep pushing, baby. I don't know what to tell you.
So again, this is in the context of both AOC and Mamdani coming out with statements strongly condemning protesters outside of a synagogue chanting, "We support Hamas." AOC came out with like a really she said something like, "This isn't complicated. Standing outside of a synagogue and chanting, 'We support Hamas' is anti-Semitic." Like, she just called it anti-Semitic. Can't remember exactly what Mamdani said, but he came up with like two statements. One was a little tepid. The follow-up was much stronger. He called it anti-Semitism. And this is him saying that what they did was bad and we need to press them. We need to press AOC. We need to press AOC and Mamdani to be better and not call that anti-Semitism or not condemn Hamas. That's what he's saying here.
They were saying we support Hamas, Shatter. What'd you expect he was going to say? Yeah, no, that's fucking cope is actually bullshit. Like, he knows better. Come on, dude. Get out of here. Like, he knows better than to condemn Hamas. I just can't even believe that this is a thing. I say from the start, do not concede on your enemy's cynical framing. The much larger, much more consequential takeaway from that fucking story was supposed to be the settler fairs that they're conducting in a goddamn synagogue once.
The last we knew, that was never confirmed, right? Did they confirm that that was what was going on? Like, I know that people initially were saying that that's what was happening. They were doing like land sales or something like that. But was that ever confirmed? That's not a rhetorical question. I don't know. Was that ever confirmed? I ain't repeating myself for the fourth time. Please? Oh, okay. I don't know if it was ever confirmed that it might have been that's what was going on, but I don't know if that was confirmed.
Again, and yet the entire media was moved into the direction of, oh my God, I can't believe the protesters that are protesting again.
Oh, it's that clip. I didn't realize this is the clip where he clearly is doing the Kaya shit again. I didn't realize that.
Against settler fairs that are taking place in a synagogue are actually the bad ones.
I cannot believe he did that shit so blatantly again.
In the story, because they said we support Hamas here. I can't believe that they're supporting the Palestinian resistance. How dare they say that? That's unacceptable. Okay, on the other side, the people who were counter protesting against the protesters were literally fucking counter protesting about with Kahanist sloganeering, with Kahanist flags. That's a literal fucking terrorist organization. That's a terrorist organization that's considered a terrorist organization in the state of Israel. Like, that's how big of a fucking terrorist organization that is. So if you're going to fucking complain about people, people supporting designated enemies of America or like, terrorist states.
When you think about it, He kind of sounds a little bit like Destiny. Now, hang on. Before you jump to any conclusions, it's a similar kind of logic. He's saying when you're engaging with your enemies, basically never acknowledge anything on quote unquote your side. Is the superficial logic that he's giving here. I think underneath that, he just kind of explicitly supports Hamas, but superficially, that's the framework here. Never concede anything, never acknowledge anything, never take the focus off what your enemy is doing. It's a similar kind of logic when you think about it. I'm just saying.
In general, you know, focus the limited amount of attention that we have in this media cycle on things that actually are productive, things that actually matter. Okay. It's just being like, oh my God, I can't believe they said they love Hamas or whatever is just fucking stupid. Of course he's.
So he legitimately thinks that Donnie made a mistake politically by condemning Hamas, which is just, come on. We don't need to dwell on that. Somebody gave a version of this speech with better audio. God bless you.
To be with you tonight.
That the rules are trouble. To hope, people called this living within a lie. The system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true. And its fragility.
Okay, this speech feels like I can't do my ADD shit. Like I have to pay attention. I feel like he's saying some important shit. Nobody distract me.
Comes from the same source. When even one person stops performing, when the greengrocer.
Oh, I missed the quote. Let's go back.
This shopkeeper places a sign in his window. Workers of the world unite. He doesn't believe it. No one does. But he places the sign anyway to avoid trouble, to signal compliance, to get along. And because every shopkeeper on every street does the same, the system persists. Not through violence alone, but through the participation of ordinary people in rituals they privately know to be false. Havel called this living within a lie. The system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true. And its fragility comes from the same source.
Yes.
When even one person stops performing, when the greengrocer removes his sign, the illusion begins to crack. Friends, it is time for companies and countries to take their signs down.
This is the Matrix. This is the Matrix films. He's talking about systems of control. This is Orwell shit.
For decades. For decades, countries like Canada prospered under what we called the rules-based international order. We joined its institutions, we praised its principles, we benefited from its predictability. And because of that, we could pursue values-based foreign policies under its protection. We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. So we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals. And we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality.
This is kind of stunning, right? This is kind of stunning. He is using some very, like he's not mincing words. This is he's very, I mean, what goes beyond a rebuke? Like he's going beyond rebuking Donald Trump, the American government, he's going beyond that here. He's questioning the very nature of America's partnerships with like trade partners all over the world. Like he's not just limiting it to one about Canada. Like this is a rallying cry. And so you say this is pretty stunning to me. I mean, this is like, you don't really see stuff like this. This is a different kind of speech. Like, this is pretty fucking stunning.
This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited.
Ray Micah with 5 Canadian, that's my motherfucking PM. I canvassed in PP, opposition leaders riding. We made him lose his own seat. Real proud of how we limited the damage last year. Cheers, buddy. Nice.
You cannot...
Wait, is Carney liberal or is he conservative?
Not live weapons. Tariffs as leverage.
He's liberal, right? Yeah.
Financial infrastructure as coercion. Supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination. The multilateral institutions on which the middle powers have relied, the WTO, the UN, the COP, the architecture, the very architecture of collective problem solving are under threat. And as a result, many countries are drawing the same conclusions, that they must develop greater strategic autonomy in energy, food, critical minerals, in finance and supply chains. And this impulse is understandable. A country that can't feed itself, fuel itself, or defend itself has few options. When the rules no longer protect you, you must protect yourself. But let's be clear-eyed about where this leads. A world of fortresses will be poorer, more fragile, and less sustainable. And there's another truth. If great powers abandon even the pretense of rules and values for the unhindered pursuit of their power and interests, the gains from transactionalism will become harder to replicate.
I was a little concerned because I don't know anything about Carney, and from the start of his speech, it sounded like he was pushing for isolationism, which I guess he is in a way. It seems like it's a speech about not being totally reliant on major powers. But it sounds like he's pitching a kind of isolationist or more isolationist policy out of necessity, but while saying that isolationism is bad.
Hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships. Allies will diversify to hedge against uncertainty. They'll buy insurance, increase options.
Or maybe that's not isolationism then, yeah.
In order to rebuild sovereignty. Sovereignty that was once grounded in rules but will increasingly be anchored in the ability to withstand pressure. This room knows this is classic risk management. Risk management comes at a price. But that cost of strategic autonomy, of sovereignty, can also be shared. Collective investments in resilience are cheaper than everyone building their own fortresses. Shared standards reduce fragmentations. Complementarities are positive sum. And the question for middle powers like Canada is not whether to adapt to the new reality. We must. The question is whether we adapt by simply building higher walls or whether we can do something more ambitious. Now, Canada was amongst the first to hear the wake-up call, leading us to fundamentally shift our strategic posture. Canadians know that our old, comfortable assumptions that our geography and alliance memberships automatically conferred prosperity and security, that assumption is no longer valid.
You know what he's saying, guys? You know what I just realized he's saying? Well, I want you guys to guess it. I'm thinking of a film. More importantly, I'm thinking of a character in a film. Which is very broad. Let me give you some more advice. Let me give you some more hints. I'm thinking of a non-human character in a film.
I drink your milkshake.
Not Avatar.
I drink it up.
Not Avatar. There's this character called Caesar in a trilogy of Planet of the Apes films. And he tells his ape brethren, apes strong together. Piffox Grand with $5 feels like Trump was blatant enough to make America's rules for thee, but not for me, and turn national policy to finally catch up. Crookjay with 7 months.
Oh no! Oh no!
God, I love that movie. God, I fucking love that movie. He's saying let's listen, we're all little guys, but we can be a big guy. We get together. We can make ourselves a big guy. He's saying apes strong together.
And our new approach rests on what Alexander Stubb, the president of Finland, has termed value-based realism. Or to put another way, we aim to be both principled and...
He just called non-Americans monkeys. Oh, well, shit. Honestly, that could look really bad. You could read that as me saying that foreigners are primates. Oh no. Wait, are gorillas primates?
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Red-eyed.
Please don't do that.
Red-eyed skink with 19 months. Did you just call the PM of Canada a monkey? In a way, I did, but he's an ape. He's not an ape. He's not an ape. In my analogy, he's an ape. I think it made sense.
Pragmatic. Principled in our commitment to fundamental values, sovereignty, territorial integrity.
Think about it though. When apes get together and cooperate with each other and put their differences aside, they can and do usurp the humans. Which is what happens by the time we get to the fourth entry of the film and the start of a new trilogy. That one's called Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. It's really fucking good. That's a good movie. I don't think it was as strong as Dawn or War, but it was good. It was fun. Good movie. Better than I thought it would be. But that's his whole thing. He's saying that you have to be united. If we can stay united and if we can cooperate with each other, then we can survive and fight back against the humans. Which is not dissimilar in tone from what Carney is saying in this speech.
Prohibition of the use of force except when consistent with the UN Charter and respect for human rights. And pragmatic in recognizing that progress is often incremental, that interests diverge, that not every partner will share all of our values.
Piffox Grand with $5 feels like Trump was I think I already got you for that. Red, I think I already crooked. Okay.
So we're engaging broadly, strategically with open eyes. We actively take on the world as it is, not wait around for a world we wish to be. We are calibrating our relationships so their depth reflects our values. And we're prioritizing broad engagement to maximize our influence. Given the fluidity of the world at the moment, the risks that this poses and the stakes, for what comes next. And we are no longer just relying on the strength of our values, but also the value of our strength. We are building that strength at home. Since my government took office, we have cut taxes on incomes, on capital gains, and business investment. We have removed all federal barriers to interprovincial trade. We are fast-tracking $1 trillion of investments in energy, AI, critical minerals, new trade corridors, and beyond. We're doubling our defense spending by the end of this decade, and we're doing so in ways that build our domestic industries. And we are rapidly diversifying abroad. We've agreed a comprehensive strategic partnership with the EU, including joining SAFE, the European Defence Procurement Arrangements. We have signed 12 other trade and security deals on 4 continents in 6 months. The past few days, we've concluded new strategic partnerships with China and Qatar. We're negotiating free trade pacts with India, ASEAN, Thailand, Philippines, and Mercosur. We're doing something else. To help solve global problems, we're pursuing variable geometry. In other words, different coalitions for different issues based on common values and interests. So on Ukraine, we're a core member of the Coalition of the Willing and one of the largest per capita contributors to its defense and security. On Arctic sovereignty, we stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future. Our commitment to NATO's Article 5 is unwavering. So we're working with our NATO allies, including the Nordic-Baltic Gate, to further secure the alliance's northern and western flanks, including through Canada's unprecedented investments in over-the-horizon
Yeah, but what happens when a NATO partner attacks another NATO partner? The fuck does that mean?
radar, in submarines,
That's just like the end of NATO, right?
in aircraft, and boots on the ground, boots on the ice. Canada strongly opposes tariffs over Greenland and calls for focused talks to achieve our shared objectives of security and prosperity in the Arctic. On plurilateral trade, we're championing efforts to build a bridge between the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the European Union, which would create a new trading bloc of 1.5 billion people. On critical minerals, we're forming buyers clubs anchored in the G7 so that the world can diversify away from concentrated supply. And on AI, we're cooperating with like-minded democracies to ensure that we won't ultimately be forced to choose between hegemons and hyperscalers. This is not naive multilateralism, nor is it relying on their institutions. It's building coalitions that work, issues by issue, with partners who share enough common ground to act together. In some cases, this will be the vast majority of nations. What it's doing is creating a dense web of connections across trade, investment, culture, on which we can draw for future challenges and opportunities. I argue the middle powers must act together because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu.
That's one way
But
to
I'd
put
also say that great powers can afford for now to go it alone. They have the market size, the military capacity, and the leverage to dictate terms. Middle powers do not. But when we only negotiate bilaterally with a hegemon, we negotiate from weakness. We accept what's offered. We compete with each other to be the most accommodating. This is not sovereignty. It's the performance of sovereignty while accepting subordination. In a world of great power rivalry, the countries in between have a choice: compete with each other for favor, or to combine to create a third path with impact. We shouldn't allow the rise of hard power to blind us to the fact that the power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong if we choose to wield them together. Which brings me back to Havel.
How does it feel to listen to a leader that doesn't sound like a 5-year-old? depressing. We'll say it's depressing.
What does it mean for middle powers to live the truth? Well, first, it means naming reality. Stop invoking rules-based international order as though it still functions as advertised. Call it what it is, a system of intensifying great power rivalry where the most powerful pursue their interests using economic integration as coercion. It means acting consistently, applying the same standards to allies and rivals. When middle powers criticize economic intimidation from one direction but stay silent when it comes from another, we are keeping the sign in the window. It means building what we claim to believe in. Rather than waiting for the old order to be restored, it means creating institutions and agreements that function as described. And it means reducing the leverage that enables coercion. That's building a strong domestic economy. It should be every government's immediate priority. And diversification internationally is not just economic prudence, it's a material foundation for honest foreign policy, because countries earn the right to principled stands by reducing their vulnerability to retaliation. So Canada. Canada has what the world wants. We are an energy superpower. We hold vast reserves of critical minerals. We have the most educated population in the world. Our pension funds are amongst the world's largest and most sophisticated investors. In other words, we have capital, talent. We also have a government with immense fiscal capacity to act decisively. And we have the values to which many others aspire. Canada is a pluralistic society that works. Our public square is loud, diverse, and free. Canadians remain committed to sustainability. We are a stable and reliable partner in a world that is anything but. A partner that builds and values relationships for the long term. And we have something else. We have a recognition of what's happening and a determination to act accordingly. We understand that this rupture calls for more than adaptation. It calls for honesty about the world as it is. We are taking the sign out of the window. We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy. But we believe that from the fracture, we can build something bigger, better, stronger, more just. This is the task of the middle powers. The countries that have the most to lose from a world of fortresses and a most to gain from genuine cooperation. The powerful have their power. But we have something too. The capacity to stop pretending, to name reality, to build our strength at home, and to act together.
Piff Ox Grand with $10. What rules-based order is he referring to? I know the ICC and the ICJ have been ignored by the US, but I don't think he's advocating to commit war crimes. No, I don't. I think this is about trade exclusively.
That is Canada's path. We choose it openly and confidently, and it is a path wide open to any country willing to take it with us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, pretty stunning. Look, is Canada our largest trading partner? I think so. Canada, then Mexico, then China. Ray Micah said, is basically the agreement that everyone came together after World War II to respect everyone's sovereignty and to engage in global free trade. Those in the UN and others, he isn't advocating for breaking those rules, but another system. I mean, anybody who would suggest that, by our actions, motivating this world leader to make that kind of a speech, proposing that kind of a new strategy, anybody suggesting that strengthens America's position are just fools. Like, how does this help America's interests at all? You've just galvanized shitload of smaller countries to band together to resist your strong arming, which is a tame word for what Donald Trump is doing right now. I think that's obviously what he's saying. He's saying the United States cannot be relied on anymore as a partner, so other countries need to come together more now than ever, while also saying Canada needs to make sure it's self-sufficient. I mean, he wasn't formally proposing any kind of new alliance, but he kind of was, you know, he kind of was informally starting the conversation. And what's notable to me is that he did this in a public speech instead of picking up the phone and, you know, having individual conversations with world leaders. He just fucking got up there and said that shit. So to me, this feels pretty significant. Of course, nothing ever happens 99% of the time, but you know, this is like a big deal, it seems like.
Well, thank you, Prime Minister. I don't think I've seen many standing ovations at Davos, so that was interesting. You said, there was a phrase in your speech where you said sovereignty now is the ability to withstand pressure. Isn't Canada almost uniquely vulnerable to pressure because of the extent of your trade dependence on the United States?
Well, the proof is that we have been able to withstand the pressure, and there has been considerable pressure. I'll give you a couple of facts. We've actually created more jobs since the tariffs were put on than the United States in absolute number. Economy is growing at the second fastest rate within the G7. That's not there are pockets of extreme pressure without question in Canada. But headline, we're reacting. The second thing, and it's a fundamental point, is the recognition that we can give ourselves far more than any foreign country can take away. There's lots of efficiencies in having one Canadian market, the $1 trillion of domestic investment, and building these partnerships abroad, all of which are bigger returns than what's been lost. That's not to say we would rather not lose it, but we can withstand the pressure, and we are.
I mean, he seems to unambiguously be suggesting that Canada and other, what did he call them, mid-level, medium-level governments and countries should band together to take away some of America's leverage. Like that just felt like the subtext to me, right?
And I was interested that
middle powers, yeah.
You said basically the old world's not coming back. So you're not seeing this as a period where you just have to get through and normalcy will return.
I think that is our view.
I mean, as an American, I'm for selfish interests, I don't love that. We got a good thing going here, but if I'm a citizen of Canada right now and I'm listening to that speech, I'm going to be like, fuck yeah. Yeah. You know, good advice, right? Like, you reduce the risk for massive disruption anytime the American electorate decides to go with a mercurial, narcissistic idiot to lead them.
And we regret it, but we're not going to sit around and mourn it. We're acting. And
we do kind of deserve, America, I mean, we do kind of deserve our knuckles to be wrapped a little bit. We do kind of deserve someone coming along with a yardstick and just smacking the shit out of our knuckles. Right now.
Acting in a way, both that's in our interests, but
we for sure deserve it right now.
We believe in a way with others that's building imperfectly in steps a new system. I'll give you one example in handback, which is we are members of trade agreements that comprise already 1.4 billion people around the world. So we have the most extensive network. We are trying with others to bring some of those networks together. The most prominent example is the Trans-Pacific Partnership in the EU, acting as a bridge. It's not a direct benefit for Canada, but it is a benefit for Canada that these groups come together, and Ngozi is here, consistent with the WTO rules, both of which are, and in that way we're building back out amongst willing partners.
And you talked about the need not to put the sign in the window anymore, to pretend that things are still the same. Do you think, to put it directly, that the NATO alliance is still doing that, still pretending it's the old transatlantic partnership, when it's really kind of going?
Well, I think clearly NATO is experiencing a test right now, and the first response to that test has to be to respond in a way that
a test is one way to put it.
Ensures the security of the Arctic in a robust way for all possibilities. This is actually a point that we have been making in recent years. It's a point that I made at the NATO summit back in June, which seemed like a pledging summit, but also was to get NATO policies in the right direction. So I think in the immediate term, one of the imperatives is to reinforce things that Canada is doing, Nordic Baltic 8 are doing, the UK are doing, other NATO partners, France included, in a comprehensive way that provides much greater security in the Arctic. This is the test, and so I wouldn't say the NATO sign stays in the window, but we've got to meet the moment of that.
You also, a big theme of your speech was the need for middle powers to work together. Yeah. But you've just been to the other great power, to China. And I think people are very intrigued by seeing that meeting. And some people say, kind of, that's a mistake, really, because you're going to make yourself more dependent on China. They're not that benign either. The US will be very annoyed. What's the defense of what you're doing, and what do you hope to get out of it?
Well, the first thing is to say it's not a defense. It's I know the way you framed the question, but it's offense. It's building out. It's something positive as opposed to against. We're for something as opposed to being against. The second is there are very clear guardrails in that relationship. I spoke of calibration of relationships in my remarks. That's what I mean by it. But within those clear guardrails are huge opportunities in energy, both clean and conventional, obviously in motor vehicles, in agriculture, in financial services, all of which is mutually beneficial. So it's additive, and look, it's the second largest economy and it's our second largest trading partner. We should have a strategic partnership with them within those guardrails, and that's what we've achieved.
And it is an interesting reversal, though, because I think certainly during the Biden administration, there was this sense that the Western world was trying to decouple from China or de-risk.
Okay. I'm going to ask you guys another question right now, okay? There are no stupid questions. What are the actual widespread consequences and implications of the value of the US dollar tumbling? What does that look like to someone living in Los Angeles, California? What does that look like to someone living in rural areas? What does that look like all over the country? What did it look like in 2008? Not good? No, yeah. Your savings turns to dust. Think of inflation on steroids. Does it cause inflation or deflation? No more gun purchases, inflation. But conversely, though, doesn't that mean the value of the things that you own go up? That seems good, right? More money, more. I'm just playing. It looks like that scene in It's a Wonderful Life. I mean, I'm just looking at a CNBC article here. The Sell America trade is in full swing Tuesday morning after President Donald Trump and European leaders escalated tensions over Greenland. U.S. bond prices tumbled, sending yields spiking. The U.S. dollar index, which weighs the greenback against a basket of 6 foreign currency, fell nearly 1%. The euro jumped 0.6% against the dollar. This is Sell America again, within a much broader global risk off. Krishna Guha, head of global policy and central banking strategy at Evercore ISI, wrote in a note to clients. Precious metals, gold and silver, marched to fresh highs. Gold, which has long been viewed as a safe haven investment during periods of geopolitical turmoil, was on track for its biggest one-day gain since 2020. U.S. stocks tumbled as investors mitigated exposure to American assets. The Dow Jones Industrial Average slid more than 800 points, while the S&P 500 and NASDAQ Composite each dropped more than 2%. The SIBO Volatility Index, known as Wall Street's fear gauge, spiked to a highs last seen in November. The latest flare-up in so-called America positioning follows Trump's threats to impose 10% tariffs on 8 European countries as part of his push to take over Greenland. Representatives from the 27-nation European Union gathered for an emergency meeting in response to Trump's tariff call, which he said would start February 1st, then rise to 25% on June 1st. Guys, is he just a fucking like Russian asset? Do they have videos of him like fucking kids? He's just like intentionally crashing everything? Is that what's going on here, guys? Is he a fucking literal Russian asset, you guys? What are we doing? The fuck are we doing? I mean, I feel like Occam's razor, that's it, right? Like, I feel like Occam's razor means that is like more plausible than incompetence, maybe. We're driving our trade partners to such lengths that they're willing to give speeches at the most important, like economic forum, like yearly economic forum, basically saying we can't trust America, we got to band together. They're doing emergency meetings. These are supposed to be our allies. Like, these are our allies. One of the reasons Trump is attacking the Fed is because he views USD currency manipulation as a solution to our debt and to juice the economy short term.
At least, and is now in this new world that really going to go into reverse and
I saw Andrew posted his response to Nick Shirley.
Risking from China because there are other risks is less of a thing.
You need, again, many in this room, this is their livelihood, you need a web of connections. And to miss out in that web some of the largest ones, United States, we already have that, China, India, Mercosur, European Union, that's a mistake. That's not managing your relationships properly. That makes you stronger, makes you more resilient. And then on top of that, I'll give you again, I'll appeal since it's in the headlines to the Nordics. Nordics plus Canada, it's 20% of global GDP. It's not the first thing people would realize, but that relationship, which is deepening for security reasons, because we're like-minded, those are the types of partnerships that I think we'll see more of.
And you got a round of applause when you said something strong about standing on principle on Greenland. Do you think we can find...
Google the percentage of our lumber we import from Canada. Oh, no. We did look this up. Isn't it like 80%? Isn't it like astronomically high?
Find an off-ramp on that. I mean, I'm sure you'll speak of it, but put it this way, if there isn't an off-ramp, where does this go?
I strongly believe that there's a better outcome that come from the discussions that have been catalyzed in an unusual way, admittedly, but and we absolutely stand by the principles that I referenced. That solution starts with security, and a security, yes, of Greenland, but more broadly of the Arctic. Canada is foursquare contributing to that. We're at the start of a major ramp up above and beyond, so we'll be a major contributor to that. NATO has to deliver on that. We're working intensively in order to do it. As well, prosperity for the people of Greenland. In the end, it comes back to the people there, and there are opportunities to do that in ways that would strengthen all of the alliance.
And when President Trump says, Greenland's under threat from Russia, even from China, is that for real?
I would say that there are Russia is without question a threat in the Arctic, without question. Russia does lots of horrible things, and I'll take the opportunity to condemn their unjustified and horrific assault on Ukraine, almost at its 4th year. They are a real threat in the Arctic, one against we need to protect, which is why we have 364 5-day air, sea, and land presence. It's why we're adding to our submarine fleet, adding to.
Is it just me, or does MAGA project its ugliness to the world? I would say that that's how it principally is defined, really. Like, MAGA is a movement that is rooted in cruelty, which is not a sustainable movement. That's not going to create something that is lasting and strong and meaningful and will lead to good outcomes. And there's an in-group and an out-group. If you're in the in-group, they're with you until their dying breath. If you're in the out group, then there's no level of cruelty that is not justified. That's why they just openly welcome fascism. Like, fascism, cruelty is a big part of fascism. The cruelty of the out group directed at them. The intentional marginalizing of minority groups, and then just trying to humiliate them with just abject, unceasing cruelty. That's why they have basically embraced fascism. It's been a movement that's been getting uglier and uglier and uglier for years. Like, the warning signs were there, like, in the 90s of where the Republican Party was going. In terms of just the real kind of breakdown in communication and kind of split from reality, the warning signs were I think really started to emerge in the 90s. And then we were just fucked after 9/11. In my opinion, we were just fucked. Maybe there would have been an off-ramp. Maybe we wouldn't have gone so over the edge, but 9/11 just locked in, I think, is really what locked us in on this path, because it just, that trauma just was too much for the American psyche, I think.
Our air fighter fleet, why we're building out over-the-horizon radar to protect from Russian missile threats and others, and why we will work with our NATO partners. The threat is more prospective than actual at this stage in terms of actual activity in the Arctic, and we intend to keep it that way.
Another big issue that's going to come up.
We'll do a bit of Arkin. We'll do a little bit of Arkin to close the stream. I do want to watch the Andrew Callahan response.
This week is this board of peace that President Trump is keen on. I'm not sure whether it's for Gaza or for the entire world, but apparently Canada's been invited. Are you going to join?
We have been invited, and let me start by, I think we should recognize the progress that has been made in at least getting towards the end of the first phase of this process, and the activation, if I can put it that way, of the process to set up the Board of Peace is the start of phase 2. Our view is, and that's to be welcomed, and this is a positive vehicle. Our view is we need to work on the actual structure of the vehicle. You just referenced, is it for Gaza? Well, the UN resolution, Security Council Resolution 2803, references a Board of Peace for Gaza. That's where we see it becoming immediately operative, and it needs to be, in our view, it's better to be designed in that way for the immediate needs there. There are many other needs around the world, first point. Second point, it needs to coincide with the immediate full flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza. We are still not where we need to be. Conditions still are horrific. So that needs to come alongside. We think there's aspects of the governance and the decision-making process that could be improved, but we will work with others, obviously work with the United States, because we will do anything that we can to improve the situation, the horrific situation there, and to move onto a path to a true two-state solution.
There's a suggestion you can get permanent membership of the Board of Peace by ponying up $1 billion. You going to write a check for that?
We would write checks and deliver in kind to improve the welfare of the people of Palestine. But we want to see it delivered direct to those outcomes promoting peace, and so the mechanics and how it works that way.
Okay, final question. President Trump and a lot of people who agree with him condemn globalism a lot. And I suspect, you would be the kind of epitome of a globalist. You worked for Goldman Sachs, I believe. You were a central banker. You're comfortable and lived in several countries. Is globalism, first of all, is it a thing, and is it over?
I think, well, look, understanding how the world works, having an appreciation for other cultures, understanding the connections, and being able to, or at least appreciating ways that how we connect, whether it's through technology, trade, investment, culture, can enrich our lives, and that's a good thing, and also help solve problems. Being detached from where you live and the broader needs of society, there is an epithet for that. I don't know that the G word is the one. There's certainly what we're finding, and to go back to the points I was making, is that there are a number of like-minded countries that want to work through partnership to achieve those goals for their citizens and for the world more broadly. The call is for more to recognize what's really going on right now, and to pool their resources to the benefit of citizens. So it won't be global. It won't cover.
We've been traumatized by the use of the phrase "the G word." I think in this stream.
The globe, but it will be more powerful.
Okay, Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed.
I mean, I find that this whole situation to just be, it's like, everything kind of feels surreal right now, I think. I don't love the uncertainty. You know what this feels like? It just feels like it feels unstable. It feels like there's more uncertainty. It feels like there's more question marks. There's more anxiety. We here in America, I think we had a really, really fucking good thing going for us. Never been a perfect country by any stretch, but man, have we had it so good for years and years and years. And it just, now it feels like, I don't know, the first time around, I wasn't really concerned about America standing in this kind of way. I mean, I knew that he was doing significant short-term damage, but, you know, like, other countries understand. You have a system of government. Leaders come in, leaders come out, but the relationships stay the same, or you stay open to these relationships, and they survive the kind of volatility of short-term political swings. This time it just feels different. This time it feels more of a threat. And it seems like the world's leaders are tired of Trump's shit, is what it feels like. I think world leaders could forgive, for a lack of a better word, America for the first Trump term, but after we demonstrated that we would elect this guy not once but twice, you know, I think countries have a right to question like their long-term partnership strategy with America. I think these countries have a right to act in their own interests. In fact, they have an obligation to act in their own interests and to these governments have an obligation to provide for the best outcomes for their citizens. And Trump is basically giving them no other choice. I'm not sure if, I mean, clearly they've reached the stage in their calculus where challenging American hegemony and all the short-term losses that might come with that in terms of a fractured relationship with the United States is preferable to endless capitulation to Trump. And I'm not smart enough to unpack why that is, like why they're willing to entertain the possibility of short-term losses for a more stable future. I'm not sure why capitulation this time around is so damaging, or would damage them more in the short term or long term than, you know, fracturing this relationship. I'll leave it to better minds to explain, but that's clearly their judgment at this point. I think they were willing to play the game and bite the bullet the first time around with Trump. They were willing to just, you know, stoke his ego and just do the thing that everybody has to do when they interact with him, which is like flatter him and, you know, really try not to hurt his feelings or say anything that could hurt his feelings. And, you know, I'm afraid that the Greenland stuff is going to be the final straw, you know. I think that will lead to, I think, like it's like he said, it's like Carney said, this is not a, what did he say? It's not a blank, it's a rupture. He said it's not a transition. It's a rupture. That's the ADD meds, guys. I remembered that shit. He said it's a rupture. That implies something a bit more long term. He's describing this moment in economic terms as an inflection point that there's no turning back from. I think he even said that explicitly in that speech. So I don't know what this means, but it's scary. It's scary. All of a sudden, it feels like the future is less certain. And I don't know, man. Humans have evolved for hundreds of thousands of years, and, you know, millions of years through different species, and we reached a point where a lot of people's life, you know, a lot of people struggle in America, but for most people, it's like a relatively comfortable life. We have access to cheap goods and services, that all these bells and whistles and technology to entertain us and make life easier and reduce burden and pain. And it's all kind of relatively stable, you know? With some hiccups, you know, housing crash wasn't great. COVID wasn't great, but honestly, we kind of did okay. Like with COVID, that could have gotten, weren't all of us thinking the same thing when COVID happened? When it really became obvious, I don't remember what day it was. I just remember early on, oh God, people are getting sick. And I remember early on, I was like, people are blowing this out of proportion. Every fucking 3 months, there's always some clickbait about like new bird flu that's killing, and I just got used to dismissing it. And then one day it was like, wait, this is serious. This is an actual pandemic. This is an actual, like, 1 in 100 years, like, pandemic. And I think all of us probably thought the same thing, where it's like, is that it? Are we cooked? Like, does the whole system just tumble down here? Are we going to have a Great Depression? Are we going to have shanty towns? Hoovervilles? Are we going to have 25% unemployment? Like, what's going on? And then we ended up doing okay, all things considered. That is an alarming trend line for the markets. This is the last month. Doesn't look great. I don't know. Freaks me out, guys. This is why I bought a gun, by the way. This is why I'm buying guns. This is why. They'll call me a doomsday prepper, but I just feel like I'm being pragmatic. Okay. Channel 5 uploaded a response to Nick Shirley.
All right, so normally and historically, my policy for whenever somebody is saying some factually inaccurate stuff about me online is to turn the other cheek, keep my head down, and get back to grinding. But in this case,
honestly, that's probably a phenomenal He probably saves so much time and energy by doing this. I wish I had the strength to do this, but I'm like Pippin gazing into the Palantir. I can't help myself. The Nanners doctrine. Yes. He never engaged. That was the big difference between him and I. What like comic book duo would we be? Me and Nanners.
Fuck you, Nanners! Fuck!
What's a similar dynamic? It's like a duo where one is always like fight, 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 and the other is like super zen. Mr. Manhattan Rorschach? Not quite. Not quite. You and Nanners are like Moon Knight with his different possibilities? Anyways. Yeah, that's the Nanners doctrine. He never engaged with anyone who talked shit about him. He just ignored it. And it was honestly kind of Chad. Like, it was honestly kind of alpha. Like, he just didn't fucking engage with it. It's like, good for you, bro. That is actually like, think of how much time he saves every year. Think of all that time being spent on being productive in some way. Such a waste of time. 2A guy here. Anyone buying guns right now is a future loot drop. If anything bad happens, there's more to protecting yourself and family than having a gun. Well, I'm not going to buy like an arsenal. Like, I think I'm good. I say that, but like, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I got my hobby gun. That's just the fun bing bang boom gun. And then I got my fucking practical home defense gun. That's all I wanted in the first place. I just want to have the option. Okay, maybe a shotgun at some point. Maybe. One day at a time.
Case with Mr. Nick Shirley, who is now falsely accusing me of conducting an unfairly edited interview. I think I'm going to pick option 2 and let people know what went down. Journalistic integrity is something that I kind of take a little bit seriously, and I can see a future wherein access is limited to prominent people, especially
Ninja Curdles with 53 months. Crookjet with 200 bits. If you had to engage in male X male 69 with Trump for a full hour, but it means that he steps down, would you? Yeah. I would. I would be like, fuck, man. I would be really distressed. Like, it would not be like an enthusiastic yes. But I don't think I would hesitate. I would say yes immediately. And then also I would immediately, after saying yes, I would imagine the smells, the textures. The taste. I would go, my brain is very anxiously wired. And so I would immediately start, I would leave the present and I would start like thinking about that moment of just like, it's going to be bad. That's going to be really bad. But reportedly, there's a decent chance that I would be able to fit his whole cock in my mouth without even activating my gag reflex. So that's a benefit. When you think about it. Stormy Daniels said that his wiener resembled Toad from the Mario Brothers games. I inferred that means he had a small little mushroom dick.
especially conservatives, if I don't dispel this false narrative immediately in its entirety right the heck now. So to do this right, I'll have to show you a couple of things, including text messages between him and I, and actual footage of the working Premiere sequence that I used.
Damn, he's fucking spilling text message receipts. Dick.
To edit the interview so you can see what was cut and why. So let's begin with an editing lesson. So when we're dealing with a long form interview of somebody who talks very slowly and circles back to repetitive talking points, one of the first things that we do in post-production is cutting what's called dead air, which means long pauses between words or sentences or fixable verbal stammers that slow down the conversation and risk boring the viewer. So in this raw interview with Nick, which had a total runtime of 2 hours and 2 minutes, we had to cut nearly a half an hour of dead air to make it listenable. Many people like to choose their words carefully, so I get it, but there was a couple points in the interview that even in person we had to have Nick repeat himself because the crew felt that no amount of corrective editing would possibly be able to make him sound normal.
It's been an interesting few days, past 72 hours. My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever, longer than 10 minutes, other than Mr. Beast.
Can you say the fraud in Minnesota again? Because you kind of stuttered.
Yeah. Oh, wait, are there going to be cuts in this, or just going to be one take?
Which will make it perfect. So if we ask for to say it again, it's just to make sure you say it perfectly.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, so my video on the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, expose style, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast.
So bear with me here.
I mean, that kind of does make sense. He's comparing a video to human beings.
Here, I'm going to show you the raw footage.
It's a very confusing way to make that point. I mean, he's just dumb. That guy is really not bright.
We'll see how with the magic of editing, we were able to make Nick sound actually smarter and faster than he was in person. Check this out. And how does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the HHS, Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
And how does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the Health and Human Services. They froze all.
Oh, damn! They made him sound so much smarter in post. Holy shit.
Funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax.
I mean, this is like a really good response. Like, if you're going to respond to a claim that you cut stuff that made him look smart, and then you show the opposite, just like in no uncertain terms, like they for sure made this guy sound way less scattered.
Tax dollars to these businesses.
So in that interview, we probably did that same thing as far as trimming dead air and splicing B-roll. No joke, probably 30 times, as you can see here on the timeline. And it was never to take him out of context, but to help him get his point across. We do this for every good faith interview or 5-cast we've conducted so far. From Hunter Biden, which had a raw runtime of 5 hours before being cut to 3:24, to Hunter Kozak, to Alex Jones, to Hamilton Morris, Jan DeSanti, to pretty much everybody we've ever talked to.
Exactly. 100% not. Is that and there's this conflation that people have. I mean, I think they're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the
Dude, it's crazy how much he sounds like his dad. And I don't even mean just like the tone, kind of gravelly kind of nature of the voice. It's like the syntax, the cadence, the kind of like stuttering a little bit, stammering a little bit. He sounds just like his dad, bro.
The West Wing of the White House.
You know, we aren't live streamers or live podcasters, and we like to package our interviews for efficiency and entertainment value. So that's just something that we do. So the other cuts in the Nick Shirley interview that weren't dead air related were conversational beats that I personally found either boring, repetitive, or so off topic to the point that they derailed the conversation away from its intended focus, which was fraud in Minnesota and Shirley's personal background. We cut probably 25 minutes of unproductive, redundant banter about Portland, Mormonism, gay marriage, his new crypto coin.
I heard you also
made a coin of some kind?
I did not. Well, I didn't make a coin. I just joined a platform where you can monetize your content. And there actually, so yeah, it is a coin. You can then monetize your content, just similar to like how you upload on TikTok. You can upload your stuff on there. It's just based off Coinbase.
The history and ethics of welfare in America, and 6 whole, nearly identical back and forths about his 89% statistic that he falls back on unchallenged.
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians, and 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population.
Brilsy with 64 months. Thank you so much, Brilsy.
9% of the fraud happening by people who were brought into our country and then committing fraud. So 89% of the fraud happening in Minnesota is from the Somalian population.
Right, but 95% of Somali Americans in Minnesota are legal.
Yeah, 89% of Somalians are committing fraud.
Since we ended up including an extensive dialogue about
Wait, that's not what the statistic means. Oh God, he's so stupid, you guys.
Stat around the 50-minute mark of the final cut, I personally didn't feel the need to torture.
That's a much different stat. Which again, I don't know where he's getting the. What does the fact check say here? The 89% specifically refers to a claim made in an independent journalist viral video in which a Somali American woman in an interview allegedly stated that nearly that percentage of Somali immigrant households in Minnesota rely. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Hold on. There's no official data to suggest 89% fraud. Like, I think he literally got it from Trump, Trump will just make up numbers. He'll just literally just make stuff up. He doesn't give a fuck.
For all of you guys with 5 other versions of that conversation.
89% of the population, or 89% of the fraud being.
Oh, speaking of everyone's favorite topic, artificial intelligence. There's been a bit of a development that I think you guys will find useful. Oh God, where is it? Here. Let me link it for you guys. So apparently there was like a group of people from MIT who were kind of studying AI prompts or prompts that you put into LLMs. And they were looking for ways to improve the reliability of the answers that you got from the models. And they found that if you add these 5 things, and you can just try it. Those of you guys that have like Claude or ChatGPT, ask it a question that you think might be a little difficult, and then ask it a question again, but then at the bottom of your question, add this text. And they found that it gives you way better answers. And I will say, anecdotally, I did find that to be the case. It's kind of funny that you have to you have to do this manually as a user to get better answers. So they say there's 5 things that you should add to the end of your question or your query or your prompt. Number 1, break complex problems into smaller pieces. Number 2, check answers from multiple perspectives. Number 3, score confidence on every claim. Number 4, reflect and fix weak reasoning. Number 5, only commit when confidence is high. And yeah, anecdotally, I will just say it was giving me like really detailed answers. When I did like A/B tests, I would go into the sources and check, and I did find that it helped. It helped to get better information. So there's that.
Committed in Minnesota by Somalians.
And just so we can put that on screen to verify, do you know where that data is from?
Yes, you can put it up on screen. It's public.
And if you watch that raw cut, the 2-hour cut, which I made clear in text with Nick that I was willing to share with him in 4K when I got back from Greenland, you will see exactly what I mean. This is not a Sacha Baron Cohen style ambush edit or a Jim Jeffries Avi Yemeni situation where I primed him, by saying crazy shit to get his guard down and then Shanghai him with post-production. I was trying to help Nick Shirley, which it seems up until yesterday he really appreciated.
The 89% comes from a specific case where 89% convicted were Somali or Somali American. It's the Feeding Our Future case. Maybe that's what it is. I've never seen anybody give an actual source, so maybe that's what's going on here. That would obviously be pretty insane if the Somali population in Minnesota, which represents about 2% of the population, if they were committing 89% of the fraud in the entire state, that's the kind of claim that you should immediately be skeptical of, because there's just almost no way to. If that were true, like literally every single Somali person in Minnesota would have to be committing fraud at minimum. And even then, I don't even know, like, how many people are convicted of fraud every year? And, which makes sense when you think about MAGA and the whole, like, racism thing. Because for them, when they hear that, they're like, oh yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah. Typical Somali. Yeah. They hear that and they're like, oh yeah, I mean, look at Somalia. It's crazy. It's a shithole. And so, like, for them, they just don't question that, But to any, like, rational and reasonably intelligent human being, you hear a claim like that, 2% of the state's population are committing 89% of the fraud, you're going to be skeptical right away, because it's like, that seems pretty outside the realm of possibility.
So after the interview came out about a week ago, he texted me right after saying the backdrop of this interview is hilarious. It was filmed in his uncle's upstairs.
No. I'm not misunderstanding it. No, hang on. He is saying that 89% of the fraud committed in, was it Minnesota or Minneapolis? I thought he said Minnesota, were committed by Somalis. That's what he said.
Scale game room in Farmington, Utah, in front of several taxidermied bears that were presumably killed by the Shirley family. He goes on to say, fun watching the reaction from both sides. Appreciate you coming out. Wish you the best in all you do, bro. To which I replied kindly. But then the Clippers started doing the thing that they do Hunter Biden, finding the most outrageous or dumb soundbite in the entire piece and naming.
To be fair, there were approximately 50 to 100 little clips within this hour video that were worthy of mockery because it was so dumb.
Into oblivion while missing the entire point of the dialogue, which was to try to find common ground on issues like affordability and the collapse.
Stop doing that, Andrew. You innocent, sweet, naive soul. Just stop doing that. Why are you doing that? Stop trying to find common ground with Nick Sortor. This guy is not interested in what you're selling. Stop it. For Christ's sakes. There are people that I think you can engage with that have a right-wing perspective that will engage in those kind of conversations in good faith, earnestly trying to find common ground. You can find those people. I've had conversations with conservatives where it's like, I totally disagree with their politics, but I found them to be eminently reasonable people that were not acting in bad faith, even if I disagreed with some of their conclusions. So those people are real, but it's not Nick Sortor. That kid, number one, might have like a 65 IQ, and number two, is hyper partisan. Like, he is not, or Nick Shirley, yeah, sorry. Who the fuck is Nick Sortor? Who am I thinking? Who's that guy? There's another guy named Sortor. Somebody else. Is he a conservative pundit? Yeah. I've been saying it all day. Well, not the first time I've mixed up names.
The mainstream media.
I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying is true, just so you know.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah,
I hope we all have the best interest in society and for our people, because the affordability.
Who are our people, Nick? That's a pretty important question. I think Andrew should step in right here and say, when you say our people, what do you mean? Because earlier in the conversation, you were saying that somebody of Somali descent, like having Somali ethnicity, was basically mutually exclusive with being an American. So what do you mean, our people? Like, that is such an important question. I don't know, man. Now I'm back to the fuck Andrew Callahan thing. Perhaps I conceded too much. Now I'm getting pissed off all over again.
Is insane and people can't buy houses. And if we're talking about creating change, we need to let innovation prosper inside the United States.
Yeah.
And you're not seeing it. We're not seeing innovation. In fact, we're seeing fraudsters take our money.
If you guys saw the clip that did the most rounds,
there's obviously tremendous amount of innovation that occurs within America's borders. There's a lot of innovation in tech and in medicine, entertainment, like across dozens of sectors that happen in America. But much of the innovation is coming from immigrants.
When Nick tried and failed to pronounce the word benevolent. Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president.
Because he never said it right and said benevolent twice, there was no way to cut the dead air or trim the stammer, so we left it in. And personally, I don't think it's that big of a deal to not know that word. I mean, he is wearing a hoodie that is making
I mean, I knew, I don't know, maybe he's right, but that's kind of depressing. He's 23 years old. I mean, maybe I'm being a little bit elitist here. I had the benefit. I went to a pretty good school, man. The school I went to had a pretty good. That was a pretty good situation. We had like a 90. We had 100% graduation rate. There was not a single person in our senior year of high school that did not graduate. We had insane levels of percentage of students that went on to a 4-year college. I'm pretty blessed in the kind of school that I had.
Fun of immigrants who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president.
Because he never said it right and said benevolent twice, there was no way to cut the dead air or trim the stammer, so we left it in. And personally, I don't think it's that big of a deal to not know that word.
But what if you're for a Mormon, for someone like the word benevolent comes up in scripture and in the context of like the Bible and religion a lot. That's how I learned the word when I was like a small little baby boy.
I mean, he is wearing a hoodie that is making fun of immigrants for their spelling errors, but benevolent has more syllables than learning, so I get it. But the comments on this clip were brutal, like actually genuinely mean, and it couldn't have felt good from his perspective to read these things. We're talking tens of thousands of people declaring that this guy is retarded, which he's not. But
unquestionably not the word that I would use. This kid is dim. He is dim. He suffers from 2 things. Number 1, his ability to like reason things doesn't seem very great. And number 2, he seems to be paradoxically incurious. You wouldn't think that somebody who's doing like quote unquote guerrilla journalism, that's not the first word you would think of when you think of like the word incurious. But this is a guy who jumps to a conclusion, very obviously a guy who jumps to his to a conclusion and then goes out into the world actively looking for things that confirm that conclusion. That's not curiosity. There's a different word for that. I don't know what the word would be, but that's not curiosity. You're not curious. You're not open to the truth. You are kind of like the architect of your own truth at that point. You're just like chasing your bias, right? It's confirmation bias. Yeah. I mean, obviously there's that, but like, is there a single word for that? I don't even know.
But there are some moments in the interview that even with dead air trimmed for speed, Nick does not give his best performance, particularly when blaming immigrants for rising rent prices.
It's just simple supply and demand. If you have 20 million people who need to come and buy a house or rent an apartment, and
Pi Fox Grand, is that how you said it? $5. To be fair, he's an interviewer. His business depends on people thinking he's going to have his guests back to some degree. You could use this argument for, journalists going easy on the Trump administration in order to get access. And so I'm not very sympathetic to that argument. I am okay to a certain degree with not treating every interview like a contentious adversarial exchange, even with people who I find contemptible. There can be some value there, but there has to be a threshold. There has to be a threshold after which, if that threshold gets passed, then you need to put the big boy gloves on a little bit and start pushing back. Like, you can do it in a nice way. You don't need to attack the person. So I'm just not very sympathetic to that.
And you have other people who need it, you're going to raise the prices.
Suggesting that Muslim Americans keep multiple wives in private while dismissing the association with his own religion, Mormonism, and polygamy as just a harmful stereotype.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah.
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype.
Negative stereotype.
It's actually increasing. My understanding is that polygamy is increasing in Utah. Am I wrong about that? Am I wrong about that?
Type. And also confronting me about staying silent on the death of Charlie Kirk, while admitting that he consciously chose to not watch the video that I made in the immediate aftermath of it.
And so I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
None of these moments were a very good look for Nick.
Apparently, not only is polygamy increasing, or rates of polygamy increasing in Utah, it is significantly increasing, with a 273% increase in individuals seeking help from organizations like Holding Out Help, indicating a rise in reports of abuse within polygamous communities. Did you guys realize that they decriminalized polygamy? Just recently? How did I miss this, by the way? Lopsided Pixel, you told me? When the fuck did this happen? In 2026, Utah passed a landmark law that decriminalized polygamy, allowing consenting adults to enter into plural marriage arrangements without facing criminal charges. This law was intended to reduce the stigma associated with polygamous families and improve protections against abuse within these communities. However, it is crucial to note that although polygamy is decriminalized, it does not carry the same legal recognition as monogamous marriages, meaning polygamous unions do not receive the same benefits under state laws. Okay. Was that what they just said, or is this true? Like, are they able to get resources to people seeking to leave polygamous marriages? Are those people more likely to get help if it's decriminalized? Is that what's going on? Because if that's the case, that would be a different kind of thing. So would the law be benevolent? It's potentially helpful, but weird. Because maybe if you're in a polygamous relationship, like, are you violating any laws, or a polygamous marriage? Like, maybe people are afraid of criminal exposure. I have no fucking idea. The politics of polygamy in Utah, I have no idea. Malevolent, yeah.
Nick, but I did not engineer them that way. And if I was a betting man, I would suggest that much of the hostility displayed toward him in the comments is because his reporting, which was signal boosted by Trump and his cronies, has been a driving factor in ISIS's decision to escalate their presence in Minneapolis. You know, kidnapping kids from local high schools, terrorizing U.S. citizens in their own communities, shooting people in the streets, and hiding behind masks like the goddamn cowards they are. However, that's just my personal opinion. I don't like ICE.
What's up, Chuck, with $5? Sup, Hutchington. Have you thought about Trump 2.0 in the context of a new Confederacy? The more I learn about the traitors back then, the more I see. You know, yeah, I mean, I think you can, I understand the comparison. Obviously, I think we have a long way to go. Maybe getting shorter by the day, but I think we have a long way to go before we can really say, like, oh yeah, they're just like the Confederacy. Obviously, I think like condoning or hand waving or even explicitly supporting things like January 6th, his explicit attempt to try to steal the last election, I think that's pretty traitorous. Obviously, if you were there that day on January 6th, that is like, now that's a new level of treachery. Like it would have to, things would have to escalate pretty dramatically before we could start doing like kind of more one-to-one comparisons. But yeah, I mean, I understand the comparison. There are some similarities.
I don't like Trump, which is something that I made clear to Nick.
Like people talk about MAGA in the context of Reconstruction. Like there's somebody, Rain Wizard in chat mentions Reconstruction, and it's like, well, you know, a lot more, like things would have to really escalate, like way more, which is a very harrowing thought. The idea of dramatically escalating beyond what we're already seeing now is like very harrowing, but so was the fucking Civil War. 600,000 Americans dead at the time. I mean, like what, like 1 out of 3 men in the country fought in the Civil War. I mean, at the time, that was a lot of people. For the amount of people that were in the U.S. at that time, that was a lot of people that died. Obviously, if you had like states trying to secede and sort of establish their own Confederate republic or union or whatever, then that's a whole other level of treachery and traitorousness, I guess.
In the interview,
What do you think about Trump?
I don't like him. There was no deception anywhere. But sometimes, and I'm not sure what the word is for this in the journalism field, the person that you interview views your fans as an extension of you. So if your fans are dicks to them, they kind of feel like that's you shading them. And that's definitely what happened.
I think that's like related to parasocial relationships, I guess.
Right after the benevolent clip went micro-viral, Nick began to send texts to me that alluded to the footage being manipulated, writing, "Greenland will be epic and cold. Let me know if you need any locals. I still have some contacts there. Just curious though, why didn't you post a full 2+ hour interview instead of the selected 1 hour of the interview?" Notice the word selected. Nick suggests that I cherry-picked his worst moments, which is concerning because we consciously did the opposite. But as you can see from these texts, I explained our...
I wonder if Nick is going to announce that he's just going to upload the entire unedited interview, because I think that would be a pretty smart play here.
Entire editing process to him, as I did to all of you.
Let people see, you know, like stop being nice to this guy. Stop being fucking nice to this guy, man. You don't need to make him look better.
And as I mentioned, even offered to send him all of the raw video files when I get home from Greenland, which I'm doing now, and gave him full permission to clip any and all moments of the piece for his own socials. Fast forward to 2 days later. I wake up in Nuuk, Greenland to see that Nick has posted a video filmed on a side camera, captioned something like, "In case you guys want to know how the interview really went, here's this." Nick's bullshit crybaby video here points to 2 pieces of damning evidence.
Oh, shit. Okay, all right, there you go, Andrew. There we go. We like that. We like those vibes.
Exhibit A. Nick grills me
better
here about Democrat cities being catastrophic failures after failing to understand that I am not a supporter of the Democrat Party. I am from Seattle, a failed blue city, and then asks me to name 3 thriving blue cities. So I named Austin,
Democrat Party. One of this, it's an Inglorious Bastards moment right here. Democrat Party immediately is like, okay. Well.
Nashville, El Paso, and then while smirking, I mentioned Denver because as shown in Nick's angle, I didn't actually know if Denver was doing well because I don't spend much time in Colorado.
Like, when have you seen an American city? What American city is prospering right now?
By what metric is Seattle a failed city? I feel like if it was a failed city, it'd probably be getting a lot of national attention. People would be talking about that the way that Republicans like to talk about like Detroit and Chicago and
Austin.
Austin, name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering.
Yeah, I think.
Why you think?
It's doing better. New bars and restaurants have opened, but I can probably think of some better examples.
Like what?
Nashville's doing good. Austin's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of.
In any place that's not Democrat.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean,
name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
Didn't he just name 5? Didn't he just name 5?
A city inside of a blue state that is prosperous.
Seattle, what did he say? Dallas? Is Dallas's mayor, is Dallas run by Republicans? Usually like the big cities, those are kind of like blue enclaves, right? Houston, is that what he said? Or Arizona? What was the city he said in Arizona? Nashville is a big blue city, has been for a long time.
Spring.
Phoenix? Yeah, Phoenix.
Denver.
Why are you smirking?
Because I don't know if it's prospering or not.
Because it's not.
I'm just
See, you can't even answer the question, dude.
I don't know.
It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either.
But in post-production, I did some research and found out that my intuition was correct. Denver is currently experiencing a decline in violence and property crime, a large influx in population, job growth in the aerospace, tech, and healthcare sectors, and a number of other great things.
I mean, I would suspect that Seattle is probably experiencing similar kind of prosperity. Speedglass with 31 months. Appreciate it, man. There's a lot of money in Seattle, a lot of jobs up there.
So I chose to trim a brief section after I mentioned Denver that indicates a bit of self-doubt, given that I ended up being correct. I also trimmed a soundbite.
It's also just like a fucking cool city. Seattle's fucking cool. You got this like poppin', I don't know, it's been 15 years since I've been there, but like you got this poppin' kind of downtown area. It's like right next to the ocean. So you just walk a little bit or drive a little bit that way. And then you have just like a ton of really good seafood restaurants. Like Seattle's got some phenomenal seafood restaurants. That's what I remember. I remember the seafood being fucking delicious in Seattle.
Where I said that many Democrat cities will run poorly because it was redundant. After our conversation about Denver, I then launched into a tirade about how I am not a Democrat, don't believe in the capacity of the two-party system to enact meaningful change, believe that Gavin Newsom has misappropriated California's tax revenue through NGOs, reinforce my belief in voting on the local level, and then give Nick the benefit of the doubt and say that I hope he's right about Trump and the GOP's ability to mitigate the affordability crisis that's made many places like my hometown, Seattle, unlivable for those who grew up there.
So I support voting on a local level for sure.
I also suggest if you're watching this.
So you don't support voting at a state or a national level? Like, come on. I just don't like Andrew. Like I like some of his videos. I like a lot of his videos. I like most of his videos, to be clear. I do think number one, he's carved out like a really unique niche for himself. There's not many people that are doing what he's doing with his kind of approach. So that's cool. I respect that kind of creativity. I definitely respect his work ethic. This is a guy to me that just very obviously puts in a ton of work for what he does. And so I definitely respect that. But when he starts getting into his politics, he just sounds like this populist. He just sounds like Cenk, you know? He sounds like Cenk. That's what he sounds like. Like another one of these fucking brain dead lefty populists. And it's fully delusional to think that there's common ground that he can find with Nick Shirley. Why does he think that? Like, that's crazy to me. Does he really think that? Or is there not a part of him that intuitively doubts that a little bit. There has to be. There has to be a part of him that kind of can intuit that him and Nick are not on the same page. Like they are not gonna, you cannot reconcile their differences through some kind of broader consensus around what? Anti-wealth? Like anti-corporations? Anti-rich people? Like pro-social spending? Like what kind of consensus do you think you can find with Nick Shirley? Like honestly, when you really ask that question honestly. Just drives me insane. Anti-wealth disparity. Nick Shirley, you really think that this is a guy who's going to go along with your anti-wealth disparity agenda? Like, I know you're probably being sarcastic, but like,
and you want to see videos that I've made about dysfunctional blue cities, watch San Francisco streets, Albuquerque streets, Las Vegas tunnels, and Philly streets. So the second clip that Nick posted really makes my blood boil because it is so disingenuous. As I mentioned 6 or 7 times in this interview, Nick references the stat that 89% of fraud in Minnesota is committed by Somalis. We aired the version where we asked him to show us the data on his phone, which he found using Google search results powered by ChatGPT. So in the video he posted, we can see me look in the camera after he shows it to me and saying something like, all right, damn, I guess he's right then. Let's put that on screen.
Here, right here, the figure 89% does not represent the total percentage of all fraud in Minnesota. Instead, it refers to the percentage of individuals charged in connection with specific high-profile federal fraud cases. Millions.
He is so stupid that he cannot understand what he just read. This is driving me insane. He read that out loud and still doesn't understand in that moment that it's not saying what he thinks it's saying. Like he is genuinely like Forrest Gump shit, but really evil and Mormon. You know, Forrest Gump, but like evil and Mormon.
89% of those charged in connection with major. Wow.
Identified as Somalian Americans.
Well,
but
looks like we do. It looks like
I'm interested to see what you put.
No, okay, never mind. They're both idiots. They're both idiots. Neither of them understood what he just read. That figure, it's saying it does not represent like all fraud in the states. He's talking about high profile cases.
In this interview, because
looks like there is a problem with fraud. He is kind of right. However, the stat refers specifically to the already litigated feeding our future case.
Then don't say he's kind of right. He's not. What do you mean he's kind of right? What does that mean? It's just entirely inaccurate. The stat does not apply broadly across the state of California, which is the claim that he's making. Why would you even give him that? Well, he's kind of right. No, he's not. He made a fucking specific claim. And it was just wrong. Just a wrong claim.
Case, which resulted in over 60 fraud convictions in Minnesota. The ringleader of the nonprofit behind the scam, Amy Bach, is white, but it is true that 89% of convicted defendants in that case were Somali. And that's what makes me so pissed about this particular piece of evidence that Nick presents. The exact thing that he is showing me on his phone in the video
disproves his claim.
Is what I put on screen on the final cut. I did exactly.
Wait. I'm losing my mind right now.
Exactly what I said I would. He frames my decision to put that on screen as some kind of like liberal ball-busting fact check, but it's actually supplemental context for something he is literally fucking showing me, which is why it pisses me off. So that's all I have to say. I'm just in a phase in my life where I've been doing this for so long, and I care about this so much, so I don't want to play these kind of games, especially with people who can't take an L. I want to put my credibility on the line by spinning things in a way that benefits their reputation.
Stop doing that! Jesus, the Red-Brown Alliance is real. Horseshoe is real, guys. This is what populist brain rot does to you. It rots your brain.
literally went out of his way to try and make me look bad, which is not cool. And I wouldn't
Why
say
the fuck are you staking your... Do you know this guy? Do you have a history with this guy? Well, I guess they do.
that's like very benevolent of him to do.
I think my policy moving forward, especially when working with people who are filming their own versions of things and lack the integrity to be honest with their fan base, is to either go live during every interview or upload the full raw files on Patreon the moment a Final Cut hits YouTube. So there's no room for these kinds of shenanigans.
Probably good policy.
Because it's exhausting, and I've got real investigations and real documentaries in the field, in the works.
Probably good policy.
Prioritize over these malevolent antics. 2026, keep my fucking name out your mouth. 5.
Channel 5 Live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority. Channel 5 News.
You never see him get angry like that. I mean, that was okay. Never mind. I take it all back. It looked bad. It looked bad before. That's the clips, man. They get you with the small clips. It did kind of look like he was a little deceptive with it, but boy, did that go in the opposite direction. I will reiterate, I cannot co-sign Andrew's strategy, his philosophy, like this delusional idea that he's going to be able to, forge unity or find some kind of common ground with these people is like, how fucking delusional are you, bro? That is not going to happen. These people want to round people up and throw them in cages, like literally. And this kid is an idiot. He doesn't deserve you staking your reputation on him. Why are you doing that? That kind of feels like self-victimizing. Like you have only yourself to blame for this causing a little blowback for yourself because you made the decision to stake your reputation on this kid. Why? Why'd you do that? Is he secretly in your personal interactions like this super stand-up guy that like woke up at 5 a.m. to help you move out of your apartment or something? Like where does this instinct to kind of like move in his direction even come from? Somebody mentioned that like he is capable of pushing back in interviews. Not that he did it very aggressively, but he did in the interview that he did with Pete Buttigieg. I felt like he pushed back more in the interview with Pete Buttigieg than he did in the interview with Nick Shirley. Am I making that up? Why do you think that is? It's this populist fucking brain rot. Do you think this is about Gavin Newsom pod? What about Bridges and Tents? Well, the difference there is that Gavin Newsom pushed back a ton. Gavin Newsom likes pushing back. It gets his cock hard. He gets physically turned on getting into those kind of debates with people. So there's value there. No pod today, methinks. Wait, today's Tuesday. There was no pod yesterday because it was a holiday and it just kind of fell through. So all right, we're gonna switch things up a little bit, guys. We're gonna play some Arc Raiders. If you guys are into video games and you want to stick around, we'll keep going for a little bit. And if you guys aren't into video games, I hope to see you tomorrow in the chat. We're gonna be starting at the regular time. I keep waking up a little bit later than I'd like to. Woke up at like right around 8 this morning. And I usually take about a half an hour kind of looking through my phone and kind of figuring out what I'm going to cover on the stream that day. And so started the stream instead at, no, I woke up. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Yeah. So I got out of bed. I usually get out of bed and there's 25 minutes left till the stream. We've been starting like a half hour late. An hour late. I keep waking up later and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just getting older. I don't know. Let's change the stream label on YouTube to gaming. I am in the demon lobbies. I do not think they reset in between sessions. So I am fully in the demon lobbies right now. What I need are complex gun parts. I'm going to go to like red areas and just see if I can find them. Oh, wait, hold on. No, I have the fucking blueprint for complex gun parts. I just remembered that. I don't know what we're going to do. I think we just go around and kill people. I think we just fucking murder people. It's going to be shoot on sight situation in the demon lobbies. So let's just do it. Sit up a bit in the chair when we play video games. I saw your smarmy comment, Sham. It wasn't funny the first time. Speed Glass, did I get you for 31 months? Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate it. They did release an update today, and it was just bug fixes, and they added something to the store. I don't know, man. I think they need to. I've been saying it over and over again, but I really think they need to up their content output, because the competition is, Warzone. They do a decent job of adding stuff, keeping it fresh. Fortnite is like crazy with that. I think they need to ramp it up a little bit, scale it up, hire some more people. Do some gun balancing, switch up the meta a little bit. Like even that, just like intent. I like COD, they just kind of do it out in the open. COD is like, we're going to nerf this gun and we're going to boost these other guns because we want to change the meta and keep it fresh. Good, that's what you do. Like give people an incentive to like, oh, like literally like buff the Rattler. Why not? Like, yeah, let's go around the map and all of a sudden you're seeing people use Rattlers. You're like, oh, that's novel. They did add something to the store. Is this the new thing? Kind of like it. Ooh, I like that actually. I don't like that, but I do like that. Because my eyes are like ashy black. Aren't they? Wait, what? How do you customize? Appearance. Face style. Sprayed eyes red. Wait, how is this any different? How is this different from this? It's the same fucking thing. Just more red. What? That is not different enough to be meaningful, I think. I mean, it kind of looks better, but I don't want to spend money because I basically already have that. All right, what do we want to do? What are our goals? First of all, ooh, there's a harvester. Oh no, there's not. There's a harvester over here on Spaceport. 4 minutes left. Ooh, demon lobbies? Fuck it, let's go. We gotta go quick. Boom. Oh, we need to buy ammo.
Don't skimp on firepower.
We'll buy 25. That's a lot of money. Jesus Christ. 75,000. Jesus fucking Christ. We can bring a medium shield with this. But no, I don't want this one. Fuck, I don't have time to put a loadout together. Oh shit. Is this the one? This is the one, right? Shield. We'll do that. Okay, we need it. Now we need one of those. We need some more energy ammo. We need heals. Fuck. We'll bring one other one just in case. We'll bring that. We'll bring that. We'll bring this. And I think that's kind of all we need, right? A Raider hatch key.
Bruce Green just raided with 744 douchebags.
Bruce! Welcome, guys. We're kind of hastily putting together a loadout situation here because we have a harvester event in Spaceport. How much time? 2 minutes. Is this good? Are we good? Should I also bring in maybe an anvil? Just in case, I guess? I know it's a little risky, but let's get in there. What's up, Chuck, with $2? Be good to yourself and others from Minneapolis. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. All right, let's get in there. Bruce, people. Hello, guys. What was Bruce playing today? I don't understand the reference. Are those music lyrics? I don't know what that means. I don't know what any of that means. Bit over my head. Yeah, really. I don't know. Somebody tell me. He goes way too hard in that song. He has no right sounding that beautiful in a song about wearing thongs. All right, we'll see if it's a friendly lobby. We shall see.
Red alert, Raiders. We've spotted a harvester in your area. A queen is guarding it with her life. Only engage if you've brought your best gear, lots of backup, and a very good plan.
There's a clip of the black actress in Wicked talking about how much she loves the thong song by Cisco, and it's fucking hilarious. It's really funny. Why do I feel like I'm going so slow? Oh, crap. Maybe it would be better to go underground here. I don't even know. What is that noise? Da-dong, da-dong, dong, dong. Like it when your booty go. You like it when you no. No. Da-dong, da-dong, da-dong. He just he sings the shit out of that song. He delivers it with such beautiful, it's such a beautiful harmony and beautiful voice. And he's singing about the most ridiculous shit.
Don't shoot!
Is anybody fighting this thing with me? Where the fuck is it? What is happening? Guys? Where the fuck is the harvester? Where the fuck is it? Is it over there? Is that what that is? No. I feel like it's usually right here. I am so confused.
Don't shoot!
Where the F is the harvester? Check. The fuck is it? Oh.
Let's go to the harvester.
Oh, it's over here. Raider. It's south. We're going south. Oh, shit. I didn't even... That could have been really bad. Oh my god. I didn't even check the skies, boys. Somebody tell me. I love it when you better go. And then he fucking really like drives it home at the end of the song, like, hey! Like he's just, and he's singing about like women wearing thongs. It's kind of amazing. It's like very American. The thong song is a very American song, you know? What's the best way to engage with to take this one down? Oh, that looks pretty safe. I gotta be careful here. Somebody tell me. Da, 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 da. I guess, like, this seems like a safe spot. To be honest with you, let's do a little looting. What'd you do that for? I'm not gonna get any of those legs. Jesus. Holy fucking shit! Oh, that guy's fucked. I don't have any. Do you have a defib? I don't have a defib, bro.
No?
Probably the other ones. Probably the other ones.
Yes! Hey! Hey, Raider! Hello there! Hello there! Raider!
We're taking this thing down. We're taking this thing down fast.
I got you. You want another one? I got a replacement for you. Right there. Thank you, sir.
Oh, it's going down. Holy shit! Somebody tell me. Oh, they're ratting. They're ratting. Oh, they're not. Baby. Da, 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 da. I don't really get too many goody treats here, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I positioned myself way too far away. I'll take the scraps. I'll take the scraps.
The deadline's on it. Did you get 3 stars from the trial?
I'll take the scraps. Let's just fuck it.
Whoever that was that put those first 2 deadlines on it, is that the way to go?
Yeah.
I don't know who did that, but that was so great.
Does anyone have a queen core they're willing to trade for 2 for
Oh, did I even bring a?
He's looking for a core.
Queen Reactor.
Did I even bring a key? I made the key and then I forgot to fucking bring it.
I got you.
Head home at the south elevator.
Not ideal. Where's the nearest hatch key?
Head home at the control hatch.
Probably there.
Lost my fucking equalizer and now I want to.
Oh, man.
Chew through a blueprint? Anyone want to chew through a blueprint? I already have.
I got it already.
Who has
Anybody.
The equalizer blueprint?
No.
Raider, do you have a hatch key? Do you have a hatch key? No? Still an antisocial? I get it.
No, I don't have a hatch key.
You guys have a hatch key? I don't. Who's got a hatch key? Anybody?
Over here, me.
Are you going to the hatch now?
Yep.
Can I ride with you, brother?
Sure, dude.
You want to be best friends?
You want to do kung fu in the garage?
We have so much room for activities. There's no way I'm keeping up with them. There's no way I'm gonna keep up with these guys. Ain't no way, guys. Well. Somebody tell me. Love it when you better go. No. Oh boy.
Oh, it's right here.
Dun, 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 dun.
Alright.
I don't have the key, bro. I don't.
This guy does.
Oh, I probably should have waited.
Somebody help me find that clip, man. There's a really funny clip. What's the actress's name? I gotta find that clip. That is such a funny fucking clip. Her sharing her like unbridled love of the thong song by Cisco. Okay, hold on. We gotta do this step by step. Wicked cast. Her name is Cynthia Erivo. Cynthia Is that her name? Erivo. Song. It is so
about a song. The whole end section of this song is so unnecessary. You have a key change. There's a praise break at some point in this with his voice. It's ridiculous. You don't need to sing like that, and he does. He's just enjoying himself, and the voice is doing what it's meant to be doing. Can we just fast forward to towards the end and turn it up? Why do you need to do that? Why do you need to do that? Why do you need to sing that? Baby, said I like the way.
It's I can't do it because it's DMCA, but oh god, she rants about that for like 2 minutes, and just through her love of that song, she kind of convinces you. You're like, you know what? That is a fucking good song. clip is so good. Oh man. Decepticon with the tier 1 membership, RE9 day 1. I've never played the Resident Evil games. Just never played them. So, you know. Never drew me in. I don't love actually bringing an anvil. Let me bring, how about something a little bit more PvP friendly? You know what? We got fucking, how many level 4 Venators? Quite a bit. This I feel a little bit better about. There's more than enough energy ammo. Is there another event going on right now? No, wait, hold on. What is this? Nope. Nope. We have an electromagnetic storm. Let's stick with our, let's stick with the gun. Let's go with the Venator. Never used this gun. 22 rounds. So, no Raider hatch key. We will not do a Raider hatch key. But because it is an electromagnetic storm. Silent Assassin with 101 months. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate you. Let's actually buy. Let's buy complex gun parts.
Here's a good one.
What are we doing on inventory space? Little low. Ooh, wait, what? I did not have this blueprint before? Hello? Adrenaline shots and then maybe some utility. What can we make here? Trigger nades, are they still good? Are they still like decent, or are people maybe using the snap blast grenades? Probably the snap blast now, right? Is this the new meta for the utility guys? What do you guys think? What's up, Chuck? Oh, I think I already got you for $2 here. Or maybe blaze grenades. Honestly, what about blaze grenades? Because I feel like those would be pretty easy to like move people from their spot. What's the delay on the trigger nades now? I think it's like 1.5 seconds or 2 seconds. I mean, we can try. Do I even have any trigger nades? I don't. Okay. I can make a few. I don't know. I feel like I'd rather have blaze nades now. You can just do immediate like area clear. I think snap blast are still on a longer delay. I'm gonna try the blaze nades. I'm gonna try those. I think I should be able to. Oh no. I can buy oil. Nope, can't do that. Oh, I can. Okay. Let's make some blaze grenades. Oh, I need explosive compound. What? Oh, wait, here. Damn. Okay. Can you buy explosive compound?
Still around?
No? Oh, no. Hey. Oh, shit. Never mind. All right, I guess we're just gonna bring in the... I have nothing. What the fuck happened to all my nades? All right, we're just gonna... No utility, I guess. Sure, we'll bring one of those. Okay. You can refine explosive compound. You do, but apparently you need... Oh, wait, can you? I think you need, oil, is what it said, right? Yeah. I'd rather just loot explosive compound. Should start saving those. Somebody tell me. Da dong da dong dong dong. All right, where are we gonna go? Where did we spawn? We can go to a container. Actually, a decent place to find nades.
Hello? If anyone can hear me, an electromagnetic storm is
I think the shaders are we got a late start to the raid. That's not good. Maybe we actually nope, we don't. Okay, well. Don't love spawning in 10 minutes into the raid. That's not ideal. The game just had an update, so I think it's compiling shaders too, which is causing a little bit of like stutters, which is not great. We are gonna just go in here and just listen for a moment. Ooh, those stutters, not good. Don't hear anything. It's a bit harder though with the storm. Of the bear with the primer. Thank you, buddy. Odds are pretty high that pretty ideal spot to loot this guy, actually. Didn't even say GG. That's true. I can be kind of a cold motherfucker in this game. That's true. Let's just take all that. Why not? All right.
Trying to kill you.
What is this happening? Why is this? What's going on? I'll see you in Valhalla, brother. Yeah, true. I think it put me in the nice lobbies because I was doing the matriarch, maybe. Switch those. Oh, he didn't have shit. Pop off the ammo. Oh, you had one of these. Okay.
Head home at the south elevator.
Yeah, I think, well, you know what? May as well just check. has not been hit somehow? I mean, what a weird... It's kind of shocking that this hasn't been hit. I can't make sense of it. Yeah, I'll take a defib. No, sure, why not? What do we want to, we'll put that over there. You know what, just for shits and gigs. Not very, oh, here we go. No, there's a faster way to do this. Hold on. Somebody tell me that dong. Casual Bastion right there. I don't know why I'm looting this guy. He didn't have shit. We are on a murderous rampage right now. My goodness. I got a little confused about where he was. I mean, that's your fault. You just kind of casually ran past 2 dead bodies. Didn't occur to you to check your 6. I do need oil. What should we drop? Don't need magnets. Ooh, we always want springs. Fuck. Oh god, I'm fighting. Oh god. I don't. What have we here? What have we here? Where was that? When you hear that ominous music, does that mean that someone is in the area? Or is that just like, they just add that every once in a while? It means you have to take a shit. Oh god, that's a bastion. God damn, the fucking stutter almost got me demolished right there. Oh god. It's happening. Oh, god damn it. The stutters are so bad. It's the frames. You know what we'll do? Here, hold on. Can I? Is that already on performance? It should be. No, it's not. Here, let's do that. What the heck? What did I just find back here? Oh. Oh, this has been hit. Okay. I don't know if I've ever really looted this building. Is there something upstairs as well? This has been hit. Maybe, no. All right. Oh, there's a man over there. There's a down player over there. I could do something really bad right now. Oh, I can do something real bad right now.
Don't shoot.
All right, I'll play nice for now. I will play nice. I think we've done enough damage to this lobby.
Orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Howdy.
You got another bandage, Richard?
Don't shoot!
Oh.
Damn, dude, he almost made it.
No.
I was healing it.
Guys, oh man, guys, I want to make good decisions right now. Oh god. The urge to kill is too powerful.
Got some stuff on him. I'm gonna hit it.
Nah, I'm good. Let's just
Yeah, dude, he got hit by the bomber gear over there. And I was like, I was about to leave anyway. I'll fucking get you over there. Didn't realize he was that close.
That guy must have crawled for so long and then he died walking into the elevator. That's brutal. Just Dark Raiders things, I think. We don't really need these guns. We can break it down for the parts. He died like a dog. Yeah, true. Like a dog on all fours. Don't need you. Do need gun parts, so this is good. Don't need you. Do not need you. Don't need you. And, take that. I guess I'll take that. I'll take that. We'll take that. Take that. Get the springs. The springs from that.
Please
Get
show
the
me the
springs from
height disparity
that.
between Hutch and his supposed fiancée Esme, and how that might affect doing the thing.
Supposed? Excuse me. I can't see it on screen. I trust it's funny. Okay, So let's top off our heals. We just have a fucking abundance of the strong rechargers. Bring just a couple more. Like so. And I forgot that I had the cloak. I killed fucking Willie Mac. What's up, man? I killed like, how many people did I kill that round? Three people? It's gonna put me in the demon lobbies, so I'll feel less guilty about shooting on sight. Not that I felt particularly guilty this time around. Your milestone from the chat earlier? What did you do earlier? Hutch is gaming. Did you see Burnt Peanut's Bug Beetle? No, I did not. I did miss your milestone, Tim. I don't know. I don't see like a resub or anything. What did I miss? We kind of call each other wife and husband. You know, we just kind of pre-commit. Fresh spawn, that's good. Oh, gotta be careful with those things. Those things can be very violent. Oh shit. Slow it down. See if anybody's over here. That's a good loot spot over there. Oops. Try to avoid that if we can. Pop one of these. This is a breach door, which is... Definitely got to be careful in this building. Slow it down a little bit. That's close by. We will stay in the darkness for but a moment. Not a ton of loot over here, unfortunately. I think I heard a footstep over there. Alright, somebody is definitely in the building, but I just don't know where. We are looking for augments. Augment blueprints would be nice. Oh shit. I didn't know about these. The fuck? Did you guys know there were a bunch of red lockers over here? What the fuck? All right, well, make a little noise. Still don't hear anybody. Don't see anybody. That is an accordion, which I think you can get springs from. There's a room over here with a weapon case. En el otro lado. Interesting. That's already been hit. Don't see a weapon case. I don't see jack shit, actually. What the fuck? We can take a moment to kind of, don't need that, don't need that, probably don't need that, don't need that, probably don't need the metal, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, okay. Not impressed with the loot. This is nice. Don't say anyone. Did I already hit that? All right, decent, getting better. Pretty sure I already looted all this stuff. Or did I? Alright. We could... What is our haul up to now? You know, we could start making our way. Also loot departure.
Departure building.
Said I like the way you move that thing. I like the way you move that thing. That dun, 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 dun. You guys, I don't know if you guys were trying to do this, but that is going to be stuck in my head for the rest of the night. You've doomed me. Somebody is fighting. Somebody's got a Jupiter over there, it seems like. Somebody been up there? Okay. This is a little risky. Don't know if this door has been breached yet. It appears so. We're gonna gently, slowly, carefully Jesus, where the fuck did he come from? I really don't want to. Oh, you know what? We could time it. It can be like the Shawshank Redemption. We can wait for a rocket strike. Nope, I think it's dead. Well, just gonna have to make some noise here. Oh, look at you. Where are you going, I wonder? I'm not hearing any footsteps. I think he's on the roof. With a Jupiter. Try to locate this guy. Where is he? Wish I had... Oh, is he down there? No, he's above me with a Jupiter. Oh, he's right above me. I can hear that shit. Is there a ladder to get up there? How do you get up there? There's got to be a ladder, right? I think somebody else is in the building. I said I like the way you move. God damn it, you guys! Why have you done this to me? It's not even guaranteed that it's not gonna be stuck in my head like days from now. Actually, you know what? Nah, there has to be a ladder somewhere, guys. I think somebody else is shooting at him. Is he above or below me? Let's see if I can find a ladder. Nope. No, I know where. Hang on, I know where there's a ladder. Hang on, there's a ladder. So it's a little sketchy. I won't lie to you. I want to go ahead and say it's not an ideal situation. Unfortunately did not get like the best haul. Those feckin' ticks. All right, let's oh, okay.
Don't shoot.
I'm actually a little bit worried about the guy that's on the roof because, you know, I'm gonna have to run to the exfil point, but he's gonna have like a clear line of sight on it, which is not terrific. Was hoping to get an augment blueprint that I really want, but that does not look like it's happening here. Can I fit more of these? Wait. Yeah, no. Okay, well. Did I already? Yeah. Oh, shit. He's going for the Rocketeer again. I said I like the name. Antiseptic. Pretty much always want to grab those. Somebody triggered the ticks over there, I think. I am a little worried about that guy up there. Not gonna be easy for me to like get around him. Fuck off. I'm really sick of this guy's shit. What is this? Oh. Wait, can you take this all the way to the roof? No. He knows I'm here. And I know that he's there. And he knows that I know that he's there, but I know that he knows that I know that he's there.
An arc orbiter is en route.
Ad infinitum.
This window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat.
And then
10
you just got a
minutes.
standard Princess Bride problem, you know. Alright, where do we wanna exfil?
Head home at the south elevator.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Wait. Hang on a minute. Hold on. Is that free loot up there? Nope. Get off. Father, forgive me. I'm about to do something really dumb. I just fully acknowledge that what I am about to do is very stupid. I'm pretty sure he just got taken down by the Rocketeer up there. I'm also pretty sure there's a ladder right here. I thought there was. Am I crazy? Wait, is there not a ladder on this building? Also not even clear if this was hit. Maybe there's a way you can get up there. I do not have a silencer. I'm not sure that was hit. What the fuck? What is this raid? This is like the best loot spot in the game. I guess we don't need antiseptic. The weapon case in here too? God damn. Can I live without? You know, I don't know. I guess we don't need that many more springs here. All right. Well. Like decent odds someone heard me break in here and are thus like waiting for me outside. It's the only downside with the spot is like once you're in, you're in, you know. You just got to do one of these. You just got to haul ass. Rocketeer over by the exfil. Fuck. What the hell?
All Raiders, we have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Did it leave? Nope. Be gone. Said I like the way you move that thing. I wish I could get up there. Oh shit, this is the carcass of a rocketeer. Jesus, didn't even loot it. Okay, you know what? We gotta. What's in my safe pocket? Stash value 150k. Decent, but not like, you know, we can do better. But good. Definitely good. Don't trust this situation at all. Oh, fuck. This guy's got to be careful. There's a rocketeer right there. Where did that rocketeer actually go?
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Come on in, Raiders. Let's get the fuck out of here. Somebody gonna hit it? Somebody hit it! Somebody hit it!
I got you, I'm not shooting, I'm not shooting, I'm not shooting.
Okay, alright.
There's a bad guy out there, though. There's a bad guy, I promise.
Everybody put your guns down. Put your guns down, boys. There you go.
Everyone just, he's just aimed his gun. I think he's the bad man. He's the bad man. Yep.
He's the bad man. I don't like it.
Okay, alright.
2 minutes left. Last chance.
Okay, pretty good haul there, guys. All right, we're gonna call it there, guys. 8-hour mark. I'm gonna go outside, take a walk, go to the store, get some ingredients, some fresh vegetables for tonight's dinner, maybe some couscous, some midnight snacks. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I'll be back tomorrow at the regular time, and I will see you guys then. Love you. Bye-bye.